The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
I am your host, Matt from the past, and it is September the 29th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 522 BC, Darius I of Persia kills Magean usurper Gomata, securing his hold as the king of the Persian Empire. In 480 BC, Battle of Salamis, the Greek fleet under Themistocles defeats the Persian fleet under Xerxes I. In 1567 AD, War of Religion breaks out in France when Huguenots try to kidnap King Charles IX. In 1829, the first units of the London Metropolitan Police appear on the streets of the British capital, the city's first modern police force. In 2008, Dow Jones Industrial Average falls 777.68 points, its largest single-day point loss following the bankruptcies of Lehman Brothers and Washington Mutual. In 1948, Hamlet, directed by and starring Lawrence Oliver's opens at the Park Avenue Cinema. Best Picture, 1949. In 1984, Let's Go Crazy by Prince Roger Nelson and Revolution peaks at number 1. In 1954, New York Giants Willie Mays makes famous over-the-shoulder catch of Cleveland Indian Vic Wert's 460-foot drive during Game 1 of the World Series at the Polo Grounds in New York City. Born on this day were Pompey the Great, Miguel del Cervantes, Horatio Nelson, Enrico Fermi, Silvio Berlusconi, Lech Walesa, Greer Garson, Trevor Howard, Annetta Ekberg, Andrew Dice Clay, Jerry Lee Lewis, Sebastian Coe, Kelly Robbins, Kevin Durant, and dying on this day were Ferdinand VII, Rudolph Diesel, Illy Rupin, Casey Stengel, Nguyen Van Vu, and Tony Curtis. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 18. A fire at 1517 East 1st Street. Damage $147,000. The fire department suspects a pyromaniac. All cars will cooperate with the Arson Bureau. Go get him, boys. That's all. Rosenberg.
The perfect performance of police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and motorcycles is vital to public safety. In Southern California and Arizona, more of this equipment depends on Rio Grande cracked gasoline than all other brands combined. This is the same gasoline that you can buy at any Rio Grande service station at the price of ordinary non-premium gasoline. Rio Grande cracked was one of the first gasolines to be offered the public containing tetraethyl at no additional cost. Since then, many other companies have been forced to follow suit. The word cracking is the name of a scientific process designed to give you a more powerful and more economical fuel. Rio Grande forces the crude oil into enormous spills, 100 feet high. And under terrific heat and pressure, the gasoline fractions are cracked into millions of atoms. This process is repeated again and again until the final product, the Rio Grande cracked gasoline you buy from your neighborhood dealer, is so concentrated that every drop is vital power. When you fill up with Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl, you are getting a product that is abreast of the time, guaranteed to deliver to you motor power, speed, and dependability at no extra cost. Try a tank full tomorrow. Once more, it is our pleasure to introduce Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever stopped to think in the quiet of your home after putting down your newspaper, weary from reading the daily routine of news concerning fires and crimes against persons and property, what would happen if you had no police and fire departments? That is a thought with which to test your imagination, particularly in these days when economic stress has tremendously increased the burdens of these two indispensable functions of government. The protectors of your home, your property, and the lives of your family and yourself, the police and fire departments. The story we have to tell you tonight deals with the strange and little-known insanity of pyromaniacs, unfortunates whose peculiar brain quirks cause them to set fire to people's property just to see the sparks fly, and to see great flames leap heavenward in their mad desire to satiate their peculiar longings. Our arson squad, which works conjointly with the fire department, is constantly working on cases involving this strange mania. It is perhaps the most difficult type of detective work done by this squad because the persons who set fire for a profit or revenge do so deliberately, leaving many clues to their identity. The pyromaniac, on the other hand, has the cunning of madness and covers his criminal fire setting so carefully that only detectives trained in the investigation of arson cases is capable of tracking him down. I have chosen tonight's story to give the citizens of Los Angeles a vivid picture of how difficult it is to discover the operations of the pyromaniac. This story is a true one, and the characters in it are actual persons. And now, Frederick Lindsley will go on with the story.
In tonight's dramatization, we shall review the case of a Los Angeles pyromaniac, or firebug, whose lust for excitement destroyed $147,000 worth of property in a few days. It is September of 1924. Thomas Magee, a high official of the Southern California Edison Company, brings a young man of pleasant appearance to his home. He leaves the boy a moment as he goes to greet his wife.
Oh, Tom, you're home early this evening.
Hello, my dear. Well, I have a little surprise for you.
Surprise? What is it?
I've engaged a chauffeur for you. I think he's just the man we've been looking for. He's cultured and educated, and he's a handsome devil, too.
Oh, where is he?
He's down in the living room. Shall I have him come up?
Well, I'll send Marie. Marie? Hello. There's a young man waiting in the living room. Will you show him up here?
Colorful background this chap has, too. He's the eldest son of the Flying Spinozas.
The Flying Spinoza?
Well, I can see that name doesn't register with you as it does with me. You know, my dear, when I was a boy, the Flying Spinozas were my idols, big-time trapeze artists. There just wasn't a first-rate circus without the Flying Spinozas.
Oh, I see.
Doris, this is Ed Spinoza. Ed, this is Mrs. Magee.
How do you do, Edward?
How do you do, Mrs. Magee?
I understand you're to be my driver.
Yes, madam.
Well, I hope you're careful, Edward. I become very nervous with reckless driving.
Oh, I'll be careful, Mrs. Magee. I'll do my best to please you.
I'm certain you'll succeed.
And for a while, it seemed that Ed would succeed. He was diligent and courteous and performed his duties smoothly and unobtrusively. Some weeks later, Mr. Magee gave him a more responsible position, that of chief watchman at the Edison Company's garage at 1570 East First Street. He and the men under him are responsible for the hundreds of company cars stored there. Ed worked with his usual quiet competence. Then, on the night of November the 12th, fire breaks out. Fire engines, chemical cars, and long, sleek ladder wagons fly screaming through the deserted streets. The red-licking demons of flame are feasting on gasoline and will not be subdued. The searing fingers of flame dart from car to car like things alive. Los Angeles stirs into sleep and wonders at the sirens and bells, screaming and clanging in the night as the third alarm brings out all equipment into action. Before the fire is finally subdued, the entire west wing of the huge garage, with all the automobiles it held, has been destroyed. Fire Chief Ennis and Captain Paul T. Wolf of the Arson Bureau confer in the smoking shell of the ruined wing.
Well, Wolf, what's the verdict? Awesome. This fire was set deliberately. How do you know?
Look at that wall. See that black burned streak? It leads up to the skylight.
Yeah?
And the first cars to burn started with the top.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Well, sure, it's a cinch. Someone poured gasoline from that skylight on top of the car. Some of it dripped down the wall there and made that streak where it burned.
Who did it?
Now, that's another question. I haven't had time for much investigation. All hands have been busy getting this thing under control. Ed Spinoza, the fellow in charge here, got some nasty burns. Not much left out here, is there, boys?
Well, Mr. Magee, we thought you'd gone home.
No, I've been trying to make a rough estimate of the damage. Looks as if it'll run about $60,000. Not so good. Mr. Magee, we're quite certain that this is a case of arson. More than that, the work of a pyromaniac. Well, what leads you to that conclusion, Captain? Well, when a person sets a fire for profit or revenge or any more or less normal motive, he goes to elaborate plans, timed fuses, candles, shading, gunpowder, and all that sort of thing. But he usually leaves a lot of evidence behind. But the pyromaniac just throws gasoline on something and lights it.
It's so beautifully simple that it's much harder to catch him.
I see.
What about the watchmen working here, Mr. McGee?
Well, they've both been here a long while, Chief, and they're loyal and dependable.
What about Spinoza?
He hasn't been here very long, but he was in my personal employ before he came here, and I can vouch for him. He's a good, clean-cut boy.
Well, let's get him over here.
Oh, Ed. Yes? Come here a minute. Okay. No, gentlemen, I can't believe that any of our boys would do this thing. The company treats its employees well, and the result is...
Mr. McGee? Oh, just wanted to talk to you, man, Dad. How are the burns? Oh, I got some pretty good blisters on my hands and arms, but I doused oil on them. They'll be all right. Well, I'm glad it's no worse. Say, Ed, did you or either of your men go up on the roof tonight? No, we never go up there. Well, somebody set this fire, Ed. Have you any idea who it could be? No, I haven't. Except what? Well, just a few days ago, I had a fight with a fellow. And he made a lot of threats. Who was the fellow? I don't know his name. He's short and thick-set and has a beard like a Russian. So where does he live? Around the neighborhood someplace. I don't know just where. Did you tell anybody about this fight? Yes, I told old John, one of the watchmen. Is he around? Sure. Oh, John! Oh, John! Over! John will back me up. Oh, we don't doubt your word, Ed. It's just sometimes a little detail slips. You'll watch me? Yes, John. Do you remember Ed telling you about a fight he got into a few days ago?
Well, yes, he said this fellow was a sort of a Russian, and he made a lot of threats and such.
Well, I guess there's not much more we can do here tonight. Let's go home, Chief. Well, good night, Mr. McGee.
Good night. Good night, Ed.
Good night, Captain.
The very next night, the neighborhood again thrills to the charging fire engine. As a fire breaks out in the abandoned Big 4 depot, used as a shelter by tramps and vagrants. Captain Wolf visits the scene of the fire and finds no evidence of arson. But he does find someone he knows assisting the firemen in fighting the flames.
Well, Ed, you got enough fire and smoke last night?
Oh, hello, Captain. Well, you see, I heard the rumpus, and I thought I'd help put it out.
Oh, I see. Say, Ed, have you seen that Russian fellow around that you had the scrap with?
No.
Well, be sure to let me know if you hear from him.
And Ed Spinoza does hear from the mysterious Russian the very next night, November 14th, and immediately calls his employer.
I'll get it, does. Hello. Who? Oh, yes, Ed. What's the matter? I see. Well, I wouldn't make too much of it, Ed. Probably just some crank. Have your men keep an extra sharp watch, and don't worry. Oh, no, I don't mind. You did just the right thing to call me. Good night.
What is it, Tom?
Ed Spinoza had a threatening call down at the garage. Someone rang up and said, I failed the other night, but tonight...
Oh, Tom, you don't think...
I think that Ed is unduly excited. Ed is unduly excited. There are a lot of cranks around, you know. If he keeps a sharp watch, nothing will happen.
But Ed is not content with merely keeping a sharp watch. He makes another telephone call, this time to the police station.
Holbeck Police Station, Sergeant Donnelly speaking. Well, what time is it? Well, what did he say? Oh, I see. I'll send some men right over. Say, what's your name? Spinoza? All right, Mr. Spinoza. There'll be no fires tonight. Oh, Johnson.
Yes?
Take three of the boys and stake out that garage at 1517 East First, where they had that big fire the other night. Someone just rang up there and threatened to burn it again. Bring in any suspicious characters you'll find lording around.
Okay.
the officers keep a close watch for hours and see nothing to arouse their suspicion. At 3:40 on the morning of November 15th, they return to the Hollenbeck station. Exactly 7 minutes later, at 3:47, fire breaks out in several places in the main wing of the Edison garage. Once again, the roaring, screaming engine speeds through the shadowed streets with men clinging to them like insects. One alarm. The main wing of the garage is doomed as hundreds of cars burn. 2 alarms. More and more apparatus. More and more men are poured into East First Street to reinforce the gallant little band that is struggling against the crackling, glaring monster. 3 alarms. Now the fire engines are guided in their mad rush by the ominous red glare of the flames against the sky. Chief Ennis and Captain Wolf are accompanied by Detective Lieutenant Jack Gooding and George Price of the fire department. The center of the building is completely destroyed before the fire is subdued. It is a bewildered group that gathers in the office to review the situation.
Well, boys, about $87,000 in damages this time. $147,000 gone up in smoke in 2 days.
It's a lot, Mr. Magee. There will be more if we don't get the fellow that did it. What about the phone call, Wolf?
I'm just coming to it, Chief.
What time did you say it came, Ed?
12:15. I know because the alarm clock was right here.
Where was Horton?
Well, you see, Lieutenant Gooding, ever since the fire the other night, I've been sending them back to the alley. 1 man on each side of the building. They flashed their lights to meet in the alley. Old John here and Mac were back there when the call came.
Oh, I should think they would hear a telephone bell ring from there. How about it, John? Did you hear a phone bill?
Well, Captain Wolf, I did hear a bell ring, but I didn't know for sure it was a telephone.
Well, why not?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds kind of funny.
I don't get what you mean, John.
Well, it was like a telephone, and then again it wasn't.
Well, that's a help. Now, let's see, Ed. Which one of these phones did you say the call came on?
This one.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Ed.
No, I'm sure, Mr. McGee.
Well, why do you think he was mistaken, Mr. McGee?
Well, you see, Captain Wolf, this is a private phone for outgoing calls only. So it couldn't have been this one.
Well, that's the one that came over just the same.
I've got an idea. Chief, would you and Mr. McGee and Spinoza step outside just a minute? Jack and I have something to take up with John here.
Oh, I ain't done nothing. Honest, I don't know nothing about it.
Now, don't get excited. Shut that door, will you, Jack?
Well, Captain, honest to God, I didn't...
Why, of course you did. I just want you to listen while I ring this alarm clock. Just wait till I get it set. Yeah, now there she is, now. Is that anything like the bell you heard when the call came?
Well, yes, that's kind of like it.
Yeah, come on, Jack. We're going over to the telephone office.
Right over here, officer. The operator was quite upset by the occurrence, but I know she'll do all she can to help you. This is the young lady.
How do you do? We wanted to trace a call that was made on the private line into the office of the Edison Company garage.
Well, there was only one call there all night. A man called from that phone and wanted to trace a call he said came in there. He seemed mad or excited or something.
And what did you tell him?
Well, I just told him there hadn't been any call. I said he must be mistaken because the line was only for outgoing calls.
And then?
Oh, he said the most terrible things. I couldn't tell you the names he called me and the things he threatened to do. Why, it was awful.
I see. Oh, thanks very much. Come on, Jack. Let's get back to the garage. I think we've got your man, Mr. McGee.
Who?
Spinoza.
It can't be, Captain. I tell you, that boy
I'm
is...
sorry, but it looks bad for him. I want you to send him on his rounds, just as though nothing had happened.
But why?
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. If he's innocent, okay. If not, he needs just a little more rope to do a first-class job of hanging himself.
All right. Oh, Ed. Yes, Mr. McGee? You better take your slot and make the rounds on the mezzanine and keep your eyes open. Okay.
I still think you're mistaken. Maybe I am, Mr. McGee. We'll see. That telephone
I
call...
know it doesn't look good, but But there are lots of
Oh!
signs.
Help! Help!
Wait, Ed! Ed, what's happened?
What's happened there?
Come on, upstairs, boy.
Ed, are you hurt? What's happened up there? She's up there. He attacked me. He hit me with a blackjack. See? He jumped out of that closet.
Yeah. This one here? Yeah, let's see. That's about 3 feet wide and about 5 feet high. He'd have to be stooped over in a pretty cramped position, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I guess he was.
The floor's all cluttered up with shoes, too. He couldn't have been very comfortable.
Look, he's where he broke the railing when he threw me against it. And he broke the strap on my time clock.
Strong, wasn't he? Like an athlete.
Look where he hit me on the head. Right there. See that cut? Feel that bump.
I don't see. Why, of course it did, Jack. It's a bad one, too. The one that didn't knock you out, Ed.
Well, I keep in good shape. I can take a lot of punishment.
Yeah. Where could he escape to?
Well, there's only the stairs that Ed came down. There's this fire ladder to the roof.
That's right. Some of the boys must be up there yet.
Well, let's take a look. Mr. Magee, you stay here with Ed and Price. Pete, I'd like you to come up top with Jack and me. Be careful getting off that ladder there. That's it. Now look, Jack. Flash your light down here. See? No footprints at all in the sand. Let's see if the boys saw anyone. Hey, boys! Hey, boys!
Yeah, coming. Oh, hello, Chief. Hello, Captain. Just checking up before we knock off. Have you seen anyone up here in the last few minutes? No, sir.
Well, let's see how he could have gotten down in case he came up and the boys didn't see him.
Well, there's a drain pipe over here.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Here it is. Here, give me that flash. See? There's a mess of telephone wires right down below here. Anyone going down the drain pipe would have to cross them. He'd be bound to snag them and maybe break a few, and they're all in place.
You mean it's all a put-up job by Spinoza himself?
It looks that way.
Well, where's your proof?
Well, did you notice the steps going up to the mezzanine? There were only 2 sets of footprints, one going up and one coming down, and both Spinoza's.
Well, the man couldn't help leaving prints with all that scarred junk around here, huh?
Yeah, and then in the closet, the floor was covered with shoes, and none of them looked as though they'd been tramped on. That's why I stopped you when you said there was no wound on his head, Jack.
But there was no wound.
I know. We have to humor him. And after all, there was the broken rail on the strap. We'll go down now and see what happens.
Then did you find anything?
No, we couldn't have gone up there.
Then he must still be in the building.
It looks that way, doesn't it, Ed? You better keep it sharp watch.
Maybe I'd better make the round from the east wing.
That's the only one left, isn't it, Ed?
Yes, that's the only one left.
Well, give a yell if you run into trouble.
I will, Captain.
Well, what's this you're going to do, Captain? I don't understand. There's no time to explain now, Mr. Magee. It's either Ed or that Russian, and we've got to find out which one it is. Come on, Jack. We're going to follow him. Where'd he go? I can't see him. Someone's behind that board in the middle there. You don't think he'd be crazy enough to wait? There goes the gasoline. Let's get in there before he lights it.
Oh, Captain. Lieutenant. Look what I found. Someone opened the petcock on this car, and there's gas all over the floor.
The game's up, Ed.
What do you mean?
Come on, Ed. What's the use of stalling? We know you did it.
Why, now listen, Captain. Just be logical. Look at these burns. They hurt. I got them fighting these fires. Would I light fires and then go and get burned fighting them? Now, would I?
Yes, Ed, you would. Come along.
In 3 days of constant questioning, Ed Spinoza stoutly maintained his innocence, in spite of the unbroken chain of evidence against him. Hour after hour, the questioning continued, without making any seeming headway. Then, for no apparent reason...
All right, boys. I guess we've been at this long enough. I did it. I set the fires. I'd have told you earlier, only that fellow there made me sore when he said he'd seen me in the gallery. I've never been mugged. And his bluffing like that made me think you didn't have anything on me.
But why did you set the fires, Ed? Magee was good to you. You had a good job.
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
I think you would, Ed.
You couldn't, unless you were born that way. I'm different from you fellas.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, it's something that comes over you gradually. It's like having some crawling thing alive inside of you. The muscles of your stomach get all tight. and then it spreads to your chest till you can hardly breathe. Your face twitches and your throat's dry, and you're all tense and jumpy. And it feels like the muscles all over your body are tied up into hard knots. You think you're going to die, unless you can relax. But you can't relax without excitement. You've got to see an accident, or a bloody fight, or best of all, a fire. The funny thing about a fire, you watch it burn and crackle, and at the same time you feel as refreshed as though a cold, clear stream of water was pouring over you. You feel all calm and languid. And then you kind of realize what you've done, and you want to help put the thing out. But you know you're going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. Nothing can stop me from doing it again.
Edward Spinoza was committed to the state hospital for the insane at Norway. For 6 weeks, he was a model inmate and caused no trouble. Then one day, another inmate conceived a cruel joke in his warped and distorted mind.
The guards are gone. What's that you've been trying to tell me?
I heard them talking about you.
What did they say?
Oh, they were saying something about a new kind of operation. They were going to try out on you.
New kind of operation? What do you mean?
They do the same things to rabbits and guinea pigs and dogs sometimes. They got to try it out on somebody, and you're the guy.
Are you sure?
Sure, I am. I tell you.
Say, they can't do that to me. Operation? I'm not a rabbit. I'm not a guinea pig or a dog. I'm Ed Spinoza, the flying Spinozas. That's who I am. They can't do that to me. I'm going to get out of here. Right this minute. That's what I'm going to do. Let me out of here.
Hey, what's going on here? Ed, for goodness sake, will you control yourself?
You can't operate on me. I'm not a guinea pig. Let me out of here.
Oh, listen. Nobody's going to operate,
Oh,
all
get
right?
out of my way.
Oh, listen, Ed, you're all wrong.
I'll kill you first.
Come on, grab him. Hold each other on. Now, come on, Ed. Listen to us, will
Oh,
you?
no, rabbit. Let me out of here.
Who told you anything about an operation?
I was only fooling.
Don't get a rabbit to your operation. Get a rabbit. I'm Ed Spinoza. I'm going to get out of here. You can't do this to me. Get here. You can't do this to me.
Edward Spinoza became so violent as a result of the cruel, insane jest that it was necessary to strap him to a bed in a barred cell. In the morning, he was gone. With his tremendous natural strength, augmented by the superhuman strength of the maniac, he had not only burst the straps which held him, but had pried the bars of the window apart. He has never been found or heard of since. Unless he has died in the intervening 10 years, he remains a constant and deadly menace to society. One regards the pyromaniac with pity. The diseased mind is not responsible for its impulses and actions. But one must also bear in mind that the pyromaniac presents a dreadful threat to both life and property. It is necessary for all law enforcement officers, as a part of their duty, to keep a constant surveillance over all persons, both adults and juveniles, known to have tendencies to set fires. As a result of this watchfulness, this community is now practically free of this menace. We would like to say in closing that most of the names used in these broadcasts are fictitious, although the cases are accurate in all essential details. Ladies and gentlemen, are you getting all the efficiency and power from your car that the manufacturer intended you should get? Modern motors are built to give you quick getaways, surging power, instant start. But they cannot deliver these advantages with inferior gasoline. Why not test your car? You'll quickly find out what it can do if you try a tank full of Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl. This great motor fuel will bring out the best in an automobile. It has proved its ability by powering more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and motorcycles operated by cities and counties in Southern California and Arizona than all other brands combined. If you want to know the truth about your car, Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl will tell you whether you need repairs or a change in gasoline. And remember, Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl costs no more. Next Wednesday at the same time, Chief Davis will bring you another authentic dramatization from the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. Tell your friends about the sensational broadcast, presented by Rio Grande, not only for your interest in pleasure, but also as a contribution in the interest of public safety and crime prevention.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation of broadcast 18 regarding a pyromaniac. Suspect delivered to a psychopathic hospital. That's all. Rules and quit.
Looks like the perfect match.
Gee, someone getting married?
No, Sprout. The giant is matching his best tender young broccoli with his rich, tangy cheese sauce. He freezes them together in a pouch while the flavor's still fresh. And since the broccoli cooks in cheese sauce, not in water, you don't lose a bit of the flavor. Took the giant to see that it was a perfect match.
Well, guess that makes him best man. Ho, ho, ho.
Green Giant.
Coke adds life. It's got the taste and the feeling you like. Coca-Cola, you and me. Looking for some extra fun. Shop in the windows, find in the store. Wanting to live a little bit more. Oh yeah, Coke adds life. Are you looking for a little life? Coca-Cola.
A little reminder from Pan Am. We can take you to every continent in the world except one, Antarctica.
From RCA, an advancement in remote-controlled television, a color track control center. In an eighth of a second, it switches from one channel to any other, directly, without clicking through the channels in between. It shows time and channel with each change. It controls volume, color, and tint. It puts so much control in your hands, the knobs have been taken off the set. The Color Track Control Center. Another way, RCA is making television better and better.
You can get a pledge shine on your coffee table. Have a bright, shiny dining table too. Now take that pledge shine through your house and see the shine on your shutters too. You can get a grand shine on your grand piano. Take a shine to your dresser too.
Take that pledge shine through your house. Pledge gets the dust. You get a beautiful shine every time.
Take that pledge shine through your house when you take the pledge with you.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Tomorrow, friends, there'll be more of Moore. Gary Moore, that is, and more of Kirby.
Who could ask for anything more?
They're an engaging pair.
A dandy duo. Would you lead off, Bing?
Here I go. Chicago, Chicago, the toddle town. Chicago, Chicago, I'll show you around. I love it, bet your bottom dollar you'll lose the blues in Chicago. Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down. On State Street, that great street, I just want to say, well, they do things that they don't do on Broadway. Say, they have the time of their life. I saw a man, he danced with his wife in Chicago, Chicago, my hometown. Chicago, Chicago, toddling town. Chicago, Chicago, let me show you around. It's sleeping, bet your bottom dollar you'll lose the blues in Chicago. Chicago, that's the town that Billy Sunday couldn't shut down. Out on State Street, such a great street, well, I just want to say they do things in the loop that they don't do on Broadway. Say they have the time of their life. I caught a cat who danced with his wife in Chicago, Chicago, my hometown.
Bing, what gives with the portable barbecue here?
You know what I'm going to do, Rosie? I'm about to demonstrate my skill in the manly art of outdoor cookery. I barbecue burgers that taste like they came from heaven.
I am getting a little hungry. What's the bucket full of ice for?
I'm going to toss in some canned soft drinks to chill them up, to go with the heavenly burgers.
Gee, I wish we had some cold ones.
No problem, Rosie. Canned soft drinks get cold about as fast as you can say.
I'll have a root beer.
You're a quick thinker, Rosie.
Quick enough to know that soft drinks in cans make outdoor living a lot simpler.
You mean there's no deposit and no returns?
I mean they're lightweight, space-saving, and there's no deposit and no returns.
How about the way cans seal in all the pep and flavor of your favorite soft drinks?
Like your burgers, Bing? Heavenly.
I just want to add one little thing.
What is that?
This cookout has been sponsored by U.S. Steel on behalf of soft drinks in cans.
I'm in flavor of it.
Oh, what you say.
It's late, and I'm stuck with a heart that is coming apart at the seams. I hate to be given the game up, but life is a frame-up of dreams. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues. I find that I'm sharing a rut with some gloom you could cut with a knife. My mind isn't walking in glory, but such is the story of life. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues. I'm tired of horoscoping. Wish the door would open and bring me a wild surprise. I wish the coast were clear now. Wish that he were here now, looking up through half-closed eyes. It's strange how a world goes contrary with one temporary goodbye. One change, and I'm making up rhymes, wondering how many times can I die. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues.
A message for you now, friends. Words and music calculated to give you pause for thought.
When you're in your favorite store, get the gum worth looking for. Enjoy America's favorite brand, the biggest little treat in all the land.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
Get the package with the spear, and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
And now Buddy Cole assumes the role of engineer. He's playing engineer with an A train. Today, ladies, we have another candidate. Now, the lady who's been nominated as an ideal lady around the house.
Oh, we have a wonderful ideal lady for today.
What makes her so ideal, men?
May I give you her name first?
Pray do.
Her name is Miss Sarah Lee Miller of Phoenix.
And Mrs. Miller has an allergy.
And that makes her an ideal lady around the house?
Oh, it certainly does. You bet it does, because Mrs. Miller breaks out in a rash every time she touches paper money.
Ah, I see what
Man's
you mean.
pockets are safe with a wife like Mrs. Miller around. She's not going to reach into her husband's pockets when he's sleeping or anything like that, or she's not going to be demanding money for this and that.
She just doesn't want to break out in red spots.
Afraid of it.
Well, there's always such a thing as good, hard silver money, too.
Well, that's what she has to use, Mrs. Miller. Silver dollars, eh, Cam?
Yes, but if she had a lot of spending money, she'd have to have a caddy, wouldn't she? To carry her purse around in a little cart.
If she had money, she sure would.
You know, there's always the old checkbook.
True. The old checkbook always figures in. Of course, credit cards. I don't suppose Mrs. Miller is allergic to checkbooks and credit cards.
Well, anyway, Rosie, you've got to admit that a woman who's allergic to paper money is really unusual.
She is a woman in 10 million. One woman.
And that's why we suggest and recommend that we award Mrs. Miller the title, the ideal lady we'd like to have hold our wallets for us.
Good idea. She'd be great to hold your wallet. She'd never peek in. Wouldn't even be tempted to see what was in there because she'd break out in a rash if she did.
A woman who's allergic to paper money is like money in the bank, isn't she?
It's worth her weight in gold, this chick.
You're just too marvelous for words, like glorious, glamorous, and that old standby amorous. It's all too wonderful. I'll never find the words that say enough, tell enough I mean, they just aren't swell enough. You're much too much, and just too very, very to ever be in Webster's dictionary. And so I'm borrowing a love song from the birds to tell you that you're marvelous, too marvelous for words. And just too very, very to ever be in Webster's dictionary. And so I'm borrowing a love song from the birds to tell you that you're marvelous, too marvelous for words.
Rosie, do you believe that love makes the world go round?
Oh, very definitely. Of course, love songs help a great deal, too.
Would you care to give the world a little spin?
Gladly.
You'll never know just how much I miss you. You'll never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so? A million or more times you went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now.
Well, Rosie, should we kick the language around in several languages?
I'm all for it. What's the scheme?
Well, there's a passel of patois, or clever colloquialisms, in CCC, you know.
Oh, some very intriguing foreign phrases in that number.
Well, then on with the foreign intrigue. If I'd have known, I'd have worn a trench coat.
In Spain, they say
Every little Russian says, da, da.
But sweetheart, tell me why.
No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. When will you say it's CC? Here's a little knowledge, quite good.
Maybe it won't help me, but it could.
You can't go places unless you've learned how Latin say yes.
That educational, inspirational, most sensational, yes. In Spain, they say, si, si. In France, you'll hear, oui, oui.
Every southern lady knows her stuff.
'Cause her answer always is sure enough. But sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try,
You won't listen to my plea,
won't say yes in any language to me.
When will you say it's CC? When will you say CC?
Well, as they say, we've contrived to come to the end. We've enjoyed it, and we hope you have too.
Thanks for listening, friends. Let's get together again soon, shall we?
Goodbye.
Never a dull moment when the genial redhead Arthur Godfrey's around. Never a lack of interesting people, tuneful songs, funny stories. Make the CBS Radio Network's Arthur Godfrey time your time every morning, Monday through Friday, at this entertaining spot on your dial.
One of New York's great dining experiences is room service at Marriott's Essex House, overlooking Central Park. For reservations, call toll-free.
Bully, 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 bully. Bully, bully.
You call for Schlitz malt liquor, sir?
Ah, bully.
Yes, sir.
Look out for the bull. Look out for the Schlitz malt liquor bull.
Bully.
Nobody makes malt liquor like Schlitz. Nobody.
Here are the leading furniture polishes, Behold and Pledge. Both are fine for shining, cleaning, and protecting. But when cleaning grease or wax marks, there's a difference. Pledge here, Behold here. Watch. Behold cleaned the mark better. There's another difference. Money. Behold costs less than Pledge. Behold, a lot of cleaning for less money.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. And now, here is Bob Hope.
Thank you
very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. It's always a pleasure to be back in town and do a show for you folks. Hollywood audiences are so fast. No kidding. One almost caught me yesterday. I do so few shows here, I had trouble getting into NBC tonight at the artist entrance. I said to the man on the door, "But don't you recognize me? Look at my nose." And he said, "If you can't fight, why do you get into arguments?" But an exciting news item right now, that you can now buy almost anything with just a small down payment. It'll mean more TV sets. Of course, Hollywood already has a terrific number of television sets. In fact, we have so many antennas that the smog is coming in shredded. There's so many TV antennas in California that they're interfering with the birds. This year, the only way the swallows could get back to Capistrano was to join the Automobile Club. Television is now America's favorite indoor sport. But I think the very last word in television is in the kitchen. They have it, you know. It's a combination television set and garbage disposal. If you don't like the programs, you press a button and start grinding ham bones. My shills are back there. But you know, television programs also have an effect on the education of children. There's a whole generation of kids that'll grow up believing that Washington crossed the Delaware because he needed another box of Ajax, the foaming cleanser. Of course, when I was a kid, we didn't have television. The only wrestling we saw was when we hid behind the couch. They've already tried teaching on TV as an experiment, but it didn't work out. When one little boy came to school the next day, the teacher said, "What did you learn, Tommy?" And he bowed and kissed her hand and gave her a lit cigarette. And the latest medical sensation is surgery on television. Imagine having your appendix out, then seeing it a year later. And you know how people always say, "Let me show you my operation." Now they get a channel and bring it right into your living room. Just as the surgeon prepared to remove the liver, the patient sat up and said, "But doctor, it's my tonsils." And the doctor said, "I know, but I'm trying to get a sponsor." Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are busy days in Hollywood. Among other productions, a Crosby Lamour Hope picture is in preparation. Right now it's early morning on the lot, and Bob is in his dressing room waiting for his makeup man.
Oh, boy. Just getting up at 6 in the morning is murder. I was better off back in Cleveland. There I got to sleep until 7. Of course, I was working in a butcher shop. I had to get there before anybody else and change the lamb chops from their pajamas into their panties. Oh, well, it's a living. Come in.
Morning, Mr. Hope.
Oh, good morning, Fred.
If you'll sit in your chair, Mr. Hope, I'll start putting on your makeup.
Okay. My, you're certainly cheerful this morning.
Well, I like to work on your face.
Why?
It's such a challenge.
What do you mean?
Acres and acres of flab, and it's all mine.
Oh, you read that line so nice, don't you? All right, Fred, just do it, huh?
Well, you can't blame me for being excited. Working on you is one job where I feel like a witch doctor. Here I am with my little makeup kit struggling to undo something Mother Nature did in a nasty mood.
All right, Fred, let's not do a whole bit here. Just smear, huh?
Very well. First, let's get this cold cream on your neck. Whoops!
What's the matter?
I got my finger caught in a wrinkle. Now we'll just let that set for a minute, and while we're waiting, I'll just pluck your eyebrows.
Okay, take it easy, though.
Oh, this won't hurt a bit. Here we go. One. Here's another one. Ooh, here's a doozer. This is a stubborn little one. I got it.
Oh, swell. If I ever need an extra eye, now there's a hole for it.
let's see now. I think we're ready for the makeup now.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about that, Fred. What was that stuff you put on my face yesterday?
Oh, that's something new. And I know it's going to be wonderful for your face.
Why?
It's the same stuff they're using to pave the Hollywood freeway.
Look, Fred, let's get this thing over with, huh?
All right. I'll just put some of this powder on you. Put this towel around your head, and we'll just put this chin strap under your face. There.
Anybody here? Oh, hello, Fred.
Oh, hello, Miss L'Amour.
Hey, Dottie, come on over here.
Who is it?
Who is it? Don't you recognize me? No, it's me, Dottie. Wait till I get this stuff off.
Oh, that's better.
You all set to go to work?
Uh-huh. Gee, Bob, it's just like old times doing a road picture with you and Bing.
Yeah, remember the first one? Boy, was I green. I kept messing up one scene, and I had to kiss you 500 times.
Yeah, then I turned green.
Go on, you loved every minute of it.
Well, I must admit that I've kissed a lot of leading men in pictures, but there's something about your lips that's different.
My tailor pads them for me. I've got the only tweed pucker in town.
You know, Bob, you've matured. You're really working hard on this picture.
Well, that's because of I knew I was working on my tweed pucker. Did you like it? I have a tweed pucker and a plaid head. Well, that's because of my new financial deal with Paramount. It's just wonderful.
Really?
Yes, rather than working on a straight salary, I'm paid on a cost-plus deferment basis, which is figured on a fiduciary arrangement over $1 million with the exhibitor's cut east of the Rockies, which is included in the general corporation setup.
Oh, what does that come to?
About $25 a week.
Why don't you go to the unemployment office and cut out the middleman?
You know, Dottie, I'm glad you stopped by. There's something I want to talk to you about.
What's that?
Well, how shall I start? Well, let me put it this way. You, Bing, and I are making a picture. Now, let's evaluate the three of us.
All right.
Now, you're attractive, a good actress, and as for me, my looks and my acting ability, well, gee, I hate to say it.
But you will.
Well, I like to be honest.
Bob, what are you driving at?
Well, it's about Bing.
Well, what about him?
Well, Dottie, you know how it is in Hollywood. Some actors fade away, some disappear, some aren't as strong as they used to be. With Bing, it's different.
Different?
Yes, with him, rigor mortis is set in.
Stop exaggerating.
Who's exaggerating? After we finish the scene, they put him back in the icebox so he won't fall apart.
Don't be silly. Bing's still wonderful.
Of course he is, but when you stack him up against us, I mean, why should he injure our brilliant careers?
I don't understand.
Well, after our last road picture, Paramount got a letter that said, Hope and L'Amour were fine, but why did they need their grandmother in the picture?
Bob, are you sure that's what the letter said?
Well, I ought to be able to read my own writing. Now, here's what I had in mind. We got to protect this picture.
Oh, Bob.
Really, whenever we're shooting a scene, we got to hide Bing from the camera.
How can we do that?
Well, you could stand in front of him.
I will not.
All right, then I'll stand in front of him.
That'll hide everybody. Bob, I'm really surprised at you. After all, you and Bing have been friends for a long time.
Oh, please.
And he's done a lot for you.
Old hydromatic hips? What did he ever do for me?
Lots of things. Why, when you first came to Hollywood, you didn't know anybody. You couldn't get work. You were sick.
That's true. I almost froze to death posing for a calendar.
You were alone, friendless. You were like a little bird. And Crosby took you under his wing.
Well, that was nice, but he tried to sit on me and hatch me.
Bob, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, dreaming up a little plot like this.
Well, maybe you're right. It wasn't fair of me to think only of us. I take it all back. I wouldn't really do anything to hurt Bing anyway.
Well, that's better.
Hello? Yeah, this is Bob Hope. It's the production department, Dottie.
Oh?
What? He did? Why, he can't do that. Oh, he did, huh? Well, he hasn't heard the last of this.
Bob, what's the matter?
Crosby called to say he won't be in today. There'll be no shooting.
Why?
He's going to play golf instead. Why, the nerve of that monster. Did you ever see him play golf? It takes him all day just to play 9 holes. Every time he takes a step, he trips over his hearing aid.
Gee, might have given us a little notice.
Well, that's the way he does things. He doesn't tell anybody. That's the way he foreclosed the mortgage on my house. Ooh, I'll fix him for this. I'll get somebody to replace him and have Paramount throw him out of the picture.
Who are you going to get to replace him?
Well, I'll get somebody. When I get through, he'd be sorry he did this. He'll be right back where he started from, on a milk truck.
You mean Bing drove a milk truck?
No, he pulled it. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet a gal we've had the pleasure of working with several times this season. And here she is with Be Anything, Miss Peggy Lee.
Be a beggar, be a thief, be my sunshine or my grief, be anything, but darling, be mine. Be a wise man, be a fool, treat me tender or be cruel, be anything, but darling, be mine. Climb to the top of the ladder, be master of all you survey. Fail, and it still doesn't matter. If you love me, everything is okay. Be the angel of my prayers. Be the devil who cares. Be anything, but darling, be mine. Be mine. Be
Wonderful, Peggy.
And thank you, Bob, for that lovely introduction.
Yeah? Well, there's something I'd like to add.
What's that?
Les, may we have a big fanfare, please? Les, that was a fanfare? It was more like my paycheck after they take out the withholding tax. We were just going to do a few scenes from our earlier shows this year. For instance, down in Corpus Christi, Texas, we did a show for the boys at the Naval Air Station, and I played the part of a cruel, vicious sea captain.
Steady as she goes, helmsman, and look sharp. Captain Bligh is headed toward the bridge.
Mr. Christian.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Christian, heave-ho your topside, mizzen up your spinnaker, jib your boom, and lay your forecastle.
What does that mean, sir?
I don't know. I'm mad with power.
Are you taking over, Captain?
Indeed, Mr. Christian. Bring me up to date. What progress have we made since this good ship left home?
Well, I have the log right here, sir. The first day we traveled 6 inches. The second day, 1.5 feet. The third day, 2 feet.
Not very good, is it?
No, sir.
Well, we'll go a lot faster once we get to the water. Mr. Christian, I run me ship as I please.
Sir, I'm duty-bound to tell you that I consider you the cruelest, most vicious, black-hearted, sadistic monster on the 7 seas.
Thank you. Mr. Christian, what's this? The men are approaching the bridge. They have weapons.
It's mutiny, sir. I warned you. Now your time has come.
No.
You may have your choice, Captain Bligh. Hang by a rope from a yard arm or be cast adrift in a dinghy.
No, not that. I don't know a thingy about a dinghy.
Very well, then. It's the rope. And here it is.
Just a moment. I'm not afraid to die. But grant me one request so that I may die as an Englishman and a gentleman.
What is your request?
When you put that rope around my neck...
Yes?
Please tie a Windsor knot. And some months ago, we were at Camp Pendleton for the Men of the Marines. We did a cute little sketch with a Scottish background.
Hector. Isn't it wonderful out here?
Oh, aye. Tis a brabrich moonlich nicht to nicht. It's fun to say, and the dew is good for the heather, you know. Look, dearie, I got a surprise for you. I brought you some candy.
Oh, Hector, you're too good to me.
Here it is.
Thank you. I've never seen candy exactly like this before. I couldn't stop it.
You're winding it up.
What kind is it?
Oh, that are called lifesavers. I'll bring you another one from the package tomorrow night. Now, Annie, it's nice to be with you. Someday, when I'm a famous musician, we'll get married.
Daughter, where are you?
Oh, his father. He'd better not find me here with you.
Where are you, daughter?
I'm over here in the rye field, Father, trying to track down one of our lost sheep.
Well, he shouldn't be hard to find. I see some footprints here. It's the only sheep in the field wearing army shoes. I thought so. Who is this bum?
No, Father.
I'm not a boom. I'm a boom. I'm a very accomplished musician, and someday I'll be very rich. Bah. I will. I just finished writing a wonderful song, and your daughter was the inspiration for it. I'll sing it to you. Listen. If a body meet a body coming through the rye, if a body miss a body, need a body.
Didn't miss that body, did I?
Say, I can remember another show we did. It was the Los Alamitas. And we did our version of the great motion picture, Death of a Salesman. My name is Willie Loman. I'm a salesman. Been a salesman for almost 40 years. I've sold everything in my time, but right now I'm selling garbage disposal units. And I'm good at it. The president of the company said I had the best head for garbage disposal he ever saw. But don't get the wrong idea. It ain't no fun being a salesman. All day long you stick your foot in the door and people slam it on you. Happened to me so many times I don't wear shoes, I wear door stops. Yeah, selling's my life, but I got a funny feeling something's going to happen. The boss of the company has called me into his office.
Sit down, Willie.
Yes, sir.
Willie, you've been with this company for 40 years.
That's right, sir.
Willie, it's a feeling up in the front office that you're slipping.
I'm not.
How about your last trip? You were in Wyoming, supposed to be selling swivel chairs.
Well, it's hard to sell swivel chairs out in the cow country. I got a cow to sit down on one, but her aim was bad and she missed the bucket. Are you trying to tell me I'm through?
Afraid so, Willie. I'm going to have to give you your notice.
Oh, but you can't do this to me. I got a wife and family. I need the money. I'll do anything. I don't have to be a salesman. I'll be your office boy. I'll scrub the floors.
We have an old woman for that.
Let me scrub the old woman.
I'm sorry, Willie. We can't carry you. You're fired.
That's gratitude. 40 years with the company. 40 years of being a traveling salesman. I should have got that other job when I had the chance.
What other job?
Being a farmer's daughter.
How could you be a farmer's daughter? You're not a girl.
What do them farmers know? They only feed the whole world and elect presidents. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the number called Wing Ding, and I've asked Miss Peggy Lee to join me here tonight. Do it, go.
Howdy, stranger. Anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
Is that all?
No, one other little thing. Let's get a little life in this joint.
Okay, stranger. If that's the way you want it. Hold it, Jeff. Sam, bring out the dancing girls. I'm shouting, I'm singing. Tonight I'll do some flinging. Time to start the show.
I'm laughing, I'm humming, because I know what's coming. Things have been too slow, and now we'll make them go.
What a night for a wing ding. My baby's more than willing to make the evening thrilling.
Things are right for a wing, and I can tell you, you can count on me. I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently. I figure I'll be on the spree. I'm for her.
I figure he's for me.
Tonight'll be a beauty.
Hip-to-hooty, what a time to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing ding. There'll be real fine doings tonight.
I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently.
I'm booting up to loosen up and have a spree. I'm for him.
I figure she's for me.
Tonight'll be a beauty. Hip-to-hooty, what a time to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing ding. There'll be real fine doings. We'll leave the town in ruins. You and I do it tonight. Show's over, stranger. How'd you like it?
Oh, fine. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
The Bob Hope Show is brought to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Columbo, followed by Quincy, an NBC double feature Sunday mystery movie starting at 8, 7 Central.
I use Dalberry Dry. Helps keep me dry. You know, I don't use antiperspirant. Yeah, I know.
Oh, hey, I use this Dialberry Dry. It helps protect me against odor.
Never use antiperspirant myself.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I use Dial Very Dry antiperspirant. It helps protect against stains.
I never bother with those.
Yes, I know.
What an antiperspirant ought to do, Dial antiperspirant does, in spray or roll-on.
One Christmas, I'm going to get a Kodak movie camera for me and that son of mine. One Christmas, I'll get a Kodak XL movie camera, the kind that doesn't need movie light. Or maybe I'll get a new Kodak sound movie camera, Ecta Sound. That's what they call it. One Christmas soon, I'm going to get a Kodak movie camera for this grandson of mine and for me.
Don't wait for one Christmas to get a Kodak XL or Ectasound movie camera, because one Christmas may be too late.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's
Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. You get a call from the Georgia Street Hospital. A woman has been brought in to receive emergency treatment. She says she was kidnapped and robbed. Your job? Investigate. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, February 4th. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We're on our way out from the office, and it was 8:32 when we got to Georgia Street Hospital, the treatment room.
Dr. Hall?
Oh, hi, Frank. Be right with you. Excuse me.
Certainly, Doctor.
Hi.
Hi, Doctor.
That the Alston woman?
Yeah.
How is she?
Bruised about the face, not too serious. You can leave when you finish with her.
Good. Can we go in now?
Sure. Let me know when you're through with her.
All right. Thanks, Doc. Miss Alston?
Yes?
We're police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How you doing?
I do, man.
Doctor just told us that you could return home when we finish questioning you, so we'll try not to keep you too long.
Thank you. I'm not really hurt much. I was more frightened than anything else.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to tell us what happened now?
I stopped at a signal at Washington Boulevard in Normandy, and suddenly the car door opened, and a man jumped in the car. I was scared, and I let out a yell.
Mm-hmm. Which door did he open?
Well, on the passenger side. He got right in the front seat beside me.
All right.
He had a knife in his hand. He said not to scream or he'd stab me. Put the knife right against my ribs, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Then he said to drive straight ahead. I did. We went a couple of blocks, I guess it was, and then he said to stop the car. When I pulled over the curb, another man got in the car, in the back seat.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the knife told me to get in the back seat. And when I did, he gave the knife to the other man. And then he started to drive.
Mm-hmm.
And the man in the back took my purse from the front seat and started going through it. I don't know why I did, but I grabbed for it. It was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
He slapped me real hard. He said that was just a sample. That I'd get some more if I didn't just sit quiet. He took the money I had in my billfold, and he grabbed my arm. He twisted it so I had a watch on. And I hesitated when he told me to take it off, and then he hit me again.
He took your watch, too, did he?
Yeah, and my ring, too.
Can you give us the serial number on the watch?
Yes, I have it written down at home.
We need a description of the ring, too.
All right.
Would you go on, please?
Sure, I'd wind up as a picture and a headline in tomorrow's paper, one way or the other.
How do you mean that?
Well, he was driving like a maniac. He was breaking all kinds of laws.
Yes, ma'am.
But then I thought, well, maybe this might be a good thing, his driving like that. I mean, because a police car started chasing us. I could hear the siren, and I thought I saw the red lights flashing.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping they'd catch us, but, well, somehow we got away from them. This man took so many chances and all. No wonder we didn't smash up sooner.
You mean that you did have an accident later on?
You don't know about that?
No.
Well, after he got away from the police car, this man kept driving real crazy and dangerous. Finally, we went down a dead-end street. He put on the brakes, but it was too late, and we smashed into a wall of some kind.
Yeah.
And they got out of the car, and they started running. I started screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyhow, some man came out of a building. I told him what had happened, and he called the police and the ambulance. Here I am. Still some shaky, but thankful it wasn't any worse.
Can you give us a description of these two men?
Well, not much, I'm afraid. That makes me feel pretty stupid, too.
What do you mean, ma'am?
Well, I'm always doing those observation tests in magazines. I could get real high ratings, and when I'm up against the real thing, I fail miserably.
Can you give us a general idea of their age, their coloring, their height, the way they were dressed?
I don't think they were too old. Maybe around 20 or so.
Mm-hmm.
They had dark hair. I can't tell you how tall they were. The only time I saw them standing up was when they ran away from the car.
I see.
As I remember, the one that drove had on a sport coat, tan color. And the one in the back had on a brown suede jacket. You know, the kind with the knit cuffs and the collar and the waist. That's about all I can remember. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Miss Austin. We appreciate the fact you're under a pretty bad strain.
I really thought they'd kill me.
Yes, ma'am. You remember if they were clean shaven?
You mean that they have mustaches?
That's right.
No, they didn't.
Well, you remember if either of them had any scars or marks on their faces, anything distinguishing that might help us identify them later?
Well, if they did, I didn't see any, but... Well, there was one thing. I don't know if it means anything.
Yeah.
The one that was driving had a bandage on his thumb. I could see that because he held the steering wheel up near the top.
On which hand?
The right one. It was all wrapped up, you know, all around, not just an adhesive kind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry I can't give you more information. That didn't make me happier than for you to catch them. Especially the one that kept hitting me, the one in the back seat.
Yes, ma'am, we understand.
I think he enjoyed it. He'd grin when he did it. After I made the mistake of grabbing for my purse. I tried not to give him a reason to hit me again. It didn't help. He just hit me when he felt like it. No reason at all.
Really wouldn't have made any difference what you did, ma'am.
How do you mean, Mr. Friday?
Men like that.
Yeah?
They don't need a reason. We continued to question Gwen Alston, but she could add nothing further that would aid us in identifying the suspects. She did give us a description of the ring. She said she would call and give us the serial number of her watch. She couldn't tell us anything about the knife used to intimidate her other than the fact that it had a blade about 6 inches long. We asked her to come down to the city hall and check the mug books. Dr. Hall released the victim, and she returned home in the company of her brother. The radio unit that had answered the call had gotten out a local broadcast on the two suspects. They impounded the victim's car, and it had been moved to the official police garage. 9:37 p.m. Frank and I drove over to Wall Street. The crew from Leighton Prince had just finished going over the car.
Hi, Joe, Frank.
Hi, Harlan. How are you?
You fellas draw this one?
Yeah. You going to give us some help this time?
Yeah, just finishing. It doesn't look too good.
Yeah?
Got a couple of partials, nothing real clean.
Well, what we got from the victim, it looks like we got our work cut out for us on this.
What do you mean, Joe?
Well, all she could give us in the way of a description would fit any number of guys.
I see. Well, we got something out of the back seat that might be of some use to you.
What's that, Harlan?
I got it right here in an envelope. Here you are, Joe.
What's this?
Well, that aluminum container has some corneal lenses in it.
What do you mean?
Eyeglasses. You know, the kind that fit right in the eye.
Oh. Where'd you find them?
In the back seat, right on top of the cushion.
Well, it might be something. We'll have to check with the Alston woman, see if they belong to her or anybody in her family.
Yeah. What is this case, Joe?
Kidnapping robbery.
How many suspects?
2.
One woman in the car?
Yeah.
Hurt her at all?
Yeah, beat her up a little.
Huh. Real He-Man, huh? I sure wish I had more for you fellas to go on.
Yeah, Harlan, we don't have much, but at least we know something.
What's that, Joe?
When we reach these two,
yeah,
they won't give us any fight. We went back to the office and called Gwen Alston. She told us the corneal lenses found in her car did not belong to her or to any member of her immediate family. She also gave us the serial number on her watch. We took the container over to the crime lab. Ray Pinker said because of the facets on the lenses, he thought it was a type made by the Stimson Company. The next morning, we drove out to their shop. We talked to George Dudley. We showed him the lenses.
Yes, that's our lens. You can tell quite easily when you hold it up to the light. You see those little facets?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
Oh, yeah. Could you tell us who these were made for, Dudley?
I can give you the name of the optician.
Appreciate it if you could.
I'll have to check our files, but it shouldn't take too long.
All right, sir.
Ordinarily, we'd have checked lens power, diameter, and radius curvature.
Yes, sir.
But this is special type lens.
That so?
It's used to correct the condition of the eye known as keratoconus.
What's that, sir?
The conical cornea.
Oh.
We don't make too many of them. Excuse me, I'll get the name of the optician for you.
All right, fine.
Pretty good deal, huh?
Yeah.
I know a fellow who wears them. Says he used to hate to get a haircut, but not anymore.
All right.
Yeah, with these glasses on his eyes, now he can get his hair cut and still read the magazines.
I found it for you.
That's good.
These were made for John L. Roberts.
Just a minute, sir. I'd like to write that down. Okay, go ahead, please.
John L. Roberts,
Mm-hmm.
439 Camden Drive, Beverly Hills.
Thank you, sir.
Got it? Yes, sir.
This is the optician that sent in the prescription, huh?
That's right.
All right, fine. Thanks for your cooperation, Dudley.
Not at all. I always get a kick out of helping you fellas.
Yes, sir.
A lot of steps to solve a crime, aren't there?
Quite a few, yeah.
Sure hope I've given you a little something.
You have?
A lot of steps.
Yes, sir. You helped us make the first one. We drove out to Beverly Hills and we talked to John L. Roberts. He checked the prescription number against his files and gave us the name and address of a Robert Briarton as the man he had fitted with the corneal lenses. Frank and I went over to the house on Bedford Street, but there was nobody home. We found out from a neighbor that Briarton worked for a coin machine repair company on Pico Boulevard. We located the concern, and the manager showed us where we could find the suspect. 10:13 a.m. Robert Briarton? Is your name Robert Briarton?
Yeah?
Police officers. It's our identification.
Joe Friday?
That's right. It's Frank Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Howard. I'd like to ask you some questions.
What about?
You wear those glasses all the time?
Do I what?
The glasses you got on. Do you wear them for work?
Yeah, most of the time. What's this about glasses?
You ever wear any other kind?
Yeah, why?
What kind?
Well, how many kinds are there?
Why don't you tell us?
Well, I don't get this. What am I supposed to have done?
You wear another kind of glasses? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah.
What kind?
They're corneal lens types.
Where are they?
I don't know. Home, I guess.
You're not sure, huh?
Look, officers, I don't know what you're after, but if it's something that happened in the last 20 years, you got the wrong guy.
Well, if we have, then you got nothing to worry about, have you?
That's right, but mistaken identity can be embarrassing. I'd just like to know what I'm supposed to have done.
Suppose you tell us about the other glasses, huh?
The corneal lens?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to know about them?
Like we said before, we want to know where they are.
Well, like I said, home.
You sure?
Yeah.
How many pair do you have?
One.
You wear glasses all the time?
Yeah.
Can you see without them?
Yeah, but not too good.
Where were you night before last?
At home?
How about last night?
Same.
All night.
Right.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, my wife will tell you that. You can call her on the phone. She'll tell you I didn't leave the house.
All right. We'll go out there.
You can call her just as well.
We'd like to see your other glasses, too.
All right. You mind telling me what this is all about?
We're investigating a kidnapping and robbery.
You think I had something to do with it?
We're investigating.
Okay, if that's how it is, I got nothing to hide. You want to go right now?
That's right.
My jacket's right here in the locker.
Wait a minute, I'll get it for you. This it?
Yeah, the brown suede with the net trim.
We took Robert Briarton with us, and we drove out to his home. On the way, he continued to deny any knowledge of the crime. Because the victim, Gwen Alston, had been unable to furnish us with much of a description of the suspects, it was difficult to determine whether or not Briarton was one of the men. He had dark hair. He was in his early 20s. The suede jacket he wore checked out. 11:07 a.m.
Anna? Anna? Guess you didn't hear.
It's all right. We'll wait for her.
Now, I've been trying to make up my mind whether I should be mad or not. I know you're only doing what you have to, so I guess there's no need to get overheated, but I'll say it again. You got the wrong guy.
Well, if we're wrong, we'll admit it.
Just hope this doesn't put me in bad down at work.
No need for it, too, if you're innocent.
I suppose so. You want to sit down? I don't know just when my wife will get back.
If you don't mind, we'd like to see your other glasses now.
Oh, sure, I'll get them for you.
Where are they?
Well, I usually keep them on the bedroom dresser when I'm not using them.
All right, we'll go with you, all right?
Sure. Hope she made the bed. She's a pretty good housekeeper, but sometimes she gets a little sloppy about it.
Yeah.
I swear they were right here on the dresser.
Yeah.
I haven't had them too long. I switch off with these that I'm wearing.
Did you wear them yesterday?
Yeah, but then they should still be on the dresser. I don't know where they could be.
Well, maybe we can help you.
What do you mean?
Who's back there?
Anna?
What are you doing home?
Honey, these are police officers. This is my wife.
I do.
How you doing, ma'am?
What are they doing here?
We'd like to talk to you, Miss Briarton.
About what?
Now, don't worry, dear.
But what's it all about?
Would you like to step out in the other room, please?
It's all right, dear.
I don't understand this.
Listen, do. Can you tell us where your husband was Tuesday night?
He was home with me.
How about last night?
He was here all evening.
You sure?
Well, yes, he came home from work and stayed in all evening.
Oh, I see.
What is it?
Police business.
You think Robert had something to do with it?
Yes, we do.
When did this happen?
Last night.
I told you he was home all evening.
That may be true, but these corneal lenses were found in the victim's car.
They belong to Robert?
That's what his optician told us, yeah.
It's all wrong.
Well, the victim was beaten by a man who wore a jacket, brown suede with knit trim. That's the kind your husband owns, you know.
But he wasn't out of the house, I tell you.
I'm afraid we'll have to take him downtown.
No, he didn't do it. I know it.
I'm sorry, Miss Briarden. These are your husband's lenses. They were found in the victim's car.
But he was with me all evening.
That may be, but we're going to have to hold him.
No, he didn't do it. It was Gordon.
Gordon who?
I let him wear Robert's jacket last night.
Well, who's Gordon?
My brother.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Mrs. Briarden went on to explain that she let her younger brother take the suede jacket the previous night. She also told us that the boy was living with them while he attended school. After questioning her further, we learned that Gordon Heddig had been in trouble with the police before. We called the office and asked Jack Crowley to check the name and description through R&I. We also asked that if he came up with a record, he'd have Harlan Stahl compare Heddig's fingerprints with the partials found in the victim's car. Frank and I got the address of the school that the boy was attending, and we drove over to see him. We waited in a small office while the school authorities located him.
Well, Miss Alston was right about what she told us.
What do you mean?
Well, she said she couldn't give us a very accurate description.
Yeah.
She said the ages might be around 20 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Not many high school students look 20, not even seniors.
Yeah, that's true, but according to what the Briartons told us, this could be the boy.
Yeah, that's right.
Come in. Come on in, son. Close the door. You Gordon Heddig?
Yeah.
Police officers, Heddig.
What do you want me to do? Stand at attention?
I told you once to come on in. Now come on over here.
Sure, but remember where you are. These ain't soundproof walls.
I don't play tough with us, son. Sit down there.
Always the orders. Always tell you guys what to do. Sit down, stand up. You're all the same. Never get off a guy's
All right,
back.
now just keep still.
I'm sitting in school trying to learn something. You got to come around and jerk me out of class. Why don't you wait until General Assembly? Get the whole school in on it. You don't care what you do to a guy's reputation.
That's what you think, is it?
Yeah.
Now, listen, son, we never heard of you before today, but we're finding out fast. The way we got it, you've gone way out of your way to make your own record, and you didn't do it in the classroom. We've got a good reason to be here. If you're innocent, you won't have to worry about what anyone in this school thinks.
You don't sell me, mister.
We don't have to, son. If you're clean, it's like we never met you. But I'm going to put it right on the line for you. The way this thing shapes up right now, we think you already bought yourself another hunk of trouble.
Figures. I'm made before I go in.
That's where you're wrong, kid. Nobody's going to tag you with a bum beef. You give us the right answers, and like my partner said, we never met you.
All right. What do you want from me?
You can start by telling us what you did last night.
I went to a show.
Where?
Downtown.
What time?
Oh, around 7, I guess.
Who was with you?
Nobody. Went by myself.
What was the name of the theater?
The Dorn.
What'd you see?
What pictures?
Yeah.
I don't remember right off. One was a Western. Other was about spies.
You're all by yourself.
I said so, didn't I?
What time did you get out of the show?
Around 10, I guess.
What'd you do then?
Went home.
What kind of clothes did you have on last night?
What do you mean?
What were you wearing?
Oh, jacket, sports shirt, usual stuff.
What kind of jacket?
Suede.
Belong to you?
No, my brother-in-law.
Mm-hmm. How'd you get out to Washington and Normandy?
To where?
Washington and Normandy.
I told you I was downtown. Say, what is this?
You tell us. You were in that car, weren't you?
What car?
The one you beat the woman in.
Oh, you're crazy.
Who was with you?
I told you I was alone. What more do you want?
The name of the person that was with you.
I don't know what you're trying to tag me with, but you're not going to make it this time. I told you I was at a show by myself. How do you think you can prove I wasn't?
We found the lenses you lost from the jacket pocket.
Boy, this gets wilder all the time. I was sitting in the show last night, that's it.
In other words, you don't want to tell us about it, is that it?
About the show.
All right, Heddig, you play it your way. It's going to take us a little longer, that's all.
Same old story. Don't make any difference what I say. You know I got a record, so I'm guilty. Don't make any difference. Either way, I'm the pigeon.
No, you're wrong. Not with us, Heddig.
Oh, come on. I just didn't fall off the Christmas tree.
There's only one way we want you.
Yeah?
If you're wrong. We took Gordon Heddig to the city hall for further questioning. We called Gwen Alston and asked her to come down and see if she could identify the suspect. Harlan Stahl said the suspect's fingerprints matched the partials found in the car, but there weren't enough points to build a case on. 2:47 p.m. Frank and I had the suspect brought to the squad room.
Why don't you give up? I ain't going to cop out to something I didn't do.
We don't expect you to, but we still want to know how a container with your brother-in-law's lenses could be found in the backseat of a victim's car. Now, they were in his jacket, and you wore that jacket. Isn't that right?
Don't ask me. I was at the show.
Yeah, so you said.
Another thing, you guys better treat me pretty good while I'm in here.
Yeah?
Sure. I'm a kid. Don't forget.
Yeah, that's the way it reads on the books. For my money, that's as far as it goes. I told you once we can put you in the back seat of that car. I get it. Robbery Friday. Right. Send her down, will you? Right away. Thank you. I'm going to tag the business office. I'll be right back.
Okay, John.
Miss Alston?
Hello, Sergeant Friday. I got down as soon as I could.
All right, fine.
Have you got the man here?
Well, we'd like you to tell us. We'll go down the hall here.
Well, what do I have to do?
Just look into this room. Tell me if you see the man that beat you up.
Will I have to face him?
No. We'll go around here. You can look through the door. Come on.
All right.
All right, here. Now, do you see him? Well, what about it?
Yes. That's him there.
We confronted Gordon Heddick with the fact that he'd been positively identified by the person he had beaten and robbed. He still refused to admit any knowledge of the crime. We booked him on Section 700 Sub-M, robbery. A check was made of the FI cards in an attempt to identify the person who'd been with Heddick the night before. We called Newton, University, and 77th Street divisions. When we checked with Central, a clerk went through the files and found that the suspect had been stopped at 9th and Main Streets at 10 p.m. the previous night. Frank and I went over to the 1st Street station.
It's the FI card you wanted, Sergeant.
Thank you. Well, here's what we're looking for.
Yeah?
Wasn't alone. A person by the name of John Burko was with him.
Officer make a card on him, too?
Yeah, I got it here.
What about the other guy?
Thank you. John Burko, B-E-R-K-O, age 19, 506 Holt Avenue.
Yeah.
Something else in the back here that checks out.
What's that?
Notation the officer made.
Yeah.
Burko's right thumb was bandaged. We went back to the office and ran the name John Burko through R&I. We found a package for him that showed several arrests as a juvenile and one as an adult for suspicion of ADW. Gwen Alston was shown his mug shot, and she identified him as the other suspect. We drove out to his address on Holt Street. It was a boarding house. The owner admitted us to his room. We waited. 4 hours went by. 8:19 p.m. All right, Burko, hold it right there.
What?
Police officers, get your hands over your head. Come on, move.
Sure.
Over the door. Come on. Hands up on the door. All right, now hold it right there. All right. Okay. He's clean, Joe.
What's the pitch?
Come on, turn around. Get your hands behind your back.
All right. Take it easy with my thumb. I think I got blood poisoning.
Yeah.
Now, you want to tell me what this is about?
A friend of yours sent us over to get you. Says you always work together on everything. He's kind of lonesome without you.
Who are you talking about?
Heddick.
He sent you here. He copped out to you?
All right, let's go.
What did he say?
You figured. We're here.
That Fink. Big talk about how he'd never cop out to anything. Never admit nothing. Well, that's the way it is when you get mixed up with young squirts.
All right, let's go.
Lousy punk. Suppose you know how he beat up that woman.
Yep.
Should have heard him afterwards, laughing about how he hit her. Should have figured he'd cop out if he got nailed. No guts. Got to beat up on women. No guts at all.
Well, that's real funny, isn't it?
What's that?
We just talked to him.
Yeah?
He said the same things about you.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 9th, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. A petition was filed on Gordon Heddick, alleging one count of robbery and kidnapping. He was declared unfit as a juvenile and ordered to be tried in Superior Court. Gordon Jerome Heddick and John Carlton Burko were tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, one count, and kidnapping for the purpose of robbery. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 5 years. Kidnapping for the purpose of robbery with bodily harm is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for life without possibility of parole. Dragnet, the story of your police force in action, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Did you know there's a very special dog food with so much protein that high protein is its middle name? It's from Purina, and it's terrific for normally active dogs, like yours. It's the dog meal with the blue and white checkerboard. But most important, it has more protein for active dogs than any other leading dog food. Purina High Protein Dog Meal. So rich in protein that high protein is its middle name.
John Huston for Color Track from RCA.
In this scene, the chips are red, table green, holster black. RCA wanted me to tell you the right colors because getting the color right is what their exclusive Color Track system is all about. It's a remarkable development that actually adjusts the color and keeps it on track.
Before you see the Color Track system grabs it, aligns it, defines it, sharpens it, tones it, and locks the color on track.
RCA is making television better and better.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Been here but you. And he said, I wanted you.
Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's a new and different way to care for your hands. It's with Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, a really different idea in hand lotions. Use Trouchet before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in dishwater or do light laundry. Trouchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Trouchet and get an all-around hand lotion that also gives you beforehand protection. Get Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meet the Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Well, it looks like spring is here. Yes, spring. And the whole world kind of lousy with Mother Nature's wonders. Well, I might start this thing over again. Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat? Spring and the whole world lousy with Mother Nature's wonders. I'm out of practice. I wasn't here last week. What? You ain't noticed nothing different, Duffy? Well, just gaze your eyes out the window, and what do you see? Mrs. Murphy's long underwear? Well, that proves it's spring. She ain't wearing them. Oh, she is, huh? She's sitting out on the fire escape? Oh. Well, she don't do that in the winter, so it proves it's spring. Yeah, the time of the year when the birds and the bees watch people and take notes. Yeah. In other words, you know how all year long a guy sits around thinking about dames? Well, spring is when he does something about it. Yeah. Well, Duffy, why don't you be more romantic? Don't spring mean nothing to you? It means Eddie and me should get busy with the spring cleaning? Duffy, it's employers like you that give work a bad name. Besides, the joint don't look so bad. It's clean enough to fool the health inspector and yet dirty enough to keep him intrigued. Huh? Okay, Duffy. Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, when was the last time this place was cleaned up?
I know. I'm Eddie Green, not an elephant.
Eddie, stop gold bricking. We got to clean up the place now. Get up there on the ladder and sweep that big spider web off the ceiling.
Got news for you.
What?
That spider web is the ceiling.
Well, cut the jokes and get up on the ladder. And while you're up there, scrape the dirt off the walls.
All the dirt?
Yeah.
What you want to do, start a landslide?
Eddie, will you get to work and decease the comedy?
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Well, it looks like spring has really come to 3rd Avenue.
Yeah, you noticed it too, huh?
Yeah. On my way down here, a robin whistled at me.
Mm-hmm. Well, for you, that's about par. But it looks like you're the only member of the family that seems to relish spring.
Oh, no. Mama thinks it's very romantic, too. Guess what?
What?
Last night when she went to bed, she put a mud pack on her face. You should have heard Papa complain.
Why?
He says it was like sleeping next to a swamp. Incidentally, Archie.
Yeah?
Papa says as soon as you finish with the spring cleaning, either you or Eddie can have the night off.
A night off? No kidding. Quick, let me get my address book here.
Just a minute. Mr. Duffy said either you or me could have the night off.
Well, if that's your attitude, I'll toss you for it.
Okay, wait till I get out off the ladder here.
Don't bother. I'll just toss the coin and I'll let you know how it comes out.
I stay up there and you going to let me know how it comes out?
Yeah. Oh, here we are. Call it, Eddie.
Okay. Heads. And have a nice time.
What do you know? Tails. I win. Lucky, huh, Eddie? Eddie, I did not cheat.
I didn't say nothing.
I know, but in the future, I'll thank you to watch the tone of your silence. Well, I think I'll go and paint the town. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, before you go painting the town, ain't you forgetting 2 things?
What?
A, money, and B, a girl.
Eddie, if one has A, one can get B. And I happen to have me full week's paycheck, $15 worth of A.
What about it?
Well, a little address book is just busting at the seams here. I don't like to brag, but, you know the New York telephone directory?
Yeah?
They get their numbers from me. Now, let's see this book here. Rosie, Mabel, Yvonne, Emma. Yeah, Emma Schultz. I ain't seen her in years.
You mean the butcher's daughter?
Yeah. What a honey. We used to neck in her old man's refrigerator. No, Schultz never did find out why his ice bill was so high. I think I'll call her up. Hello? Is Emma there? This is her husband? Well, sir, when you hear the tone, the time will be 9:27 and a half.
Sound like that refrigerator was a little crowded.
Yeah, let me see now. Let me try this one now. Hello? Is Hazel there? She's taking a bath? Sorry, I must have the wrong number. Let's see. Oh, here's one, yeah. Yeah, Amber Gris McNulty. Yeah, me old sweetheart from PS4.
No dice. Now, I just saw her the other day. She's married and got 14 kids.
Really? And to think she always flunked multiplication. Well, let's see. Who else could I call? Hello, operator? Give me information. Hello, information? Look, honey, what are you doing tonight? Hello? And that kind of a dame calls herself a public utility.
No more phone number?
Well, nothing up to my usual standard. What a break. A spring night and no dame. Spring with the crocuses croaking. And the trees blossoming. And the little things popping up out of the ground.
Did I hear you say something about spring?
Yeah, good old spring. Ain't it wonderful?
Yep, no bed should be without one.
What I mean is spring in the air.
Well, if you say so, Watch, but I ain't much of a pole vaulter.
Maybe we better switch the subject. Where you been all day?
Up in Central Park, seeing the sights.
Mm-hmm. And vice versa?
Yeah. Boy, what fun I had feeding the squirrels.
Nuts?
Some of them. Yeah, but most of them squirrels is just as normal as you and me.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of them is much normaler than people.
Where's that remark?
Well, sometimes people are stupid. Up in the park there, I was watching a sailor out on the lake in a rowboat with his girl. All he did for 2 hours was hug and kiss her.
Well, what's stupid about that?
Well, you'd think after months on the ocean, the guy'd be sick and tired of water.
Then again, maybe the guy was in love.
Love?
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid, too.
What do you mean?
Well, what happens? The guy falls in love with a dame and they get married. Before you know it, they got 8 or 10 kids. And the kids get married. Pretty soon the guy's an old man with a bunch of grandchildren.
So?
And one day his wife leaves him and he's got to start all over again. Well, I'll see you later. I got to get down to the police station.
The police for what?
Well, when I was up in the park, I found this lady's purse and I'm going down to return it.
Lady's purse? Let me see it.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Genuine stimulated leather. Hey, and look here.
What?
This picture. It must be the dame that lost it. Look at that bathing suit. What a tomato. Finnegan, forget the police station, huh?
Why?
Well, here's her name and phone number, Myrtle Dodge. I'll call her up and talk to her, you know. Just let her know we found the purse, that is.
Oh, yeah? You ain't kidding me, Arch. I know what you're after.
What?
The reward.
You ain't kidding. Hello? Is this Myrtle Dodds? Well, my name is Archie. I think I found your purse. Now, if I bring it up to you, how about a date? You can't leave your girlfriend? Well, what's she like? Is she as buxom as you? Even buxomer, huh? Okay, I'll bring a friend for your friend. All right. Finnegan, come on. We got a double date.
Just a minute. What do I have to do?
Oh, nothing. Just talk to the dame, hold her hand, maybe kiss her goodnight.
Nothing doing. That kissing stuff ain't for me.
You mean you never kissed the dame?
Only me mother.
Well, your mother's a dame.
Yeah, but you'd never know it.
Now, look, Finnegan, I got a date for you. You know, kissing a sweetheart is a lot different from kissing your mother.
Oh, yeah? What's the difference?
About 5 minutes. Now, come on with me, and you'll see for yourself.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe. I'm just on my way up to meet a new girlfriend.
Oh, what's she like?
Well, here, look for yourself. Here's a picture in a bathing suit. Joe, stop staring so long.
Why?
A thing like that could be habit-forming.
Very nice, Arch. You say you've got a date with her?
Yeah, I'm on my way up to see her now.
The way you look?
Well, I might change my suit.
Is that all?
Well, I might shave.
Yeah?
Put on me Blue Jay corn plaster.
What else?
Vitalis me hair.
Oh, Arch, I'm glad you said that.
Joe, I thought you'd be.
Sure, because there's nothing like Vitalis to make your hair look its best. Make you look your best. Make you look well-groomed. After all, Arch, you're a handsome devil.
I didn't think you cared.
And you don't want to spoil all those good looks by showing up with dry, unruly hair.
Oh, perish forbid.
Vitalis will tame down dry, unruly hair, make it look well-groomed, but without a greasy patent leather shine. There's no mineral oil in Vitalis, you know. Vitalis doesn't contain a single drop of it. Just pure vegetable oil, so your hair is left natural-looking, handsome in a masculine way. So, Arch, why don't you give yourself a Vitalis 60-second workout before your date tonight, and you'll attract any girl.
Okay, Joe, I'll use the Vitalis now. Is that all you have to say?
Yeah, except that Vitalis is a good buy.
Goodbye, Joe.
Hey, Mr. Archie, you better hurry up. You've been standing in front of that mirror for 10 minutes.
Yeah, no wonder Dames is nuts about me. That profile, that sensitive face. Linda Christian, how could you do it? Eddie, I gotta look my best tonight. Now, you got a nail file?
Here you are.
Thanks. I gotta scrape this mud off my shoes. First impressions is important.
What about that cigar butt behind your ear?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you reminded me. I'll put a Corona band around it. I think maybe I better get myself a new suit, too.
Where you gonna get it? Salvation Army?
Don't be cryptic. It happens I have a new tailor, the Duke of Kemp Tailoring Emporium Limited.
Is this the place where you walk 3 flights down?
Well, you have to make some sacrifices if you want to dress well. I think I'll give him a call. Hello, Duke of Kent Tailoring Emporium? Oh, hello, Mo. This is Archie. Archie, the padded shoulders with the belt in the back. Look, Mo, what have you got in a well-fitting misfit? Gray tweed with just a slight imperfection? What's the imperfection, Mo? One of the sleeves is missing. Well, frankly, I was figuring on something a little more tailored. Tell me, why don't you just pick one out for me? You know, one of the good ones, the ones you put in the window.
Sure. Looks good on the dummy. Why shouldn't it look good on you?
Quiet. Okay, Mo, I'll pick it up in a little while. By the way, that's 2 pair of pants, ain't it? Uh-huh. And the free catcher's mitt? Okay, see you in a while, Mo. Boy, I'm going to knock that Myrtle Dodd's eyes out.
Yeah, it ain't for nothing that they call you Archie the Playboy.
Some playboy.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
I know, but how did you express it this time? What was that crack about the playboy?
Well, all I say is there's 2 kinds of men that take a girl out.
Namely?
Well, there's the one type that takes you out and buys you lobster and champagne. And then there's your type. A quick beer and a struggle.
This from a dame that sits by the telephone praying for wrong numbers.
Say, Art.
Yeah?
About our date tonight, do you suppose the girls would notice it if I didn't go along?
Now, look, Finnegan, you can't back out now. The date's all set.
Well, where are we going to take them, Art?
Well, I wonder how much the store club would cost. Let me call them up. Hello, store club? How much do you charge for dinner for 4 people? Thank you. Hello, Toots yours? Is Toots there? Well, see how close you can get him to the phone, will you? Hello, Toots. This is Archie at Duffy's Tavern. Well, we're taking a couple of dames out tonight, and since I'm a fellow restaurant owner, well, I don't want to haggle, but what sort of a professional rate could you give me? Uh-huh. Let's haggle. Huh? You don't lower your prices for nobody? Well, look, I'm planning to spend about $4. Where do you think I should go? Mr. Shaw, there I can go for nothing.
Hey, look, Arch, you gotta let me out of this, Dave.
Why?
Well, you know me. I don't know how to act in them high-class nightclubs.
Well, there's nothing to worry about. You just walk in and you're greeted by the maitre d'.
Who's that?
The guy that throws you out. That is ordinarily, but if you got the money, he leads you over to the table, see? Then when you get to the table, that's when you start cutting corners.
Oh.
Well, you carelessly say to him, "Oh, El Capitan, I think I shall place our dinner order later."
What's the idea of that?
Well, this is to give the dame you're with a chance to fill up on bread.
Then I suppose you stall a little while longer by dancing, huh?
Dancing? Are you mad? And let her work up an appetite?
Yeah, but sooner or later she's going to get hold of that menu.
Well, not necessarily. If a gentleman is well-bred, he always looks at the menu first, see? And if he sees something like pressed duck for $4.50...
Yeah?
He quick breathes on the dame's bifocals and fogs them up.
Boy. Arch, you sure been around.
I think I know a few angles. There's a lot of little tricks, Finnegan, like how to nonchalantly slip your hand under the napkin, thus giving the appearance that one is actually leaving the waiter a tip. And how, on leaving the nightclub, to avoid giving the doorman a gratuity, you see, you send him down to the corner for a taxi and walk off in the other direction. But enough of this instruction. I got to get down to the Duke of Kent and get that suit. Well, fellas, look me over. How do you like my new suit?
Well, pull down the shades and call me Sunset.
Well, aside from the colors, how do you like the tailoring?
Let's see. Turn around.
Okay.
From the back, the front looks perfect.
Miss Archie, them trousers.
What about the trousers?
Well, ain't they a little tight across the chest?
Eddie, after all, you got to remember this suit was made for somebody else.
Oh, and then the circus left town, huh?
Look, maybe it ain't perfect, but you got to admit it's good value. After all, only $9 with 2 pairs of pants.
Yeah, with pants as tight as that, you better bring the other pair along in case of a blowout.
Yeah, I've never seen such jealousy.
All right. Here I am, all set for the date.
Hey, you got a clean shirt on. What happened?
Well, it was an accident, Arch. I thought I was playing a slot machine.
Yeah?
It turned out to be one of them automatic laundries.
Hey, them things must be all right, though. That shirt looks very well laundered.
Oh, yeah. Only thing was, it took me 20 minutes to crawl out of the machine.
You got stuck in the machine?
Yeah, but I didn't mind, Arch. That spinning around sure clears a guy's head. Hey, look, shall we get started here?
Why not? As the handkerchief said to the proboscis, let's blow. Well, this is Myrtle's address, Finnegan. Let's see. Myrtle Dodds, apartment 27.
27? That must be down here at the end of the hall.
Yeah. Now, remember, Finnegan, I gave the tailor $3 deposit, and I only got $12 left, so leave us not let these dames talk us into spending a fortune. Wait a minute. Here we are, 27.
Yes?
Well, hubba. Miss Dodds, I would like you...
Sorry, the exterminator was here yesterday.
Gee, Arch, I'm kind of disappointed. I was hoping my first date would last a little longer.
Wait a minute here.
Yes?
I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
Arch, when they slam it twice, is that what they mean by a double date?
Myrtle, I got the purse.
Oh, come in.
You are Myrtle, ain't you?
Yes?
Oh, well, I'm Archie, and this is my friend Finnegan. He's the one that really retrieved the lost purse.
Yes, he does look like a retriever.
Thank you.
By the way, where is your roommate?
Oh, Gertrude? Oh, she's in the other room. I'll call her. Gertrude? Yes? The boys are here. Okay, I'm coming. Hello, boys.
He good dance. She looks like something on television.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, boys, but I was putting on my face.
Did she have to put that one on?
Well, Gertrude, which one do you want? The retriever or giraffe neck here?
Oh, let's draw matchsticks to see who gets who.
Okay. Here, pick a match.
Oh, gee, mine's shortest. I lose.
Oh, Archie.
Yes?
Fate has thrown us together.
Fate should get a kick in the teeth.
Oh, Mr. Finnegan.
Aye.
Why don't you and I sit over here?
Okay.
Aren't you going to hold the chair for me?
Why, it ain't moving.
Look, girls, we was planning to take you to dinner, but,
Why go out to dinner? We can cook dinner right here.
Okay. Usually I like to go out where one can dance.
Oh, we can dance right here, too.
I've been looking for this dame all my life. Well, honey, when do we start eating?
As soon as the groceries arrive. Myrtle? Yes?
The groceries are here.
Oh, Gertrude, do you have any money?
Not a cent.
Do you, Myrtle? Not a cent.
Well,
Oh, this is very embarrassing. We don't seem to have $6.
It's embarrassing for me. I do. Okay, here you are. Here's the $6.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll be back in a second.
Look, Myrtle, I realize you're with Finnegan, that he is your boyfriend now, but how about me holding your hand?
No.
Look, honey, you realize I'm a very attractive man, don't you?
No.
What a stubborn dame. Look, Myrtle, why don't you break down and just let me slip my arm around your waist?
Get away from me, you crumb.
Myrtle, you seem to forget I have $6 worth of groceries invested in you. Now, look, honey, leave this talk this over here.
Archie.
What is it now?
Ice cream.
How much?
$3.
$3. I suppose you girls are still broke.
I'm afraid so.
Okay, here you are, Gertrude. Pay the man the $3. Now, where was we, Myrtle? Myrtle, you're crying. What's the matter with you?
It isn't me. It's Mother.
How much? What's the matter with her?
She's starving. She needs $20.
$20 for food?
No, for a new upper plate. She can't chew.
But I only got $3 left.
Okay, you can owe me the other 17.
What have we got into here? Who's that?
Oh, just a second. I'll find out. Yes?
Is this Myrtle, John?
Yes?
Well, you don't know me, but I happen to find your purse.
Oh, no. Come on, Finnegan. Brother, are we lucky to get out of that joint? Them dames clipped me for $12.
Yeah, what suckers?
Yeah, we sure was.
Well, I mean the dames.
What do you mean, the dames?
Look what I swiped from the grocery bag. A whole salami.
Oh.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth, comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, Benex, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited. Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Truchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, if you want it, zip, you got it. With the Polaroid zip, just zip it off. Just zip it off. Yes, if you want it, zip, you got it. With the Polaroid zip, zip, zip it off. Zip, zip it off. So if you want it, zip, you got it. With the Polaroid zip.
With Polaroid's electric zip land camera, the whole world is yours for the taking, instantly. Color in a minute, black and white in seconds.
Zip, zip, get your Polaroid zip.
Nope, no clams. It's not right.
Hey, man, we're running out of island.
It's right, you know it.
This is the place. Clams.
When it's good, completely.
A clam-baked, good friends, and the right beer. Schlitz. Because you never lose your taste for quality.
How'd you know where they were?
When one coughs, it gives them all away.
There's just one word for beer.
I'm totally serious.
And you know it.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
And back to Jimmy Allen. Major Moto, the wily spy, has been captured, searched, and the valuable jet-propelled fighter plans found in his flying jacket. But just at this time, a government agent appears, demanding the person of Major Moto and the drawings. Jimmy and Speed are satisfied with his credentials and surrender the Oriental. Sheriff Farrell drives the agent Poquette and Moto to the field just before Special Investigator Russell arrives. We now find Jimmy, Speed, and Russell in the sheriff's office. And Russell has just made the startling announcement that he knows of no agent by the name of Poquette.
What do you mean, Russell? Let me get this straight. Do you mean to say you never heard of a government agent by the name of Poquette?
Why, he showed us his badge, Mr. Russell, and said he was sent out here on the case.
Boys, I've been in the service 18 years. I think I know every man in the department, and I've never heard of anyone by that name.
Why, Russell, that can't be right. This man appeared familiar with all the details.
I tell you, I never heard of such a person in our department. And besides, how would he know about the case? I only informed Washington of Moto's escape early this morning.
By George, that's right. I hadn't thought of that. How would he know?
Well, he might have been working on another case nearby. And he sure could get over here in a hurry in that transport airplane.
What transport plane?
Oh, he landed here early this morning in a transport.
He said it belonged to the department.
Yeah, that's possible, and the ship had no markings on it.
A big transport plane. Why, that's ridiculous. Our service has no transport ships. Never has had. Boys, I don't like the looks of this. But tell me, what did this fellow look like?
Oh, he's quite tall, Mr. Russell. Oh, 6 feet, I'd say. And dark complected.
Yeah, and he had a little black mustache.
Doesn't sound like any of our operators around here. I tell you frankly, boys, I'm getting worried about this deal.
Look here, Mr. Russell. Doesn't the department have men you don't know? Like special agents who sort of work alone on important cases.
Oh, yes, that's possible, but if we had any such operator in my territory, I'd have to know it.
Well, this must have been one they didn't tell you about then, because you can't get around the fact that he was perfectly familiar with this case.
Sure, how do you account for that?
I'll admit I don't know the answer to that one, but look here, let's be sensible. How would he know about it? There weren't a half dozen people in the country that knew about our fight on the Kansas City airport last night and Moto's escape. And I just finished telling you that I hadn't radioed my department about it until early this morning.
And that is a funny one. And this fellow shows up shortly afterwards. He even helped us in the search for Moto.
Yeah, but there was something queer about that, Jim. The transport flying around us was a hindrance, not a help. I thought they were going to run us down a couple of times.
Yeah, that's right. They did act kind of queer.
Well, let's not all stand around here like a bunch of wooden Indians. We can certainly find out easy enough. Poquette left here not 10 minutes ago with Moto.
You're right, Robertson. We can find out in a hurry. Give me about 50 seconds with this fellow Poquette. I'll know whether or not he's in the service and who sent him here to grab Moto. Where's this transport ship you've been telling about?
It's out on the Olathe emergency field.
Come on, let's get going. My car's outside. How far is it out to the field?
Oh, not far, about 3 or 4 miles.
All right, let's get on our way. We'll clear up the mystery of our friend Poquette and incidentally have a talk with that rascal Major Moto.
Yes, and don't forget one other thing, Mr. Russell.
Yeah, what's that, kid?
Remember this. The plans for the plane were turned over to Poquette.
Don't worry, Jimmy. We're all out to get those plans.
That's the field ahead, Russell. Over to the right.
Oh, yes. Is that the transport ship this fellow said belonged to the Secret Service?
Yeah, that's the one.
And the smaller one next to the hut is the attack ship we fought Moto with. And boy, what a fight that was.
Must have been quite a scrap, all right. That fellow put up a battle, didn't he, Robertson?
He didn't miss it. Oh, well, it was fun while it lasted.
Hey, I don't see Poquette or anyone else on the field here. Wonder where they are.
They must be in the ready room. They're getting ready to leave, all right. That engine's turning over.
Yeah, it's a good thing we got out here when we did. If these plans get away now, I may as well leave the country.
Driving the gate there, Russell. You may as well pull up right by the hut.
Yes, well, I don't see anyone around. Let's take a look in this shack.
Okay. Come on, Speed.
I'm right behind you.
What is this building on the field here?
Oh, it's just a shack the caretaker uses for keeping his equipment out of the weather.
Well, here we are. Now we'll just give this fellow Poquette the once-over.
Hey, what the...
Look, Jimmy, Shorty Mason's here with him.
Great Scott, you're right, Speed. That's who I saw. Ace was the man flying the ship.
Well, if it isn't my old pal, Speed Robertson and Jimmy Allen. I heard you guys were around here.
Where in the world did Mason come from? I thought he...
I meant to tell you, boys. After you took off from Kansas City last night, Mason escaped from Captain Sweeney. He got away before I could get back to the plant.
Yeah, I'll say I did. You guys thought you was going to give me the works, huh? That's good. Well, you're not putting Shorty Mason on the spot. He's not getting into the shoe business up at Leavenworth.
Looks like we got here just in time. Which one of you fellas is Poquette?
What do you care, you big flatfoot?
Yeah, what's it to you, fella? Come on, boys, let's be getting out of here. Go on, Ace, get the plane started.
Not so fast now. I want to have a little talk with my colleague, Mr. Poquette. Seems like somebody told me you were in the Secret Service, Poquette.
You're right about the secret part of it, but we ain't letting you in on it. Who are you?
Never mind who I am. I came down here to get Major Moto and those airplane drawings he cares so much about.
Oh, you did? Well, now, isn't that dandy? I suppose you'd like to take me along, too.
Shut up, Mason. I'll talk to this guy. We're mighty sorry, Mr. Detective, but we got an important appointment and was just leaving when you busted in here. And Major Moto's going with us.
Yeah. How do you like that, Russell?
You weren't quite so brave last night, Mason. In fact, if I remember right, you were down on your knees crying for mercy. Now, with your mob around, you've changed your tune.
That's enough out of you, Robertson. You guys thought you were smart hiding in the plant and breaking up our party. But it didn't work, and we're going places now. Places that you and Russell...
Shut up. Use your brains, Mason, if you've got any. You'll be talking yourself into the jailhouse, and that's about where you belong.
Well, all right. But I don't want Speed Robertson making wise cracks at me.
Well, I'm sorry, boys, but you're not going to keep that appointment. That was a smart gag of yours, Poquette, pulling this special agent stuff, but it wasn't quite smart enough.
Oh, I don't know. We got Moto and the drawings, and we're leaving right now. What's so dumb about that?
Where's the sheriff?
I didn't see his car here.
Yeah, where's Sheriff Farrell? Didn't he bring you out here?
So you want the sheriff to help you out of this, huh? Well, that's too bad, but the sheriff's gone.
Sure. The sheriff's gone. He went back to town to get his reward for capturing Moto.
Why, sure. The sheriff was a big help to us. Why, I told him I'd write a letter to the governor thanking him for delivering Moto over to us.
Come on, Russell. You're getting nowhere with these clowns. Let's get some action.
Oh, you want action, Abe Robertson? Well, you're going to get action and lots of it. You see this rod? That's the way I do business. We're going out of this door right now. And if you guys try to stop us, this gat starts barking.
I'm right with you. Just let him start something.
Well, what about it, Robertson? Do you want some more action, or have you seen enough?
Okay. I can't argue with a 6-gun. Boys, put away your guns. You can't get away with this. Why, it'll land you all in the pen for life.
Don't you be telling us what to do. Here, Shorty. Give that big copper the up and down. He's probably packing some lead. All right, stick up your dukes, Russell.
Yeah, I'll say he is. A nice little 38 special. Thanks, Russell. I needed a gun.
You can't get away with this, fellas. I'll tell you what we'll do with you birds. Give us the plans, and we'll call it a day. You leave in your transport, and we'll go back to Kansas City. That's fair enough. How about it, boys?
Oh, you want a bargain, eh? Well, listen here. You ain't selling us nothing. March 'em out of that door, Ace. And if they try to get tough, put the heat on them.
Yes, let us hurry, gentlemen. We have long way to go.
Yeah, you're right, Moto.
But wait. Remember, this Speed Robertson has fast-fighting airplane on the field here. He could follow, and his guns are deadly.
Say, Moto, that's something to think about. Did you get that, Poquette?
What do you mean? How's that going to stop us?
Don't you catch on? What's to stop Robertson from taking off in that Army ship and filling us full of lead? And if you don't think he can do it, you're crazy.
We can fix that, though.
Yeah, how you gonna do it?
Take a hammer to the magnetos on his engine. That'll keep him on the ground.
Yeah, but that wouldn't stop him from getting another ship just like it.
Listen, Poke, I got an idea. And it's a good one. They won't dare touch us in the air.
Well, spill it. We gotta get moving.
Well, let's take young Allen along with us. They won't dare touch the ship with Jimmy Allen in the cabin. Do you get it?
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do it. Why, that's terrible.
Shorty, you said something. You're right. They won't dare fool with this kid along.
You said it, Poke.
Now, look here, men. Rather than do that, I'll promise to...
No, you don't, Speed. I'll go with them.
No, you won't, Jimmy. I won't let you.
It's all right. I'll go.
Jimmy,
It's okay, Speed.
Come on. Let's get moving. There'll be a crowd out here any minute now.
That is right. We must go.
All right. Come on. Let's go. Here, Biff. We'll leave Russell and Robertson in the shack here and lock the door from the outside. And you guys make a move to get out of here, and we'll drill you. All right, Shorty. Keep your eye on Allen.
Okay, Poke.
Come on, let's go.
Come on, Allen.
All right, Ace. Let's get going.
All right, what'll we do? We can't let Jimmy go with him. How are you going to stop him? We're not armed, and those fellas are tough characters. I know that all right, but we've got to stop them. Don't be foolish. If we try to get out of this place before they take off, we're as good as dead. This place doesn't even have a telephone. Well, there they go, and we can't do a thing about it. Well, I'm going to break into this place and follow them. What good will that do? You can't shoot the airplane down with Jimmy in it. I know that, but I'll get help to him some way. Come on here, put your shoulder to this door. It doesn't have much of a lock. All right. Give a heave. Now, that was easy. Now, listen, Russell. I'm going to take off and follow that transport. I have a hunch they're headed for the border. In the meantime, you call the government field at Leavenworth. They'll radio all stations south of here. I'll do it, boy. We'll try to intercept them some way or another. And be careful with that gang. They're killers. And don't worry about me. It's Jimmy I'm thinking about.
The gang has scored another victory, and it looks bad for Jimmy. Why was he so willing to go with him? And what can Speed do? Let's follow Jimmy and Speed in the next episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Nestle introduces a better homemade oatmeal cookie.
A better oatmeal cookie? It is better.
Introducing oatmeal scotchies. Better because you bake 'em up butterscotchy rich with Nestle's butterscotch morsels. Just add a bag of Nestle's butterscotch morsels to your favorite oatmeal cookie recipe.
Better oatmeal cookie. It is better.
It's the butterscotch of Nestle's butterscotch morsels that makes 'em better.
I dropped this big lighter in a can of paint this morning. Now it's working fine.
Oscar's always had the problem of keeping his grip when he flicks his bic.
That truck ran over my big lighter. But even under tremendous pressure, I can still flick my bic.
Flicking your bic has become America's favorite pastime, so we hear lots of stories about people whose bics flick through thin and thick.
Last year I lost this planting potatoes. Now I just found it. Can you imagine what it's like not to flick your bic for a whole year?
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and they call me Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, I get a real kick out of seeing someone use a wax polish for the first time. Because the minute they wax a chair or table and see that wonderfully rich, gleaming, wax-polished luster, they simply can't wait to wax polish all the rest of their home. I think you'll be that way, too. And here's why. For one thing, your floors, when wax-protected, have a rich, mellow beauty that sets off your furnishings to full advantage. Then Johnson's Wax brings out the beautiful natural grain of things like tabletops and gives them a truly gorgeous, sunshiny luster. Furniture glows and sparkles handsomely. Leather articles and picture frames have that rich, tasteful, well-preserved look. In fact, when wax polished with Johnson's Wax, your whole house shines and sparkles as it never sparkled before, protected against dirt, wear, and spilled things. I hope you'll try it. You'll be really pleased if you do. Genuine Johnson's Wax, liquid, paste, or cream. Valentine's Day is come and gone. Lincoln and Washington have had their birthdays. In fact, it might as well be spring, which is about the time the Squire of Wistful Vista starts writing his Christmas thank you notes, urged on by his conscience, otherwise known as Mrs. Magee. And here, about to start the job, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Now, the first note you ought to write, dearie, is the
I
one...
haven't got to that yet. I got to write a check first.
Whom to?
The Elks Club, $5.
Heavenly days, have you ripped the billiard table cloth again?
Nope, the caretaker's got to have appendicitis operation and can't afford it, so all the members are chipping in $5 apiece.
Oh, well, that's very nice, I'm sure. Say, is the caretaker that big fat man named Joe?
Yeah, that's the fellow, Charlie. Doc Gamble's going to do the operation.
I never knew Dr. Gamble to wait till somebody had enough money before he'd operate.
Oh, Doc don't care, but the boys at the club say they hate to see a pot opened without a few chips on the table. Now, let me see. Where's my... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Can't find my fountain pen. You see my fountain pen? The one with a solid gold point onto it?
No, I haven't, Pet. You had it yesterday, though.
My gosh, I'd hate to lose that fountain pen. Fred Nittany gave me that pen.
Who?
Fred Nittany. You've heard me speak of Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. He's the guy that I and he used to have a vaudeville act together in vaudeville.
Oh, sure. That Fred Nittany.
Mm-hmm.
Did he give you the pen for Christmas?
No, he gave me that pen in 1922. We signed our first contract with that pen.
Oh, with the Orpheum Circuit?
No, just with each other. I promised I wouldn't sneeze while he was juggling, and he promised not to mug while I was singing Give the Baby a Lacing, Mother. He just threw another shoe. That was one of my...
Come in.
Hello there, kids. How's everything?
Oh, hello, old-timer. Everything's fine, thank you.
Yeah, except I seem to have lost a very valuable fountain pen.
Lost a what, Johnny?
I lost a
fountain pen, eh? That's too bad. I'd let you take mine, but I haven't got one.
Well, this pen of mine has got a lot of sentimental value to me, old-timer. My old vaudeville partner gave me it.
Your old what, Johnny?
My old
Gee willikers, were you in vaudeville, Johnny? So was I.
Well, were you really, old-timer? What kind of an act did you have?
Magic, daughter. Used to saw a lady in half, but I couldn't stand it very long.
Why not?
Hey?
I says, why couldn't
Well,
you...
sir, every time I'd see my assistant off stage, he'd kind of laugh and say, "Who was that lady I sawed with you last night?" I got so sick of that joke, I give up the act and joined the CBs. That was right after Pearl Harbor.
You mean Pearl Harbor?
No, Pearl Harbor, daughter. She was the girl I sawed in half. She took on so much weight it stretched my act 10 minutes, sawing her in two.
I had a song and dance act myself, old-timer.
Yeah. The only way I can get my husband to dance even now is to pay him for it.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to his doctor, "Say," he says, "every time I eat strawberries, my skin breaks out. Can you cure me?" "I don't know," says the doctor. "I hate to make any rash promises." Well, I hope you find your pen, Johnny.
McGee, where'd you use your fountain pen last?
I know I had it yesterday when I was making out my income tax. Hey, what was I wearing yesterday?
Let me see. Your blue serge suit.
I was?
Yeah.
Oh, well, my gosh, all I got to do is run upstairs and look in the vest pocket.
No, McGee.
Huh?
Your blue serge suit went to the cleaner this morning.
What? With my fountain pen in it?
Yeah.
Didn't you go through the pockets before you sent it?
Well, Natch, I always do. But I didn't see anything in your fountain pen. May have slipped down through the lining, though.
Doggone those cleaners anyway. Deliberately walking out of here with my blue serge suit with my fountain pen in it. That's practically burglary. That's what it is. That's stealing.
Oh, for goodness sakes, now, if they find it, they'll return it. They're very reliable people.
Well, they better find it. That's all I got to say. Walking into people's houses like that and practically stealing people's valuable gold-pointed fountain pens that Fred Nittany give them. If that's the way people are running their business nowadays, I'm glad I'm not living 100 years from now if it gets any worse.
Now, nonsense, dear. You're making a big fuss about nothing. You fly off the handle like a 30-cent hammer.
I'm going to fly down to that cleaning place and make them return my fountain pen. Get your hat and coat, baby.
I'll just do that little thing, McGee. Even if you don't find your fountain pen, the fresh air will cool you off a little.
Yeah.
Now, you lock up the house whilst I get my...
Okay, you betcha. Make it snappy. There goes a good kid. How she ever puts up with these nasty moods of mine, I'll never know. Except that she knows they never last more than a half hour. Once a week. Usually Tuesdays. But even so, Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. State your business briefly now, sis, because I'm very busy right now. I got to get downtown.
Oh, well, gee, mister, I didn't come over here because I wanted to. I came because you told me to.
What?
You told me to come over yesterday, remember?
No, I don't.
Well, you did, I betcha.
What were the circumstances?
Well, the circumstances were I saw you in the drugstore, and Mr. Toops was weighing himself, and you got on the scale with him and divided the weight by 2 so you wouldn't have to pay another penny. And I said you were cheating the drugstore man. You said, don't be nosy, and if I came over today, you'd tell me a story. Those were the circumstances.
Well, I'm sorry, sis. I haven't got time today. Maybe some other time.
Okay, I'll tell. I'll tell everybody. I'll tell the drugstore man and the newspapers, and I'll tell...
Okay. Cut it out. I'll tell you a story.
Thanks, mister. You're awful nice to little children.
Okay. I ever tell you about Myrtle the turtle?
No.
Well, sir, once upon a time there lived a turtle named Myrtle.
Mm-hmm.
She laid dozens and dozens of eggs, and they all hatched out into little baby turtles, so everybody called her Myrtle the fertile turtle. One day there was a big earthquake, which threw Myrtle over on her back. And when a turtle gets through on its back, it's just simply helpless. Yes, sir. Well, sir, the baby turtles were too dumb to know what to do. They thought Mama was just taking some exercises, so they hung around and watched while she kicked her legs this way and that, jerking and twitching. And she made so much commotion that some turtle hunters saw her and grabbed her and all the young turtles and sold them all to a restaurant, and they all wound up as turtle soup. And you know what that all goes to prove, sis?
Sure I do, I betcha.
What?
Just because you're upset about something, you don't have to get everybody else in a stew.
Right.
Good night.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Three Little Words.
House all locked up. Let's get down to that dry cleaner's. I'm going to read them fountain pen stealers a riot act. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they'd planned this whole thing. Just waiting for a chance to get my gold-pointed fountain pen.
I'll bet you're right, Magee.
You betcha.
Yes, sir. I'll bet they invested $50,000 in that dry cleaning plant 19 years ago with the very idea in mind of someday getting a hold of your $5 fountain pen.
Well, that ain't so silly. How about the time I left my wallet and my gray pants with $17 in it? How about that?
Well, how about it? They returned it the next day, didn't they?
Sure they did. And why? Just to keep me from getting suspicious, that's why. Oh. If they're out after fountain pens, they ain't going to monkey around with monkey around with mere money. By George...
Looks like we wouldn't be leaving for a minute, Magee. Come in.
Hello, Molly.
Hello there, Dr. Gamble. Come right in.
Thank you. And what are you looking so sour about, persimmon puss?
You'd look sour, too, Arrowsmith, if somebody had deliberately stole your solid gold-pointed fountain pen that had been given to you by Fred Nittany from Starved Rock.
Not really stolen, Doctor. He left it in a suit that went to the cleaner, he thinks.
Better be careful of those accusations, Chowderhead. Or one of these days you're going to be the surprised possessor of a slander suit with 2 pairs of pants. Incidentally, who's Fred Nittany, if anybody?
Why, Fred Nittany's his old vaudeville partner, Doctor. He gave Magee the fountain pen years ago.
Vaudeville? Were you in vaudeville, Magee? I used to go to the theater every week when I was a young man going to medical school. I don't remember seeing you.
So what? I don't remember seeing you either. Well, the 15-cent seats were usually so far back.
Oh, I almost forgot, Magee.
Forgot what, Captain Happy?
Are you coming to the board meeting at the Elks tonight? Only 10 or 12 left.
I can't make it, Doc. I'm sorry. You take 6 for me, will you? I'll pay you later.
Okay. Good night, Molly.
Night.
All right.
Take 6 of what for you, Magee? What kind of a board meeting is it?
Punch board.
Oh.
Hey, we got to get down to the dry cleaners, Molly. Every minute we waste is more time for them burglars to hide the evidence. Come on, let's go. By George.
Now, just a minute, Magee. Are you sure you left it in that suit? Have you looked around the house thoroughly?
No, and I don't have to. I always carry that pen in that blue serge suit. On account of it leaks a little, and the blue serge suit don't show it. And furthermore...
Hello, folks. I just thought I'd drop... Oh, you going out?
Down to the dry cleaners, Mr. Wilcox. They have a suit of Magee's in which he thinks he left a valuable to nobody but him fountain pen.
The intrinsic value is of no import. It's the sentimental value, Junior. My old vaudeville partner, Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois, gave me that pen.
He thinks more of his pen than the government does of Alcatraz, Mr. Wilcox.
You know how sentimental all these old vaudevillians are, Molly. I was an actor once, and I know.
What do you mean, once? You're so hammy right now you use mustard-flavored shaving cream.
Now, Magee.
Well, he's right, Molly. I still have a kind of a yen to go back on the stage. You know, I always wanted to do Romeo.
Do Juliet a favor, Buster, and lay off. You're getting a little broad across the pistol pockets for tights.
Oh, I don't know about that, McGee. I think Mr. Wilcox would be a very handsome Romeo. Do you know the part, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, sure. As a matter of fact, I just wrote it out for a little entertainment they're putting on tomorrow night for the Johnson Wax salesman. Here, see?
Oh.
Look, Junie, anytime you write Shakespeare for them guys, the stage is going to be hip-deep in Johnson's Wax. Enter Lady Macbeth, lower left, with a roll-top desk. That kind of stuff.
Oh, but McGee, this looks awfully good. Read it, Mr. Wilcox.
Okay, I'll be Romeo. You read Juliet's part.
Oh, my gosh, this is going to set Orson Welles back 20 years.
You be quiet now, McGee. Go ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
Act 2, Scene 2, Capulet's Garden. Enter Romeo.
On a high-wheel bicycle.
Hush, dearie.
Enter Romeo. He jests at scars that never felt a wound.
Juliet appears above at window.
With shotgun.
But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
Ah, me.
She speaks. What dost thou, fair Juliet?
I dust John living room, my Romeo. My father, the Capulet, would have a prideful home. So Johnson's Wax protects his worldly goods. And I, no slave to household task, make light of labor thus so neatly foiled.
Ain't this awful, folks?
Ah, sweet Juliet, a goodly spouse you'll make, to know that dust and dirt cling not to wax-protected things.
That's Capulet.
Would that our love could be as well preserved.
It can, my Romeo, and gleam as brightly as a Johnson-polished home. This very balcony from which I speak, its wood is shielded from the elements by wax. Where's the rest of this, Romeo? Or Mr. Wilcox?
Well, that's all I had time to do. I'm going to finish it this evening. How do you like it?
If you're asking me, Waxy, I'll settle for Olson and Johnson. Your Shakespeare's as phony as a 6-bit henna rinse.
I thought it was wonderful, Mr. Wilcox. Have you got to go now?
Yeah. I'll see you later, folks.
Whence goest thou, Romeo?
Homeo.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't he talented, McGee? I think he has a great flair for the theater.
Yeah. If he had any bigger flair, our fire insurance wouldn't be worth a nickel. Hey, what time is it?
It's almost 1:30.
Oh, my gosh. We got to get going, Molly. Them dry cleaners might be closed up and skipping town by this time. Doggone it, we never will get out of here at this rate.
I think there's a power watching over you, dearie, trying to keep you from making a dunce of yourself. Come in. Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? I see you have your coat on. Am I detaining you?
We're just going down to the dry cleaners, Carsty. They stole my fountain pen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, McGee. That's a serious charge to make, you know.
If it was the Wistful Vista dry cleaners, Mr. McGee, I must say I have always found them extremely meticulous.
Aha, you hear that, Molly? Even Carsty says they're meticulous. I knew it. I had a feeling
Meticulous, dearie, meticulous means careful.
Huh? Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Is that what you meant, Carsty?
Yes, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Mr. Carstairs has left jewelry in his pockets many, many times, and the cleaners have always returned it immediately. He's so absent-minded, you know.
Is he really, Millicent?
Oh, yes, indeed, my dear. Why, just last night as we were coming home in a taxicab from a rather gay party, he leaned over to me and said, "Remember now, not a word of this to my wife."
What did you say, Carsty?
Oh, I said, "Of course not, dear, but you better get out a block or two from the house." And he did.
Oh, it must be a little disturbing to be married to a man like him, Millicent.
Oh, he's quite harmless, Mrs. McGee. One can't dislike a beagle merely because he thinks he's a wolf. Oh, which reminds me, my dear, will you go to the dog show with me Friday afternoon?
Sure she will, Carsty, and so will I.
You, how nice.
I just love dog shows, Millicent. Is your dog in the show?
Yes, she is, and I hope she goes through with it this year.
Why? What happened last year, Carsty?
At the last minute, she scratched herself.
Oh, sure.
Well, I do hope you find your pen, Mr. McGee. Good day.
And here are the King's Men with Onesie Twosie.
You'd never think arithmetic was something you'd enjoy. But when it's done a certain way, it's fun for every girl and boy. 1-2-3-Z, I love you-Z. 2-Z, 3-Z, you kiss me-Z. 3-Z, 4-Z, kiss some more-Z. Let's go counting higher. 4-Z, 5-Z, man alive-Z. 5-Z, 6-Z, hug me quick-Z. 6-Z, 7-Z, this is heaven-Z. My heart's on a flyer. Keep the numbers going till the song is done. Love will keep on growing and we'll have lots of fun. 7-Z, 8-Z, you're my date-Z. 8-Z, 9-Z, ain't this fine-Z. 9-Z, 10-Z, start again-Z. 1-Z, 2-Z, I love you-Z. Oh, you gotta count 1-Z, 2-Z, 'cause I'm choosy. I'll kiss you-Z. 2-Z, 3-Z, it's so easy. You kiss me-Z. 3-Z, 4-Z, I adore-Z. Kiss some more-Z. Why don't we count a little higher? 4-Z, 5-Z, kinda jives-Z. 8-Z, it like-Z. 5-Z, 6-Z, nothing tricksy. Hug me quick-Z. 6-Z, 7-Z, how it sends me. This is heaven-Z. My heart is slowly catching fire. Keep the numbers going till the song is done. Love will keep on growing and we'll have lots of fun. 7-Z, 8-Z, you're my date-Z. This is crazy. 8-Z, 9-Z, so refined-Z. You are mine-Z. 9-Z, 10-Z, ain't no end-Z. Start again-Z. What a frenzy. And all because I love you.
Where's the dry cleaning place, McGee?
Next block, Oak Street, near 14th. And you see those green lamps in the middle of the block there?
Yes, what's that?
Police station. If these fountain pen thieves don't pony over my gold-pointed fountain pen immediately or sooner, I'm going to swear out a warrant that'll
Hold it, McGee. Here comes Mr. Wimple.
Huh? Who? Oh, hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks.
Out for a little walk, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, I'm just seeking inspiration, Mrs. McGee. I find that walking helps me think.
Inspiration for what, Wimp?
Poetry, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I have an order for some greeting cards, and I have to write them tonight. I think I have a good one for Mother's Day.
Oh, I'd love to hear it, Mr. Wimple. How does it go?
It goes, Mama, dear Mama, this is your day. So drop your work, come out and play. Hear the children sing good wishes. Then go back and do the dishes.
That's more truth than poetry, Wimp. Not that it's much of either one.
Have you any others, Mr. Wimple?
Well, I was working on one for a friend that's sick in the hospital. Sort of a sympathy card.
Oh, I bet this one will have them in stitches. Read it, Wimp.
It goes, to a friend who is sick. I'm sorry you are sick, my friend. I'm sorry you are ill. In a place where they wake you up at 4 to give you a sleeping pill. I hope you have a lovely nurse to help when fever starts to boin you. And if you have, move over, kid, 'cause I'll be right down there to join you. Well, I'll see you later, folks.
Well, here's the dry cleaning place, Molly. Now, you let me do the talking.
No, I know better than to try and stop you, dearie. But now be reasonable.
What do you mean, be reasonable? With guys that deliberately stole my fountain pen? Come on.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
You picked up a blue serge suit at my house this morning, Bud.
Yes?
And my husband thinks he left his fountain pen in it.
I know darn well I left my fountain pen in it. I always have my pen in that blue serge suit. Now, look, Buster, I want that fountain pen back, or by George...
Oh, now, just a moment, sir. Give us a chance to investigate. I can tell you immediately if your pen has been found. What was the name, please?
Parker.
Your address, Mrs. Parker?
The name is Magee, Bud.
Oh, well, which of you is making the complaint? Mr. Magee or Mrs. Parker?
I am Mrs. McGee. The pen's name was Parker.
It was a solid, gold-pointed, kind of greenish pen that was given to me by a Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. Old partner of mine in vaudeville.
Actors. Do you have an address?
79 Wistful Vista.
Oh, yes, I remember. You've been our customers for many years. Of course, that would be Driver Crylebean, Route 3. Oh, Miss Fregelhorn.
Yes, Mr. Houghton-Trout.
Was there a fountain pen in a suit from 79 Wistful Vista, Route 3?
No, Mr. Houghton-Trout. 2 papers and matches, some pool chalk, a nail file, a rabbit's foot, and a ticket stub for the World Series of 1932. They're in the mail.
Thank you, Miss Fregelhorn. No, I'm sorry, Mr. McGee,
But you ain't half as sorry as you're going to be. By George, when a man trusts a business institution like this to be honest, and then has him walk out with a solid gold-pointed fountain pen that was given to him by Fred Nittany...
Now, wait a minute, McGee.
I'm sure, Mr. McGee.
You're sure? You ain't as sure as I am, Buster. I'll bet you got that whole back room there stacked to the ceiling with stolen fountain pens. Deliberately walking into people's homes and taking suits full of fountain pens. That's larceny, Bud. And by George...
May I ask one question, Mr. McGee?
Certainly, Mr. Houghton-Trout.
And make it snappy, Bud. One question. What is it?
How would you like a good poke in the nose?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh. Not only a burglar, but a tough guy, eh? Come out from behind that counter, Buster, and I'll fix you up a knuckle sandwich. Nobody can talk to me like that.
No. Stop it, both of you. Mr. Houghton-Trout, what is the procedure when somebody thinks you have something and you think you haven't?
The proper procedure is to make out a claim blank.
Well, give us one, please.
Certainly. Here you are.
I don't want to make out a claim. I want to bust this fresh guy right in the beezer.
Fill it out, dearie.
Well, okay. Where's the pencil?
They have to be filled out in ink, Mr. McGee. Here, use my pen.
I don't want any favors from you, Si. I'll use my own pen. Now then. Name and address. Describe the lost article. Approximate value.
McGee?
Huh?
Where'd you get that pen you're using?
This pen? Why, this was given to me by Fred Nittany from Starved Rock. Well, imagine that, writing this code all the time.
Go on, apologize to Mr. Houghton-Trout, dearie.
Sure. I'm sorry, Houghton-Trout, old man.
Quite all right, Mr. McGee. Shall I tear up the claim blank?
Oh, no, I might as well finish it out. Bound to lose this pen sometime. Now then, state the circumstances on which the article...
Oh, this is ridiculous.
The next time you tune in, Fibber, McGee, and Molly, the not-so-merry month of March will be here. How is March around your particular part of the world? Quite probably a little on the wet side. And you know what that means? More mud and dirt tracked into your nice, clean kitchen and hallways. Well, this March, why don't you save yourself a lot of work and worry by using Glow Coat on your linoleum? No matter how much mud is tracked in, you can have a sparkling, clean floor in a jiffy with Johnson's Glow Coat. Just wipe up with a damp cloth, and it shines like new again. It's no trouble at all to Glow Coat linoleum, of course. Just spread it around on the floor and let it dry. Glow Coat shines itself, does all the work. In 20 minutes, your floors are wax polished and beautifully shining, never streaked or uneven. You'll be glad to know that the tough film of Glow Coat protects your linoleum, too, against dirt, wear, and spilled things. That means its bright colors and attractive patterns will stay new-looking far longer. Why not have your linoleum ready for bad weather by using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat?
I'm glad to see you've calmed down, McGee.
Yep. Just sitting here exercising my rights as an American citizen. With my old mandolin. I'm a one-man music union.
Meaning what?
I mean, nobody can interfere with my lawful right to peacefully picket.
Oh, dear.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Baking holiday cookies has always been a family tradition at our house.
It's easy with Pillsbury sugar cookies.
I just slice, shape, and bake.
And the cookies come out hot and fresh.
And Jim and the kids do the decorating.
How about a green Santa Claus?
Oh, Daddy. Home-baked holiday cookies from Pillsbury.
Look for the free holiday crafts book right in the package.
Gee, thanks. Is it a radio? A miniature bowling ball. An electric tomato. What is it?
It's the hot new gift for Christmas, the Hot Top, the new compact hot lather dispenser by Schick. The Hot Top heats leading shave cream brands for a smooth, comfortable hot lather shave.
Terrific.
What a nice warm way to start the day. The Hot Top.
by Schick. It heats leading shave cream brands.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And more hopeful amateurs, including Tom the Talking Bird. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. The crowd is cheering madly as Fred Allen leads his weekly parade at the Old Town Hall. The music's so hot, Fred's directing the band with a poker. And the mighty Allen Art Players bring up the rear in their smoking jackets. Let's join the happy throng. Everybody join in. Here they come, opera singers.
Why are you giving up your French home to live in America, Miss Pond?
You have one thing here that is bringing me back for good. It's Town Hall tonight.
Hospital patient.
You rang for the night nurse, sir?
Yes, slip these bandages off my ears, nurse. It's Town Hall tonight.
Kiddies.
If Tom the Talking Bird talks tonight, what'll he say, Ma?
He'll probably say what we all say Wednesday, son. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, here we are in front of the Old Town Hall, folks, and there's Fred doing his vocal calisthenics to attract the crowd. Let's listen.
The moon may be over Miami, folks, but the stars are here at the Town Hall. Now, stop pushing there, lady.
Evening there, Leatherlung.
Hi there, Brother Swain. How's the old Justice of the Peace?
There's any justice, Brother Allen. You to keep the peace.
That's what they all say, Brother Swain. Bring your wife for the time of her life, men. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Hi, Red-Nosed Guy, go in your amateurs.
What do you do, son?
I sing alone with 3 other fellas.
Okay, son, tell the other 3 kids to see Uncle Jim.
I got your frog voice, say fellas.
It's Town Hall tonight, folks, so hasten, hasten,
We're all
hasten.
set backstage, Fred.
Okay, Harry. The overture's Cosi Cosa.
Righto. Let her go, Peter.
Cosi Cosa is a wonderful word. La-la-la-la. When anyone asks you how you are, it's confident say Cosi Cosa, Cosi Cosa. If a lady should ask you if you care, you don't have to start a love affair. Say Cosi Cosa. Does it mean yes? No. Does it mean no? Well, yes and no. Cosi Cosa. Get together and sing la-la-la-la. It's easy this way, so try today and learn to sing Cosi Cosa. Cosi Cosa. Does it mean yes? No. Does it mean no? Well, yes and no. Cosi Cosa. Get together and sing la-la-la-la. It's easy to face the time today and learn to sing Cosi Cosa. Cosi Cosa. Cosi Cosa.
Presenting that rip-roaring rococo Romeo of ridiculous, roguish rigmarole, rhapsodic repartee, and romping rondelay, Fred Allen in person.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before taking the double boiler off the fire and serving what we've stewed up for you this evening, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, Public Grocer number 1, says that some professional agitators have been holding demonstrations outside of the store claiming that Hodge is displaying communistic celery. Now, Hodge says he didn't know he was handling communistic propaganda. He's been selling this red celery for years and calling it rhubarb. So much for enlightenment in the neighborhood. And now for the Town Hall news. Say, Harry.
Yes, Fred?
Good old Harry. Rococo Romeo. What is it that can sink to a pretty low level and not be affected socially?
Well, Fred, that must be our picture sheet, and I'll sink her now.
Oh, spinach. You guessed it, didn't you? Where have I heard that before? Oh, spinach.
If you spare the rod, you'll spoil the child, Harry. But what happens if you use the switch?
Well, that's simple, Fred. You turn out the lights. Out they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week.
The Town Hall News. Sees nothing. Shows all. New York City, New York. Miss Lillian Rock, speaking at Business Women's Round Table Luncheon Club, says that United States will have a woman vice president by 1940 and eventually a woman president. Town Hall News shows what the White House may be like if we ever do have a woman president. The scene, an executive room in the White House in 1950.
You rang, Madam President?
Yes, Perkins. What is that demonstration on the lawn?
It's the Girl Scouts convention. They're expecting you to say a few words.
Very well. Open the window, Perkins.
Yes, madam.
Yoo-hoo, girl!
An encore, madam.
No, Perkins. That will have to do them.
The Secretary of the Interior is waiting, madam.
Well, don't dally, Perkins. Show her in. Jane, darling. Grace, dear. And what is my new Secretary of the Interior been up to? You'll never guess. I'm streamlining Washington Monument. What? And I'm putting yellow robes on all judges. But, Grace... And I'm painting our battleships lavender. Gray is so drab, don't you think? But, Grace, don't you know your duty? Well, as Secretary of the Interior, I'm in charge of decorating, aren't I? No, dear, you just ought to stay inside, in the interior, you know. Well, I must say, if you're trying to bury me socially, I resign. That cat serves me right for finding her.
Executive Chambers. Very well. I shall tell Madam President.
Who was that, Perkins? The Philippines?
No, the governor of Colorado. He says you must have pressed the wrong button yesterday.
I only pressed one button, Perkins. It opened a bridge at San Francisco or something.
Still, it must have been the wrong button. You've pulled down Boulder Dam.
Confound these buttons. Why can't the White House afford a zipper? I could open everything at once.
The Budget Committee is waiting.
Oh, that old boss. Show him in.
Good morning, Madam President.
Oh, dear. What is it now?
Something has got to be done. There isn't a penny left in the Treasury.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't been near the Treasury for weeks.
The public debt is...
Who is that, Perkins? The Department of Fisheries?
No, a messenger from the Intelligence Office, madam.
Dispatch for Madam President. Urgent.
Oh, give it here, boy. Good heavens.
Not bad news, madam.
Perkins, call off the Army this instant. Call off the Navy. Tell them to mobilize at the railroad station. I'm off.
Is it war, madam?
No, it's a reception. Clark Gable is arriving on the 10:15.
New Haven, Connecticut. Dr. Yandel Henderson, Yale University physiologist, perfects gas lung that will sober intoxicated subjects in less than 1 hour. Town Hall News shows how Dr. Henderson's invention will benefit tipplers in the near future. The scene, the tap room at a New York club.
Say, give me another Applejack frappe, bartender.
Okay, Mr. Farnsworth.
Hello, Farnsworth.
Oh, hi, Tilton. What you gonna have, old boy? I'll get a stuff like that.
Give me a rye highball.
Okay, bartender, one high rye ball.
Right, Mr. Farnsworth. One rye highball.
Make mine another Applejack frappe.
Okay.
Say, you got quite a load on, Fonny.
Yeah, what a load. Oh, I'll have to make 2 trips to get it home.
Well, here you are, men. One rye highball, one Applejack frappe.
Okay. Here's looking at you, Tilton.
Looking at me? I'm over here.
Don't bother. I'll see you when you come around again. Bottoms up.
Ah, that'll put hair on your comb.
Oh, boy, that's perfect. What are you going to have?
Oh, no, this one's on me, Farnsworth.
Oh, no, I insist. 2 Applejack parfaits. I'll have the saver.
I got it.
Hold that drink, bartender. He fell down.
I'm okay. Mine's waffle track.
Yeah, well, you can't drink it laying down there.
The bartender's right, Farnsworth. You've had enough.
Oh, I'm okay. Just pour mine on the floor, and I'll laugh it up.
What is it, boy?
Mrs. Farnsworth's waiting at the door.
Oh, she had to come right round the mountain.
She ain't coming round no mountain. She's here.
Say, let go of that brass rail, Fonny. It's the wife.
The wife? Oh, roll me over. I'll talk to her under the door.
Say, he can't leave the club this way, bartender.
Now, I'll say he can't. It'll give the joint a bad name.
Will I tell Mrs. Farnsworth she's a repeal widow, sir?
No, tell her he'll be right out. I'll fix him up.
Okay.
Say, how are you going to straighten him out? Starch him?
No, I got some of that new gas here. It'll sober him in 2 minutes.
Well, set the tank on the floor. Here.
Okay, now wait. This nozzle fits over the nose.
I feel like a feather in the breeze.
Keep still, Farney. Now, where's this hose go, bartender?
Between these lips.
Open your mouth, Farnsworth. The hose is in. Ready on this end, bartender.
Okay, now he'll be sober in no time. I'll turn on the gas.
Hey, I bit a hole in somebody's tire.
Wait, that's enough. That's enough. This gas is powerful.
Come on. Get up, Farnsworth. There, how do you feel?
Fine. What's wrong, boys?
Nothing. Your wife's outside.
Yeah, she's waiting for you.
Wife, outside? Where am I?
You're in the club. This is the bar.
That's funny. I must have had a dizzy spell. I don't remember a thing.
Yeah, you look a little shaky.
Yes, you better pull yourself together before you meet the wife.
Right. Well, Jolton, there's one thing that always fixes me up.
Yes, Mr. Farnsworth?
Give me an Applejack frappe.
Once again, the Town Hall News brings you the outstanding sound of the week. Chicago, Illinois. After drastic Midwest winter, Chicago reports first signs of spring. Newsboy sees the first robin. The robin.
Pick him up, buddy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And now, the mystery of the Laughing Man.
Calling all cars. Proceed at once to 1821 Harford Avenue, where Joe Moore woke up this morning with an awful grouch. But when he left the house for work, he was laughing. The only clue to the mystery is a bottle of Sal Hepatica with 2 teaspoonfuls missing. That is all.
Well, now, there's really no mystery to that. For when anyone wakes up feeling grouchy and out of sorts, you can usually count on 2 things causing it. Waste in the body and too much acid in the system. 2 things the doctors have been recommending Sal Hepatica for more than 40 years. Here's why.
Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that quickly and effectively does 2 things. It rids your body of waste, and it also combats your acidity.
So whenever those 2 things are keeping you from feeling your old normal self, just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. Help nature to help you by remembering Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
As Ipana Troubadours have just played, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket, and they'll come out chick to chick. Now, on Saturday night... all the time. Quiet, please. If that's some carpet salesman trying to get the floor, I'll go to the mat with you if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir... The hostess laughed when I walked up to the piano. She didn't know I was going to scratch a match. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa sent me out to get some timetables, so I thought I'd stop in.
again.
Timetables? Don't tell me Papa's leaving town in an effort to beautify the city.
No, didn't you read in the papers that all the railroad fares are coming down to 2 cents a mile?
That's right, I did. You know, at 2 cents a mile, the railroads will probably put the hitchhikers out of business.
I'll say, Papa says it's going to be so cheap to travel that panhandlers will be leaning out of train windows asking for coffee.
I can imagine. I hear the railroads are going to run most of their trains through tunnels later.
They probably want to hide. They're ashamed to be seen carrying people around the country for 2 cents a mile.
And it's not going to help any if your father steals all of the timetables.
Papa says people can spend their vacations on trains and save money.
Save what?
I'll show you. A 2-week vacation at $5 a day comes to $70, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, riding 8 hours a day at 30 miles an hour makes 240 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at 2 cents a mile, it would be only $4.80 a day. You save 20 cents a day right there.
That's right. Plus the fare, it would have cost you to go to the place where they would have charged you $5 a day if you could have gotten in.
Yes, and as long as you stay on a train, you're showing a profit.
I get it.
So if you ride long enough, you'll end up an old man in the big money. It's simple, isn't it?
Aren't we all? Now, if you just get on a train...
Oh, no, I
Now,
haven't.
look, Portland, when you're with me, people think I'm a hermit.
Oh, I get it. Well, I can fix that. Mr.
Oh,
McCaskill.
Mr. McCaskill.
Doctor.
Duncan.
I'll ask some presents on your toes, Duncan.
Aye, Feather, I'm staying in your shadow. It'll keep the lights from fading my kilt.
Aye, that's a good lad, Duncan. And close your left eye. There's nothing to see, and you'll save the wear and tear in your eyeball.
Why don't you two just look at each other and keep the glances in the family?
This is Mr. McCaskill, Mr. Allen.
Aye, and I'm dubious about knowing you.
And this is Mr. McCaskill's son, Duncan.
Aye, if there's any pleasure involved in this meeting, I can't sense it offhand.
Now, here, no sarcasm, son. If I start to paddle you under those kilts, you'll think you're riding side saddle on an electric fan.
Here, now hold on, bigot. If you lay a hand on Duncan, I'll help myself to a handful of your nose for a souvenir.
Aye, you'd have to feed a cat many a grapefruit to get a puss as sour as his, eh, Feather?
And keep my face out of your conversation.
Yes, fellas. Don't let's get gruesome.
Aye, a face like his is an insult to the spine that's carrying it around.
Confidentially, if your face is your fortune, you're practically on release.
Now here, listen, son. You may be a cheap off the old block. But I'm apt to pull your scalp down till your nose comes through that part in your hair there.
Oh, stop it, Mr. Allen.
Well, what do these oatmeal addicts want?
Mr. McCaskill and Duncan are actors.
What do? Play swing music on the bagpipe?
Oh, no, they're artists.
Aye, the lad here's a little wizard.
Aye, and Pappy here is no slouch.
Tut, lad, I'm a mite the better because I'm older.
You're backward, Feather. You know you're top.
No, I insist, lad. You're supreme.
Well, if I am, Feather, it's only because I take after you.
All right. Now, what do you two do besides lie to each other?
They do everything, Mr. Allen. Singing, recitations, and all-around fun.
The lass is putting it mild. We're versatile.
Why don't you recite something, Duncan?
I will.
Oh, boy, what's it going to be?
A retort to Annie Laurie. I'll no lay me down and tea for Annie Laurie. Although Dee will have a wee bit of endurance. The reason I'll know Dee, well, it's as plain as it can be. If I Dee, then Annie'll flee with my insurance.
That'll hold, Annie, lad.
Gosh, that was swell, Duncan. Now let's have some of your fun.
Right. Are you in the mood to have your side
split pickle puss?
Now, wait a minute here.
Aye, if the lad's in fettle, you'll roar.
I'm in fettle, feather.
Then prepare to roll on the floor, Alan.
All right. Stop me spinning when he's finished.
I'm laughing already. Mind your risibilities, folks. Here I go. What is it has 4 legs and flies?
Oh, it's a whopper. I can't skip from laughing myself.
It's the way I tell it. When I laugh like this at the question, we'll probably die at the answer.
Now, if you folks don't mind, I'll keep a straight face till my lawyer gets here.
What is it has 4 legs and flies?
All right. What is it?
Here, enjoy what you've heard, man. Don't be so inquisitive.
I'm going to rest up so I'll be ready for the wow finish.
Now, wait a minute. You can't leave half a joke dangling in the air around here. I'm going to see this thing through. Now, what is it that has 4 legs and flies?
I don't know. People laugh so much they've never had to finish it.
Right, lad. We've had our sport out of the question. I'm for letting the whole thing drop.
Well, I'm not letting it drop. I'll tell you what has 4 legs and flies. It's you 2 pests, and you're flying right now.
It's a hint, Duncan. Come, lad.
Wait for me, Duncan.
So long, Portland.
Tally-ho!
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Town Hall Quartet. Tonight the boys sing We'll Have a New Home in the Morning from the opera El Foreclosure.
Oh, Lord, something's wrong with this congregation. Oh, Lord, please tell me what I was trying to do.
What you gonna do? My parson, I'd get right up there in that pulpit and give these here backsliders a piece of my mind.
Well, bless you, Deacon, that's just what I was going to do.
Oh, amen. Hallelujah. Oh, ye careless daughter, gather round, ye proud and boastful son.
Come on, all of you.
I've been preaching in this schoolhouse.
You is now.
Asking you to raise some building funds.
Gospel truth, you talking.
Your contributions have been very slow.
Daddy, shame about them.
I asked the Lord what we should do.
That's a sweet name.
Now I have his answer, brethren.
Glory.
And I'll shout it out to you. Bring along your hammers and bring along your nails. We'll have a new home in the morning. Hallelujah. Oh, bring along your hymn books. We'll sit on cotton bales and sing a new song in the morning. Sing a song in the morning. We gotta start in giving before we can get. We gotta start in doing some things we haven't done yet. Oh, bring along your children and bring the old folks too. We'll have a new home in the morning. Yes, Lord, we'll have a big camp meeting, a great revival day. We'll have a great revival day. You gotta have religion to keep that devil at bay. We'll have a sun and moon to shine on while we pray. We'll have the moonlight while we pray. We'll have the Swanee River to wash our sins away. Singing Jubilee, singing Jubilee. Oh, bring along your children, bring the old folks too. We'll have a new home in the morning. In the morning.
Thank you. And now...
Mr. Von Zell. Oh, Mr. Von Zell.
Hey, you better duck, Harry. It's a friend of Portland's, and she probably...
Hello, Mr. Von Zell.
Too late. Miss Young, Mr. Von Zell. And don't say that I didn't warn you, Harry.
Oh, Mr. Von Zell. I go to high school here, and I'd love to get an interview for our school magazine.
Well, you see, this...
Tell me, are you married?
Why, yes, I am.
Oh, dear. Now I'll have to get a crush on somebody else. Have you any children?
I have a boy 7 years old.
Honestly?
Yes, that's the truth.
Well, tell me something else. What does your wife think of you?
Oh, Miss Young, please.
Oh, Mr. Von Zell, I don't mean what you mean. I mean, doesn't she ever say anything when you go around the house all the time talking about eye-panna toothpaste or...
Oh, I never say anything about toothpaste at home.
You don't?
No, our dentist said all there was to say the first time we took our son to see him. And he said it in one word, eye-panna.
Oh, then when you talk about eye-panna on this program, you really mean it.
You bet I do, because I'm speaking from an experience that happened long before I was ever on the program. And ever since, our youngster's been crazy about the taste of eye-panna. In fact, he likes it so much he wants to clean his teeth with it even more than he has to. As for my wife and myself, well, when we find another toothpaste that does more for our gums and our teeth than eye-panna, we'll use it. We haven't yet, and you can put that in your book.
Oh, that reminds me. Will you autograph my book for me?
Why, certainly.
Thanks. And will you write something in it, too?
You bet I will. Remember, eye-panna, for the smile of beauty.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the mighty Allen Art Players, the first actors ever to play The Postman Always Rings Twice and have the postman hissed off the stage before he even got near the doorbell. Tonight, these dummies in life's game of bridge present another mystery playlet entitled Murder Backstage, or One Long Pan Gets His Mannequin. Overture, Peter.
Hey, what was that, Mr. Cook?
A shot, Murphy. It came from one of those dressing rooms.
Who was it?
It's Tiny Tess, the midget, has been shot.
I'll get it.
I'll phone the police.
Well, what happened? Who shot? Help, please! Help!
Calling all cars, calling all bicycles, calling all pogo sticks. One long pan reported once to Palace Theater backstage. Tiny Tess, Lady Midget shot. Calling one long pan. Come out, wherever you are. Reported Palace Theater, calling one long pan.
How is Tess?
I don't know. We've called a doctor.
But who'd shoot a midget?
Quiet. Here comes the detective.
Greetings. Hi-ho, everybody. Detective One Long Pan, sauce your busybody on job. After shock, mystery solved in 2 shakes, ham's tail. Oh, who are these people?
We're actresses. Yes, we're on the bill here.
Your ladies go back dressing room. Long Pan grew you personally later.
That's a promise, big boy.
Big boy. Oh, you kiddo.
Hey, get your mind on the case, Long Pan. Who did it?
Who did what? Before Long Pan solved mystery, first prefer to know what mystery is solving. Very important.
Well, Tiny Tess, the midget, has been shot.
And who are you, Tattletale?
I'm Joe Cuff, manager of the theater.
Where is this midget, Tiny Tess?
She's in the star dressing room, right here. How is she, Murphy?
Pretty low, Mr. Cuff.
Every midget low. If midget high, midget would not be midget. Very good indeed.
This ain't no time for anagram.
You bet, no time monogram. You find revolver?
No, there was no revolver.
No?
No, when we broke in, Tess was laying on the floor, just like she is.
Very baffling. No borehole window. No hole here door. No hole wall. Only hole and donut. But no donut in room, so no hole.
Yes, it's a mystery, all right.
No footprint, no fingerprint, no blueprint. Who was here backstage when shot fired?
Only the vaudeville acts on the bill. They were all in their dressing rooms. The picture was on.
Very good. I will grill actors. One by one, unless Sammy's twins are Bill.
No, they're coming here next week.
Very good. I will grill them on a rifle. We will go.
Okay, Long Pan. I'll show you where the dressing rooms are.
Long Pan follow. Long Pan joy good follow.
The first act was Gulpo, the sword swallower. He's in here.
Yes, I'll knock.
You gulpo so swallower?
Where did I get this sword out of my mouth so as I can talk?
Ooh, very good, exceptional. Man who talk with sword in mouth will mince words.
Where were you when Tiny Tess was shot, Gulpo?
I was up on the stage cleaning my prop.
You fire shot at Tiny Tess? Yes or alibi?
Now listen, I don't know nothing but sword swallowing, see? I'll show you. Look, here's a 90-inch blade. I'll bolt it.
Very good. Now sit down.
Ooh, I'm stuck.
Very good, very good. You give sword swallow enough sword, he will pin himself down.
Come on, Longpan. Who's in number 6, Murphy?
Swenson, he saws a woman in half.
So, woman half. Very nice work if you can get it. I will not.
Hey in there, Swenson.
Yes, come in. They're busy rehearsing, Mr. Kerr.
Yeah, he's almost got me sewed in half. We won't be a minute.
You finish. Very entertaining.
I just saw this one corner. There we are.
I'm sawed clean in half, gent. Could I get a committee to come up and examine me?
Now, hold it a minute. Longpan wants to question you two about Tiny Tess. Bring her over here, Swenson.
Okie pokey. Here she is on the half cell.
Now, young lady, do you shoot a Tiny Tess? Aha. You know talk, eh?
Yumpin' Yemeni, I brought the wrong half. They got the legs.
Oh, that's all right, Copper. I can hear you from here.
Did you shoot Tess?
How can I shoot anybody? I'm living the life of a jigsaw puzzle.
Oh, sorry, Swenson. Sorry, lady.
It's okay, boys. Come up and saw me sometime.
Very clever, very witty. Closed door, closed door.
This case is hopeless.
Who is next?
The great Lippo, the ventriloquist. He's right in here.
I will great whippo to fairly well.
Well, what about it? Tiny Tess, the midget's been shot, Lippo. Well, what about it?
Quiet, Whippo. Look at your part, one voice at a time.
I'm sorry, boys. When a ventriloquist gets excited, he's apt to talk in 3 or 4 voices at once.
It's okay, Lippo. This is one long pan, the detective.
Oh, hello, Longpan.
Hello, boy.
Did you shoot Tiny Tess, Lippo?
I don't know nothing about no shooting.
You see anybody around through hall?
No, I'm nearsighted. I couldn't see anybody if they ran in the room.
One voice at a time, Lippo.
But I'm innocent, I tell you. I've been in my dressing room here rehearsing with the dummy.
You show Longpan exactly what you do for better.
Yeah, well, first I put the dummy on my knee like this. Then I start the act.
Very good. Take off.
Well, Tommy, how do you feel?
I feel like a hammock.
How is that?
I'm high strung and ready to swing it.
Very good. A little hokey, but very good. You mind if I examine the dummy head, Lippo?
No, it's okay with me. He can't feel nothing.
Oh, you bad dummy. Long time slap dummy.
Hey, what's the big idea of slapping me?
Hey, who was that?
Quit throwing your voice, Lippo.
I didn't say nothing.
Very interesting. I will slap dummy again. Make sure.
Cut it out, I told you. I'll get down over this knee and brain you.
I must be nuts. He's talking without me.
Very good. Mystery solved, gentlemen.
What do you mean, sir?
I arrest Tommy, ventriloquist dummy, for shooting Tiny Tess.
No, you don't. Let go my knee.
You keep still.
What is this, my dummy alive?
Your dummy, not ventriloquial dummy. You're midget. Masquerader's dummy. You come clean, the little man. You get hot high chair.
All right, the jig's up. You got me with a good long pan.
So you shot Tiny Tess?
Sure, I plugged her.
Why?
Well, we were midgets together in the circus. She tooth-timed me with the living skeleton, so I let her have it.
Very good. You're very clever. How you shoot Tiny Tess leave no clue in dressing room.
I never was in the room. I couldn't reach up to the doorknob to open the door, so I fired the bullet through the keyhole.
Mystery solved, gentlemen. Aesop say, before you double-cross midget, first stuff up keyhole. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are still with us have just heard the mighty Allen Art Players. And if there are any critics among you, let them speak now, or expect the players again next week.
I'll take you up on that, Mr. Allen.
Or maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it. A heckler, hey? Now, what are your qualifications for such a task, my good man?
I'm Gilbert Brown, the critic.
Well, wouldn't you like to get warmed up on something else first?
Well, makes no difference to me. I'd just as soon criticize Mr. Von Zell.
Oh, well, all right. Go ahead. I can take it.
Well, in the first place, Mr. Von Zell, why do you put such emphasis on Ipana toothpaste? After all toothpastes are pretty much alike, aren't they?
No, not by a long shot, Mr. Brown. You see, some are made only to clean your teeth. But what about your gums?
Now, do you mean to say that if my gums are in bad shape, Ipana will fix them up?
No, not necessarily. If your gums are in bad shape, you go to your dentist, because he is the only person to prescribe for any serious trouble. But the chances are, if your gums are tender and touchy, it's because modern soft foods rob them of exercise and stimulation. And that's why dentists say massage your gums back to health with Ipana.
Maybe I'll lose my standing as a critic by asking instead of telling, but why?
Because Ipana is made especially to help tone and strengthen gums. And that's why we say massage a little Ipana into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it. And it will surely help give you firmer, healthier gums and far lovelier teeth and smiles.
I guess that finishes me as a critic, Mr. Von Zell. I can't remember anything else to criticize.
Well, you'll never criticize the care of teeth or gums if you'll just remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Town Hall tonight continues immediately after your station announcement.
Playing around with you. You're breaking down my terrific build-up by treating me as you do. My castle's in the air, my smile so debonair, my one big love affair. Is it just a flash? Will it all go fast like the 1929 market crash? Oh, I'm building up to an awful letdown by falling in love with you.
Well, we're back in Town Hall, folks, and that was Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing I'm Building Up to an Awful Letdown, sung by the Town Hall Quartet. Now, tonight, our amateur contest features an all-Harlem night. Our contestants are all colored boys and girls who are hopeful of following in the footsteps of the many great colored performers who have come from that section of uptown New York known as Harlem. So let's give these young hopefuls a real town hall reception.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, tonight our amateurs compete for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be registered on our applause machine, and the two acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later so that you may select your winners for the first and second prizes. Now, before we start the Harlem section of the amateur program, I am happy to announce, ladies and gentlemen, that once again tonight we present Tom the Talking Bird. Mr. Kazmaier has been kind enough to bring Tom down again tonight, and we're hoping for the best. What is the outlook, Mr. Kazmaier?
Thank you, Mr. Allen. This is our third consecutive week.
Yes, it is. And we haven't heard a word out of Tom yet, have we? We have. I hope we do tonight. You know that last Sunday they tell me that Mr. Believe It or Not, Bob Ripley, had a bird on his program that actually talked. Did you hear about that? And I understand that Mr. Ripley made some remarks about our bird Tom here. That so we can't.
Yes, I know. That's John Peel. He's supposed to be the greatest talking parrot in the world.
The greatest talking parrot in the world. He says,
parrot, yes, but my bird's a minor.
A minor? Is that younger than a parrot? But incidentally, this is a really peculiar thing about Tom here. We've all heard him talk around here on the program. He talks before the show, after the show, for hours. It's only during that we have the trouble. And incidentally, for Mr. Ripley, believe it or not, John Teal, is that the bird's name?
John Teal is right.
That bird talks in one-syllable words, doesn't it? Whoopee and hotcha and things like that.
This word has several words, not only in short speeches, 1 and 2 words, but short sentences.
I know, and I wanted to call it
like this. Tommy wants a cup of coffee. Tommy is going to the moving pictures. Hello, May. Come up and see me sometime.
See, it just goes to show you. We had Jack Benny here last week, and he talked. Curious thing, isn't it? Has he had anything to eat tonight?
Well, he's had a little banana and cream.
Little bananas and cream. I thought probably he was an after-dinner speaker. If we fed him first, he'd be more apt to say a few words.
Oh, Tom. Tommy is going to the moving pictures. Tommy wants a cup of coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I can't imagine what's coming to Tommy.
Hello, big boy. Hello, Tom. What's your name? My name is Tom. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Say after he has...
Break this whistle now. He may talk.
Oh, all right. I won't say a word. You all right?
All right. Going down with a drink. I got a little scotch in it tonight. He may...
Well...
What's your name? What's your name? My name is Tom. Tommy wants a cup of coffee. Tommy wants a cup of coffee.
Very good.
Nice day. Hello, May. Hello, May. Hello, May. Improving. Hello, May. Good evening, everybody. In a very distinct voice, you would say if you want to. Good evening, everybody. Good as any human being can say it. Good evening, everybody. Tommy's going to move a picture. Tommy's going to move a picture.
That's very good.
Good evening, everybody. A little whistling on the side, but he whistles.
Uh-huh. The only thing is he's sort of original with his answers. He hasn't...
He's far for time now. He'll go ahead.
Oh, is he?
Tommy, what's your name?
Yes, you see?
What's your name?
I thought Whistler's mother would have probably recognized him.
Good evening. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I see. Thank you very much. I hate to interrupt him now that we've got him going, Mr. Kazmaier, but...
I'd like to stay here a little more time. He likes time. He likes company, too.
Well, you see, now we probably have to take us 3 weeks to shut him up now that Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very happy, Mr. Kazmaier, that Tommy has vindicated himself and you and I at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it shows you, believe it or not, Mr. Ripley, that Tommy, although not a parrot, speaks in polysyllables. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to have you meet Miss Helena Smith. How are you, Miss Smith?
Fine, thanks.
That's good. Everything's so confused. Don't be surprised if I start to whistle here all of a sudden.
It's all right.
Start looking for that bird cage to put my head in it there. You don't mind if I ask you a question, do you?
No, I don't mind.
Peculiar thing. It seems that on all of these programs, no one can just come to the microphone and sing or talk or anything. There's some unwritten law says that they all must answer questions. You can buy a second-hand car. The finance company wouldn't think of asking you a question. You can go into the bank, make a deposit. Nobody asks you a question. But when you come up on a program, it seems you have to answer questions. Do you mind?
I don't mind.
I'm just going to ask you one question. What would you like to sing?
Sometimes I feel like a motherless child.
Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Thank you very much. That was Miss Helena Smith. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet four boys, the four Jungle Bees, two guitar players,
This is terrible. Look here. I'm here.
You all right?
I'm all right.
Where's your instrument?
Look here. Wait a minute.
Oh, are you the piano player?
That's me. This is me.
All right. And the gentleman with the bull fiddle, two guitars, the four Jungle Bees. Now, if you want to go to the piano, we'll get right ahead. You play the... Oh, he doesn't play the piano, does he? Oh, do you?
Yes, that's it.
That's the piano. That's Uncle Jim with the two legs. With the three legs is the piano.
Goodness gracious. I'm going, boys. Get ready.
I just wanted to ask this gentleman with the bull fiddle, have you had any trouble with this large violin since the elevator strike? You don't live up a great number of flights, do you? Oh, down in the cellar. The man from Missoula with his big bass viol, eh? I was going to tell you that this bass violin player with Peter Van Steeden lives up on the 25th floor. He has a 25-story walk-up on Park Avenue. And he's been living in the bass violin since the elevator strike, and I thought it might be a suggestion. Well, what are you boys going to play?
Mama don't allow no music in here.
Mama don't allow no music in here?
That's it.
All right, thank you.
Goodness gracious, boss, you got to swing on here. Look here. Now, Mama wants no business playing in here. Boy, don't you play no bass fiddle in here. We don't care what Mama down. Play your best fiddle anyhow. Goodness gracious, boy, play it in here. Yeah. Swing it, boy. Woo! Ain't that cute? Look here. We don't want no guitar playing in here. Red, we don't guitar playing in here. Look here. Swing anyhow. Don't care what Mama don't want. Look here. Swing, boy, swing. Goodness gracious. Come on, play. Play good stuff in here. Shorty, don't you play no piano in here? Little C gonna play here now. Boy, I'm gonna swing my piano here now. Look here. Help me, boy. Goodness gracious. Look here. We got to go here. Yeah. There you are.
Thank you. Those are the 4 Jungle Bees, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would like to have you meet the 4 Hallelujah singers. Gentlemen, what are you going to sing?
Ezekiel saw the wheel.
Ezekiel saw the wheel.
Ezekiel saw the wheel.
Thank you very much. It's not a sequel to Wagon Wheels, is it, or Spare Tire?
No, that's the first wheel.
The steering wheel. All right, go right ahead. Thank you.
Ezekiel saw a wheel way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw a wheel
turning
way in the middle of the air. To the little wheel run by faith,
my Lord,
and the big wheel run by the grace. God, a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air. One of these days, about 12 o'clock, way in the middle of the air, this old world is gonna reel and rock. Way in the middle of the air, oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw a wheel
turning
way in the middle of the air. To the little wheel run by faith, and the big wheel run by the grace. God, a wheel and a wheel
turning
way in the middle of the air. I tell you what a hippie to do. Way in the middle of the air. He talk about me and talk about you. Way in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel
turning way in the middle of the
air. With the little wheel run by faith, and the big wheel run by the grace of God. A wheel and a wheel
turning way in the middle of the
air. Ezekiel saw a wheel way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw a wheel way in the middle of the
Thank you. Those were the 4 Hallelujah singers. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss May Bell McCoy. Is that right, Miss McCoy?
That's right.
May Bell, is that one name or 2 names?
Mabel.
Oh, Mabel, it's one
Yeah.
name, huh?
Yeah.
I sort of just going to pieces here, linguistically, orally, and mentally, too, I imagine. And what are you going to sing, Miss McCoy?
Porter's love song.
The Porter's Love Song?
Yes.
That isn't a sequel to that Red Caps in the Sunset, is it?
No, it isn't.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, you play your own accompaniment? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I thought there was a pianist there. I turned around and I said, gracious, there's the invisible man showing up here as a pianist again. Miss McCoy plays her own accompaniment. Thank you.
Now let me be your dustpan, if you be my broom. Now we can dance together all about the room. Now let me be your dishpan, if you be my little old dish. Now we can eat together anytime we would. Now let me be your clothespin, if you be my pulling line. We can hang out together most any old time. Now let me be your window, if you be my window shade. For that's the poet's love song to a change for me. Now let me be your clothespin, if you be my pulling line. We can hang out together most any old time. Now let me be your window, if you be my window shade. For that's the poet's love song to a change from me.
Thank you. That was Miss Mabel McCoy. Thank you very much, Miss McCoy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, James Carlton. Mr. Carlton, you're quite tall, aren't you?
Yes, right.
How tall are you? Do you mind if I ask?
No, I don't. 6 feet, 2.5 inches.
6'2", and even taller than I am, huh?
Right.
Were you, you don't mind if I just ask you a few questions, do you?
No, go ahead.
Were you born in New York?
No, I wasn't.
Weren't you?
No.
Born in Europe?
Yes, I was born in Cheshire, England.
Born in England, were you really? Cheshire, Cheshire cats, Cheshire. Oh, there's a famous Cheshire cheese, isn't it? It's noted for that. The dairy products there. And then there's that inn in London. The Cheshire cheese where Dr. Johnson used to squat when he was in the mood for squatting years ago. Remember Dr. Samuel Johnson, by repute? Remember that old gentleman? The Boswell girls wrote a book on his life. Life of Johnson by the three Boswell sisters. Well, Mr. Carlton, what would you like to sing?
What I'd like to sing? I'd like to sing Alone.
All right. Thank you very much.
Alone, alone with the sky of romance above. Alone, alone on this night that was meant for love. There must be someone waiting who feels the way I do. Whoever you are you? Are you alone? Alone on this night that we two could share. Alone, alone with that kiss that would make me care. Oh, if you'd come, I'd promise to be your very own. Alone, alone with a heart meant for you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I see what the applause machine has recorded, Harry has a suggestion with 2 strings attached to it. Harry.
All right, Fred. I hope our audience will accept my suggestion and the 2 strings. Ladies and gentlemen, will you just tie 1 piece of string around your radio so you'll remember to be with us again next week? And tie the other piece of string around your finger so you'll remember the 2 products that make these Wednesdays with Fred Allen possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, thank you very much, Peter. I see Fred has the results ready.
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter shows that your applause has been heaviest for the following 2 acts, the 4 Jungle Bees and James Carlton. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold a cluster of digits over the heads of these 2 boys, one at a time, as I call the names. And I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud once again to decide the winners, positive winners, for first and second prize. You ready, Harry?
All ready, Fred.
Now, first, the 4 boys who, with the 2 guitars, bull fiddle, and the excellent pianist who played Mama Don't Allow So Well, the 4 Jungle Bees. And then the young gentleman from Cheshire, England, the baritone singer you heard last, Mr. James Carlton. Thank you. Now, what does the machine say, Harry?
There you are, Fred, right here.
Thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, ladies and gentlemen, goes to James Carlton, the boy who sang alone, with a decibel rating of 95. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to the 4 Jungle Bees, the 4 instrumental boys. I'm sorry that everyone couldn't win, but thank you all for coming, and better luck next time. Thank you. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you to another hour of smiles next Wednesday evening at the Old Town Hall. Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, Peter Van Steeten, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of high-test amateurs. We'll all be looking for you, so don't forget. Good night.
Heard on this program, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket from Follow the Fleet and Thank Your Father from Flying High. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Beatles are back in one of the kickiest round-the-world capers of their illustrious careers. 7 great songs are sung by the world-famous Mop Tops in Channel 7's lightning-paced presentation of Help. It's the Saturday night movie next.
Ah, the party season. The fun of cleaning the house, of making yourself beautiful, of cooking for a house full of guests. It's the perfect time for Colonel Sanders' Holiday Family Feast. 9 plump pieces of juicy golden brown Kentucky Fried Chicken, plus family-sized servings of coleslaw, mashed potatoes and gravy, and 6 rolls. And you can take it all home for only about $5.49.
Colonel Sanders.
Holiday Family Feast sale ends this week, where you see the about $5.49.
Monday on AM, hairstylist Alan Edwards previews the latest looks for your man. Sports writer Lissa Morrow makes her football bowl predictions. Actor Hardy Kruger takes us behind the scenes of his latest movie, The Wild Geese. And Dr. Edmund Hallberg explains why men fool around when they reach that male menopause age. All of that Monday at 9 here on AM Los Angeles.
Seven's the one with the Hollywood Squares. We've got the stars you want, and they've got the answers you love.
Elizabeth Taylor gave up her American citizenship after she did something. What did she do?
Yes, she went to England and converted her body into pounds.
There's nothing square about the Hollywood Squares. Tuesday night at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Dillon, I swear I never seen the likes of it.
Well, what's the matter, Chester?
Well, Bood Wilson won't leave himself. I opened the door and he won't budge out of there.
Did you tell him I was releasing him today?
Yes, sir, I did, but he claims he wants to stay. Well, he even asked me what I was fixing for dinner. What we going to do?
Yeah, the train's in. You go on down, get the mail. I'll handle it.
I never seen a man who wanted to stay in jail before.
All right, come on out of there, Bood. I'm turning you loose.
Oh, it's all right, Marshal. You needn't bother.
You like it here, do you?
It's the only home I ever had.
I see.
You and Chester have been good friends to me. Particularly Chester.
Is that why you keep getting drunk, just to get in jail?
Well, a fellow's got to have a friend. A roof over his head, don't he, Marshal?
All right, come on, Bood. Let's go.
I got my hat under this blanket here. I sure like my hat, Marshal.
Yeah.
Oh, here's that extra blanket Chester gave me. I tried to keep it from touching the floor.
Thanks, Bood. All right, let's go.
You say so.
You going back home now?
I don't rightly know where home is at. Old Pa, he run me off before I was old enough to know where we was living. Said he couldn't feed me no more.
Yeah.
Ever since then, I've been kind of like a tumbleweed going here, there. Guess I'm from all over now.
Don't you ever stay put?
Well, I'd like to. People always run me off, just like Pa did. Just when I think I got a friend, they tell me to go.
I'll get you packed for you.
Now you're doing it, Marshal.
Doing what?
Running me off.
Now, look, Boot, I got nothing for you and nothing against you. I put you in jail 4 times for getting drunk and almost breaking somebody in 2 with your bare hands. Now, all I want you to do is to keep yourself out of jail by staying away from those saloons. Now, here. This all your stuff?
I won't stay in Dodge, Marshal. Fella's got to have a friend where he stays.
Look, don't take me wrong, son. It's just that there's no...
Mr. Dillon, come here, quick.
Oh, what's the matter, Chester?
A hangman's come to town.
A hang... What are you talking about?
Come take a look. He's all dressed in black, and he's hauling his gallows right along with him.
Gallows?
See there? 3 yoke of oxen pulling it. Ain't that an awful-looking thing? A gallows built right on the back of his wagon.
Henry Maples.
You know him?
I've heard of him. He thinks he cleaned up the border country with that gallows.
Oh, but what's he doing here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, maybe he thinks Dodge is next. Come on.
Friends, if you'll just listen to me a moment, please. I'll answer all your questions at a later time. From what I hear of Dodge, I'll be here for quite a spell.
He's getting these people pretty well worked up, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, let's wait here.
Just a moment. There's plenty of time. First off, I want to know how many murders you've had in this town the last 6 months. Come on, speak up. Don't be afraid. How many murders? How many of your fellow townsmen have been shot down to die like dogs in the street? How many times has the law been obstructed? You, madam, how many times has a man been killed right here on the streets of Dodge?
Well, I don't know exactly.
How many?
Well, 6, I guess. Maybe 8, a dozen for all I know.
There you are. The good lady doesn't even know. Anywhere from 6 to a dozen killings. And do you know the answer to this? Do you know it'll stop this bloodbath? There it is. Made of wood and nails and rope, the finest rope money can buy. Man's answer to man's misdeeds. Let me ask you, madam, where are the men who perpetrated these foul killings?
Well, I'm not sure. They were taken to Fort Hays for trial, and, well, I just don't know.
But are they dead? As the law says they should be. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just. When I hanged Billy Street, yes, I hanged him, Billy Street. He walked up those steps, those very steps, with a smile on his face. And he told me he'd never owned a new suit. So I stopped the hanging. And out of my own pocket, I bought him a new suit. And before I dropped him, Billy Street thanked me. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just.
Maples.
Who called my name?
I did. Marshal Dillon. I want you to take your gallows out of Dodge.
What became of all those murderers, Marshal? Did they pay you to let them go?
There were 6. 2 of them were hanged at Fort Hays, and 4 of them are in the territorial prison.
4 men who lived to kill again.
I'll give you till sundown to have the gallows out of Dodge City, or I'll burn it in the streets.
You'll learn, Marshal. Discouragement by fear. That's the answer to your killings. Now, would somebody give me a hand with these oxen?
I'll help you, Mr. Maples.
All right, my friend. Take the halter on the lead oxen.
Yes, sir. Say, you can just call me Bood, Mr. Maples. That's my name. Bood Wilson.
Oh, then lead on, Bood Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Hiya! Come on!
Dillon, maybe I ought to tell you something.
What is it, Chester?
Well, this town is getting awful jumpy about that gallows sitting out there on the edge of town.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yes, but well, it's kind of dividing up the people.
Yeah, I know all about it, Chester, but you let me do the worrying, huh?
Yes, sir. Kitty's right over there at the dock.
I see her.
Oh, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Hello, Kitty. Doc?
Yeah, well, it's about time the real law put its foot in here. Maples are sure stirring these people up.
Oh? How long's he been here?
About a half hour. He's showing tintypes of men he's hanged and the ropes he's used. He talks about hanging people like he was proud of it.
I think maybe he is, Kitty.
That gallows of his reminds me of some vulture just waiting to devour somebody. Have you been out there, Matt?
No.
Well, I rode by there the other day on my way to Mrs. Wiggins. Why, he was standing up on that gallows without even moving. He had a rope strung up, and for a moment I thought somebody was hanging there. Oh, I tell you, I jumped a foot when he moved.
Yeah, I'll bet you did.
Hey, how did Maples ever get started, man?
I'll answer that question, Marshal Dillon.
Huh? All right, go ahead, Maples.
How did I get started? It was simple. First, I had convictions. I believed in the law, so I read the law. When Judge Brand asked for a man to carry out his judgments, I volunteered. By the way, Marshal, I was paid $100 per man. I'll expect the same from Dodge City.
Dodge doesn't need you, Maples.
It will.
Hey, Hangman. I want you.
All right, Thayer, you're drunk. Put the gun away.
Maples, I've been thinking about you. I had a brother hanged once. Jimmy was his name. Maybe you was the one who done it? Jimmy Thayer?
I told you to put the gun away, Thayer.
Stay out of this, Marshal. Maples, move over here.
I hanged no man by that name.
Then I'll kill you for the one who did. Start moving, Mr. Hangman.
I warned you, Thayer.
Marshal, don't make it you and me. I've been waiting for him all evening.
Thayer.
You're making it you and me, Marshal.
Doc, take care of him.
All right, Matt.
You still think your town doesn't need my kind of law, Marshal Dillon?
Get out of here, Maples.
Somebody give me a hand. Mr. Maples?
Mr. Maples.
What is it, Boo?
I've been looking all over for you, and I heard those shots, and I was pretty worried.
I'm all right.
Now, you hadn't ought to go out without me looking after you.
Never mind, Bood. I'm on my way back to camp right now.
There it is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see it.
I sure do get an awful feeling about a gallows.
Uh-huh.
I reckon it's because I seen a hanging one time when I was just a little boy.
You did?
Yes, sir. Papa took me because he wanted me to learn the wages of sin, as he put it, so he told Mom it'd be a great lesson for me. But
Well, was it?
No, sir, I can't rightly say it was.
Why?
Well, see, they was hanging 3 men for stealing. And me being kindly little and all, I couldn't see none too good. I was standing there in this crowd, and when the time come, all I could make out was a bunch of men going around picking the pockets of the people watching up at the men being hanged. Now, that kindly learned me something, but it wasn't quite what Papa set out for me to learn.
No, I guess not.
Mr. Dillon, look. Just look up there. Sweeping that gallows with a broom just like it was something important.
Yeah, the Maples, I guess it is.
There's a rope hanging straight down through the trap. See there?
Yeah.
Well, good morning, Marshal.
Maples.
Good morning, sir.
Well, the gibbet's ready, Marshal Dillon. I'm stretching one of my new ropes now.
Yeah, I see.
apology for last night isn't necessary, Marshal. I've forgotten it already.
Apology? I didn't come to apologize.
That's good. I don't like a man that crawls.
How come you to stretch that rope, Mr. Maples?
Not one of my clients has ever come back for a second try.
No, I reckon not.
The reason is I buy the best 1.25 inch Kentucky hemp you can get, and then I stretch it down to 1 inch before I use it.
What do you use to stretch it with?
Bood Wilson's under there. He'll show you. Get ready to untie it, Bood.
I can't untie this knot, Mr. Maples.
Chester, go down and give him a hand, huh?
Yes, sir.
You see, Marshal, I got a 200-pound bag tied on the rope.
I'm not interested in that, Maples.
Oh?
The businessmen in town told me to see that you leave Dodge City permanently. You and your gallows.
But why, Marshal? Dodge needs me.
They don't think so. And neither do I.
But the law, what about the law? It must be upheld.
It is being upheld, Maples. Your kind of law might have been all right a few years ago in the border country, but not in Dodge.
Murderers must be hanged, Marshal Dillon. There's no other answer.
I'll give you till tomorrow morning, Maples.
Hello, Marshal Dillon.
How are you, Bood? You staying away from the liquor?
Yes, sir.
Good. You see that you do. All right, come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maples, I heard how he talked to you. I wasn't friendly like. You've been good to me. You let me help you.
I brought the law before. I can do it again.
Mr. Maples, I was saying I'd like
there
to...
There must be a way.
Mr. Maples?
Huh?
Maybe I can help.
Oh, you, Bood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, maybe you can. Bood, I want you to go to Dodge City with me tonight. Will you do that?
Mr. Maples, I'd do anything for you.
Town's quiet tonight, Matt.
Doc, I hope it stays that way.
Well, in my business, that's when I worry the most.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, what do you want, Chester?
Miss Kitty sent me after you. Bood Wilson's about to kill a man at her place.
What? Well, come on.
Matt, stop him. Bood's going to break him in two.
Bood, stop it.
Kill you.
Stop it.
Nobody talks to my friend that way.
I said stop it. Sayer, you all right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. Oh, he'd like to broke every bone in my body.
Chester, take Bood and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Come on, Bood.
Thanks, Matt. I thought sure there was going to be a killing.
I told Bood to stay out of saloons.
Don't blame him. It was Maples.
Maples?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
He was trying to get him drunk. He kept buying him drinks.
Oh? Where is Maples?
Well, I guess he left in all the excitement. Matt, why would he want to get Bood so drunk?
I think I know, Kitty. But I'd have a hard time proving it.
Sorry, I don't know how Mr. Dillon gets these guns so dirty. Just look at that. I'm going to have to practically...
Good morning.
Hold, Mr. Maples.
Is the marshal here? I want to talk to him.
No, sir, he ain't. He's off on a business trip that's going to take him all day.
Oh, then I'll just have to come back this evening. While I'm here, I wonder if I could see my friend Bood Wilson.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I won't be a moment.
Oh, yes, sir. I guess it's all right this one time. It's right through that door there.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Oh, now, where'd this doggone little thing come from? When will I learn not to take more than one gun apart at a time?
Where is everybody? Matt? No, Matt. Chester! Chester, you here?
Doc, go away!
Chester, you out back?
Doc, don't come in here.
No, Chester, what are you doing in that cell?
Boo, just locked me in.
Ooh, Wilson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Why? What's that gun for?
I'm sorry.
Bood, you listen to me. You haven't got enough sense to have a gun, so give it here.
I got to get to Mr. Maples. I'm sorry, Mr. Doctor.
Doc, you all right?
Chester, I need help.
Doc, you can't die. Doc! Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon! Anybody? Doc's been shot! Help! Help!
Mr. Maples? It's me. It's Bood Wilson.
Come up here, Bood.
Well, how come you're on the gallows, Mr. Maples? Ain't you ready to go?
Come here, Bood.
You waited, like you said, didn't you, Mr. Maples?
Did you use the gun I gave you?
We better hurry. They'll be after me.
I asked you if you used the gun.
I done what you told me, Mr. Maples.
Bood, listen to me. You still have the gun.
Yes, sir. Got it right here.
Give me the gun, Bood.
Well, sure. There.
It's been fired. Did you kill anyone?
I used it, like you said.
Bood, I asked you, did you kill anyone?
Well, that doctor man, he came in and I shot him.
You know what I have to do to you now, Bood?
You said you was my friend. You gave me the gun so I could come back to you so we could go away together. That's what you said.
But you've killed now, Bood. Don't you understand? You've broken the law. Bood Wilson, I find you guilty of murder in cold blood. And for your just punishment under the law, I sentence you to hang by the neck until you're dead!
Mr. Dillon, if Doc was to die, I don't know what I'd do with myself.
He's not going to die, Chester, but you can be awful glad I came back as soon as I did.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, look. The gallows, they ain't gone yet.
No.
I don't see nobody around. Mr. Dillon, that rope on the gallows, swinging like there's a body on the end of it.
Come on.
It's a man. He's went and hanged Bood.
Stay here, Chester. Keep me covered.
Yes, sir.
Chester, come here.
Why, it's the hangman himself. Is he sure enough dead?
He's dead. He said himself they never have to come back. What?
No need to shoot, Marshal. I ain't giving trouble.
Did you do this, Bood?
I done it.
Why?
Well, he throwed a fit.
What kind of a fit?
When I come back from Dodge, he asked, did I kill a man? I told him I had, that doctor man. And that's when he threw a fit.
What did he do?
He started hollering law on me, saying how he was going to have to hang me for that killing. It was either me or him.
Boot, he gave you that gun just so you'd kill a man, so he could have a hanging. Prove that Dodge needed his kind of law.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Marshal. Something just made him crazy for a little while. Like happens to me when I drink liquor. He was going to take me traveling with him, Marshal. Now, you're wrong about Mr. Maples. He was the best friend I ever had.
All right, Boot. All right.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Tom Hanley, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, Virginia Christine, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
They were outnumbered 10,000 to 1. That made the odds just about even. Force 10 from Navarone.
We are going to help the partisans blow up a bridge, and then if we're very lucky, we can all go home.
There's no bridge in the world that can't be blown. That's what Force 10 was here to prove.
Robert Shaw, Harrison Ford, Barbara Bach. Force 10 from Navarone. Rated PG.
Now playing UA Cinema Center, Westwood, Holly Theater, Hollywood, and selected theaters.
Someday somebody's going to make coffee that tastes as good as it smells.
I just did.
Sure.
No kidding, Steve. This is Hills Brothers coffee. It's deep roasted.
Deep roasted, huh?
Deep roasting brings out the rich coffee flavor from deep inside the bean.
Hey, this is the first coffee I've ever tasted that tastes as good as it smells. Jane, you're terrific.
You noticed?
Hills Brothers coffee. At last, a coffee that tastes as good as it smells.
Stock up. Craft prices are down at Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta continues to give you the edge against inflation, this time by reducing the price of over 50 Kraft food items, like Kraft macaroni and cheese dinners, Velveeta, Miracle Whip, Parquet. Over 50 Kraft food items reduced. The more you buy, the more you save. So stock up now.
And save on Kraft.
And tell a friend.
Ounce for ounce and dollar for dollar, it's hard to match Victoria Station.
Victoria Station, it's just a cut above.
Hello, this is Ben Hooks. Since 1909, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People has fought to make America live up to its promise of justice and freedom for all of its citizens. It wasn't easy then, it isn't easy now. This holiday, give your dollars to the NAACP Dollars for Christmas campaign.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Boy, Oh Boy. that was Boy, Oh Boy, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it down. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
I just lent Mr. Benny a nickel to make a telephone call.
Oh, he's probably talking to his lawyers again.
His lawyers?
Yeah, Harrington, and Droop. It's about that accident Rochester had with the Maxwell a couple of weeks ago.
Remember when we were up at Marchfield?
Oh, but that was Rochester's fault. He was driving along and smashed right into a truck.
Well, Jack claims the truck cheated. It had brakes. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
Gee, I hope I get my nickel back. It's my life savings.
Quiet.
Shh. Yes? Yes, Rochester was on his way to Marchfield to pick me up. But the accident wasn't his fault. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out. Yes, but... Look, who am I talking to? Harrington, or Droop?
It's gotta be Droop.
Well, look, Mr. Droop, make a note of this right away. The damages to the Maxwell amount to $158.64. What? How can I lend you my pencil? We're talking on the telephone. Four names on the door and no pencil. Well, now look, Droop, I'll tell you what. You get in touch with the trucking company, and if they're willing to settle out of court... What's that, operator? Another nickel for 3 minutes? Well, now look, Droop, you get in touch with the trucking company. If they're willing to settle out of court, it's okay with me, but tell them that $158.64 is what I want, and not a penny less. Goodbye. Phew.
What a workout that nickel got. I'll bet the buffalo lost 6 pounds. Duck, fellas, here he comes.
Oh, sorry I'm late, kids. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay.
Who are you talking to, Jack?
Oh, on the phone just now? Oh, that was an old girlfriend of mine from Waukegan. She just got into town. Boy, was she a hot mama.
Then why did you call her Droop?
The years have taken their toll. Anyway, she's in town, and we're stepping out tonight.
Oh, stop, will you? We heard you talking to your lawyer about that little accident with the Maxwell.
Oh, so you were all snooping around, eh? Well, if you want to know something, it wasn't a little accident. My goodness, look what happened to Rochester.
Well, I saw Rochester the next day, and he didn't have a scratch on him.
Well, fortunately, since then, he's had the hives, and he's all bandaged up now. But I'm not bringing that into the case unless I have to.
There's just one thing I can't understand, Jack. You say that Rochester bumped into the truck.
That's right. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out.
Well, I'd say that your brakes must have been in pretty bad shape. So if I were the judge, I'd look into that.
Well, you're not a judge, and if you don't keep your big fat mouth shut, you won't be an announcer either. Now, let's settle down and get on with the program. You'd think that... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, I did it. Harris done it. Congratulate me.
Congratulate you. What'd you do, Phil? What happened?
Well, I passed the midterm examination at night school.
Oh, so you're out of the beginners class, eh? You're not a freshman anymore.
Nope, from now on I'm a semaphore.
First you're a freshman, and now you're a semaphore. Let me ask you something, Phil. When are you going to be a sophomore?
Who knows? I may quit school before then.
Well, I give up. I'll just let semaphore ride.
How were the examinations, Phil? Were the questions very tough?
I'll say, here's a sample, Mary. Name the 48 states and give the capital to those that have them.
Those that have them? Phil, every state has a capital. And I doubt very much that you answered that question correctly.
Oh, yeah? Well, try me out. Ask me one.
Okay, what's the capital of Idaho?
Boys Town.
That's Boise. Boys Town. It's Boise. The reason I remember that is because when I was in vaudeville, Boise, Idaho was one of my best towns. They loved me in Idaho.
Then why did they throw baked potatoes at you?
They didn't throw them at me. I got paid in potatoes. Get it straight.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you get a big salary in those days?
Well, I don't like to brag, kid, but I haven't played Boise since 1927, and I've still got half a sack left. And I love my starches, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Phil, what other subjects did you have in your examinations besides geography?
Well, we had arithmetic and history.
Uh-huh.
Hey, fellas, here's a tough question I nearly missed. Who crossed the Delaware, Washington or Lincoln?
Oh, that stumped you, eh?
Yeah, so I flipped the coin, it came out Washington, and now I'm a semaphore.
Phil, that word is... No, I won't tell him. No, now, Phil, let's forget about night school and have a band number.
Okay.
Say, Phil, tell Jack about that new subject you're taking up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give you the hot news, Jackson. You know what I'm studying this term? French.
French?
Get a load of this. Je mange la fenêtre.
Oh, very good. What does that mean, Phil?
I ate the window.
You ate the window?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck do you want to eat a window for? You eat bread, you eat rolls, you eat cake.
Wait till I learn them. Till then, I eat the window.
Well, here's a tip for you, Phil. Stay out of French restaurants.
You better stay out of them, too, till you learn the language.
Oh, I can read French. Come on, Phil, let's have your band number.
Tell him what happened to you at Gaston's the other night.
Oh, that could happen to anybody. Come on, Phil, play.
Well, wait a minute. What was it, Mary?
Well, you know how Jack likes to show off.
Oh.
Well, we sat down at the table, and naturally, the menu was all in French.
All in French. Forget it.
And what happened?
Jack ordered a nice, thick, juicy watch-your hat and coat with mushroom sauce.
Well, eventually, I got a steak. Go ahead with your number, Phil. I've got to go out in the hall and call up my lawyer.
Has your lawyer got a phone?
There's a phone in the barber shop downstairs from his office. They'll call him, don't worry. All right, hit it, Phil. Yes? Yeah? Now, look, Mr. Drew, you tell the trucking company that if they don't settle right now, I'll take them to court first thing in the morning. Postpone it till Wednesday. What do you want to postpone it for? Oh, Harrington is wearing your suspenders. Well, you can try the case with your pants at half-mast. Be there tomorrow morning. No wonder they call him Droop. Now, Droop, tell the trucking company... What's that, operator? Tell the trucking company I want $158 to straighten the chassis, $8 for a pair of headlights, 64 cents for a wing fatigue on the radiator. Goodbye. People don't stick their hands out. They've got to pay.
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, this darn case has got me all upset. Anyway, that was High Neighbor, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil, although it was a little loud. Phil?
What?
I said it was a little loud.
Well, how do you know it was loud? You were out in the hall and couldn't even hear it.
I couldn't hear your band? Phil, you play in the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I know some people who live at the Biltmore that haven't been able to sleep since you opened, and the Biltmore I mean is in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm not kidding.
Well, it's their own fault. They ought to close their windows.
Oh, fine.
You know, like I said, they ought to manger la fenêtre.
That's eat the window, you semaphore. We're 2 words ahead of that semaphore there. Now, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show here. Come on. Now let's see, where are we?
Boise, Idaho.
We are not.
Well, someone just hit me with a potato.
I don't care, we're in Hollywood. Now let me announce our play. Ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering this evening, the Benny Retreaded Thespians are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled The Fright Wig Murder Case, or He Died with His Tooth On. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be Sergeant O'Reilly, my assistant sniffer. Mary, you're going to be the wife of the murdered man. And Dennis, you're going to be the victim.
Gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Quiet. Now, let's see.
I want a bigger part, Mr. Benny. Why don't you lay on the floor and be the murdered man?
I wish I could. My feet are killing me. Now, who else? Oh, yes, Don, you're going to be the butler.
Oh, every time we do a mystery, I'm the butler. Why can't I be a detective?
Because any man that can't look over his stomach is apt to overlook a clue. Say, that's all right. That line was pretty clever, eh, Mary?
What do you care? You saved your money.
Well, I liked it. Now, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened up to now. On the night of January 24th, A.D., after dinner, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a social lion, was found murdered in his den. Just before the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when he was suddenly interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the chauffeur?
No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you, innocent.
Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
What do you mean you didn't do it?
At the time of the murder, I was at my neighborhood grocer's buying a package of Jell-O with the new locked-in flavor.
Oh, yeah?
Please believe me. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it's economical, I tell you. Eek, 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 eek.
Now, pull yourself together. Was it suicide?
No, I didn't kill me. I didn't kill me, I tell you.
What?
Me is my best friend. I love me and me loves I. You gotta believe me.
And now the wife, Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Did you or did you not kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night,
Stop! We can't give it away, folks, but this mystery will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Sing, Dennis. I'm going out and call Harrington, and Drew.
I'll never forget the people I met, braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell, a light of hope in their eyes. And though I'm far away, I still can hear them say, sometime. For when the dawn comes out, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and peace ever after. Tomorrow, when the world is free, the shepherd will tend his sheep, our valley will bloom again, and Jimmy will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds
That was The White Cliffs of Dover, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or... Now, as the scene opens, lay down on the floor, Dennis. You're the murdered man. Lay right there on your back.
If I lay on my back, I'll snore.
You're getting paid, and you'll stay awake till the program is over. Now, as the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Benny and Sergeant Phil O'Reilly in their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. There's the phone, O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Never mind, I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, I want to talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. I want you to come over to my house right away. My husband has been shot.
Oh, really?
Is that for me, Cap?
I said, oh, really, O'Reilly. Shut up. Now, madam, what makes you think your husband was shot?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Cap, bring some White Rock.
I ought to bring some aspirin for that cold of yours. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Homer J. Frightwig has just been murdered. It's up to me to find out who did it. I think there's a woman in the case.
A woman, eh? Well, you know the old saying, Magee la fenêtre.
That's cherchez la femme. Now, you stay here, Sarge. I've got work to do. I'll take the patrol wagon.
You can't. The boys are delivering beer in it.
Oh, then I'll take the squad car. And I'll solve this case, or my name ain't... Well, here it is. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone, I forgot to release the brake. Well, I'll try it again. Better come with me this time, Sarge. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Pick up some pretzels. We got a barrel left over. That is all.
Step on it, Sarge. We got to solve this case and get back. This must be the place, Sarge. Open up in there. Come on, open up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
Now, come on, you. Where's the murdered man?
That ain't a brass rail you got your foot on.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay, Mr. Benny.
Shut up. Now, the first thing we got to do is grill the suspect.
I thought the Frightwigs lived here.
They do. Suspects can be anybody. Now, wait a minute. Are you the butler here?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly? Shake hands with O'Reilly. O'Reilly, 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 O'Reilly. Now, let's get on with the case. Wait a minute. Who's this? Are you Mrs. Frightwig?
No, I am the French maid.
The French maid, eh? Well, tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?
Je n'en sais rien du tout. J'étais dormie dans ma chambre et j'entendais un bruit terrible. Alors je m'habillais immédiatement et je descendais. Je ne sais absolument de ce crime féroce. Je suis innocent. Je vous affirme, complètement innocent. Il faut que vous me croyiez.
Translate that, Sarge.
Are you kidding?
Well, you're studying French, aren't you? What was the maid doing tonight?
She didn't eat the window, that I know.
A fine help you are. Now, let's get to work here. Where is Mrs. Frightwig?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Frightwig. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Well, let's not talk shop, Cappy. Come on over here on the sofa and sit down.
None of that, Mrs. Frightwig. I represent the long arm of the law.
Well, wrap it around me. I'm lonesome.
I haven't got time for that.
I have, but I'm a married man.
Quiet, Sarge. Now tell me, madam, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of a gun, minding my own business.
Back of a gun, eh? Then you admit you killed your husband.
Sure, I admit it.
Uh-huh. And why did you kill him?
He was always singing shortening bread.
Oh.
Mama's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby
I know
loves
how it goes. Well, I don't blame you, Mrs. Frightwig, but I still have to arrest you in the name of the law. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Nobody leave this room. Come in. What do you want here, fellas?
Pardon me, but we're looking for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, you'll have to stop your play. This is important.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. What's going on here? Who are you?
I'm Harrington. I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Droop.
Oh, my lawyers, eh? Now, look, fellas. I want
here to tell you, my good man, that you are in the soup.
The what?
You're in the soup, the soup, the soup. You're in the soup, the soup, the soup.
You tell him, Droop.
You're in the soup.
You're in the soup.
What do you mean I'm in the soup?
Well, let's review the facts.
Whereas you've got to admit that a truck was hit at a certain arterial junction. Whereas
I know that. Look,
they claim that your chauffeur just wouldn't pull over, or mayhap his brakes wouldn't function.
Oh.
Whereas they state that your Maxwell was minus an axle, thus knocking our case for a loop. To wit, you're in the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup.
Now, stop. Now, look, gentlemen. It wasn't Rochester's fault. The truck driver didn't have his hand out.
He didn't have his hand out. Poor lad. Well, I would say that things for him look bad.
What is this, anyway?
For his ugly crime, he surely will serve time, and then hang by the neck until death.
Until death, he will hang until death.
No. I don't want the truck driver to hang, fellas. Now, let's get this straight. Rochester started out from Sunset Boulevard and Vine Street to pick me up at Marks Field, and everything was all right until he got to Figueroa Street.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Figaro, 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 Figueroa, Figaro, 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 Figueroa, Figaro, Figaro.
What's that got to do with Figueroa Street, fellas?
Figaro, 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 Figueroa.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Will you wait a minute? I can't talk to you now. Go away. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and don't worry. The most the judge will give you is 30 days.
What do you mean I'll get 30 days?
30 days, 30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days, 30 days.
For heaven's sake,
30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days.
Well, that's about the silliest thing. I'll be darned. Fine lawyers I've got.
Come on, let's finish the sketch.
Yeah, who killed me?
We'll never know, Dennis. Play, Phil.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that your family will add to their list of favorite desserts the very first time they taste it. And it's one of Mary Livingston's own favorites, too. A beautiful, tempting dessert called Cherry Flake Jell-O. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and one package of cherry Jell-O. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. The result will be a tempting blend of canned grapefruit and rich crimson cherry Jell-O, a treat the whole family will want to enjoy time and time again. Many grocers are featuring canned grapefruit and cherry Jell-O all next week. So get both and make up this swell dessert. But remember when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in its extra rich flavor.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Say, Mary, do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what are we going to have?
Oh, Rochester fixed up some baked potatoes and a nice Virginia ham.
Oh, you played Richmond, too.
Yeah, I went over big there. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Boulogne.
Have you plenty of Jell-O puddings in the pantry? If you haven't, better get several packages tomorrow so the family can keep on enjoying those grand pudding treats they love so much. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, one of the smoothest, creamiest puddings you ever tasted. And it has such a rich, mellow flavor, especially developed for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch puddings. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
I detect alien muffin form. I won't eat it.
I just wanted you to finish that one before we start the Thomas's English muffins.
Can only accept Thomas's. They have nooks and crannies to make them crisp and crunchy.
He's right. Light and airy, too.
They hold all the melted butter. I love them.
Okay, maybe your sister will eat this one.
I detect the original English muffin.
Thomas's English muffins. Doesn't your family deserve the best?
What good things go with milk?
Hamburgers and hot dogs and spaghetti and meatballs. I love spaghetti and meatballs.
Well, what good things don't?
Gee, that's a toughie.
What good things go with milk?
Milk. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
What good things don't?
Don't. What's left?
When you think of all the good things that go with milk, it's hard to think of a good thing that doesn't. Milk's so good.
Harry and I have colds. Harry took NyQuil, Vicks nighttime colds medicine. He's feeling much better. I took a cold capsule. Cleared my stuffy head, but I'm still coughing. Look at him. He took NyQuil. My throat's still scratchy. Look at him resting. I'm still achy and wide awake. He took the best years of my life. From now on, I'm taking his NyQuil.
For the relief you need, all you need is NyQuil.
Ever worry if the breakfast you're serving your family is hearty enough to get them through the morning? I used to, until I served a balanced breakfast including CW Post cereal. It's got hearty, rib-sticking things like crunchy rolled oats, rice, whole wheat. Good taste and natural things that are good for them. Nice work, guys. I feel good about serving CW Post because I know it helps keep my family going all morning.
You feel good about serving CW Post.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rita Hayworth and Charles Corbin in This Love of Ours. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation comes from the pen of one of the greatest modern playwrights, Luigi Pirandello. It is Universal's current hit, This Love of Ours, the provocative and moving story of a wife snatched from the brink of death to confront a husband who disowned her and a child who disbelieved her. Our stars who undertake to solve these problems are the talented and lovely Rita Hayworth and a new arresting personality, Charles Corbin, who appears tonight in a role that won him wide acclaim and promises a distinguished screen career. In arranging to present tonight's play, I visited Universal Pictures and talked with, among others, the studio's ace designer, Travis Banton. Travis has proved that one doesn't have to be extravagant to be a top-flight gown creator. In searching for material for the wardrobe of this love of ours, Mr. Banton remembered dresses that he had created some years ago for two other Universal Pictures. He sprinted to the wardrobe department and there found the garments. They had only been worn 3 or 4 days and had been washed in Lux Flakes after every wearing. He found them in excellent condition and the material as lovely as when it was first used. Well, I'm sure housewives are aware of the economy of using Lux Flakes. But they'll be interested to know that Hollywood studios, using hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of costumes every year, confirm their judgment. It's time for our curtain and the first act of this love of ours, starring Rita Hayworth as Karen and Charles Corbin as Michel Cusack, with Hugh England as Suzette and Joe Kearns as Cargill. It's a fine spring morning, and in the busy laboratory which adjoins his luxurious Connecticut home, Dr. Michel Cusack has given some final instructions. Dr. Cusack is about to go on a journey.
Well, I guess that covers about everything, Andrews. Just be sure to run a daily check on the whole experiment series while I'm gone.
You have to go to New York, Doctor?
Chicago.
Wherever it is, it's a cussed nuisance. You're not a traveling salesman, you're a research scientist. Why can't they come here?
The medical convention? 600 doctors.
600, huh? Oh, that's very depressing.
Yes. Now, hurry. You said you'd drive me to the station.
Did I? Well, all right. I'll drive you to the station.
I see you in front of the house. Goodbye, Daly, Summers.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Take care of yourself. And the guinea pig.
Oh, we will, Doctor. Good luck.
Thank you.
Daddy, you better hurry.
I'm coming, darling.
Miss Tucker says you'll miss your train.
I'll still a few minutes. Or are you anxious to get rid of me?
Daddy. Oh, Daddy, don't ever say such a thing.
I'm sorry, darling. Well, what shall I bring you from Chicago?
Just yourself.
Nothing special.
You're very special.
Thank you. Oh, where's your friend, Teddy?
He's at home.
Don't you like to play with him?
Not while you're here. It's much nicer just having you to myself.
But, darling, the world's full of people.
It's full of strange people. Except Uncle Paul.
And it's not good for a young lady to live alone.
Uncle Paul promised to come for the weekend. Don't you like it this way, Daddy? Just being here with me and Miss Tucker?
Of course, dear. But I have my work, and you have to live your whole life, things to learn from others.
Other people don't know nearly as much as you.
I mentioned that because that's in Chicago.
And I could never love other people as much as I love you. And her.
And her.
Daddy, you do have time, don't you?
Of course I have.
Her shrine looks so beautiful this morning. The flowers are in bloom, and the way the sunlight comes through the window. Oh, it's beautiful.
Well, where is he, Miss Tucker?
Oh, good morning, Dr. Andrews.
He's in back somewhere, saying goodbye to Suzette. You know, I'm glad Dr. Cusack's going away. The change will do him good.
Do him good.
Yes, new people, different scenery. You forget, Dr. Andrews, Dr. Cusack is still a young man.
Young man, he's got everything he wants, hasn't he? Success, a wonderful laboratory, that kid of his.
Don't try to fool me with that tone of voice. You're as fond of Suzette as I am.
Oh, she's a good little girl, Tucker, but sometimes that child frightens me.
Oh, you mean the shrine, the chapel?
Yes, it's morbid.
Morbid? To want a shrine built? A chapel in the memory of a dead mother?
You think that's good?
In Suzette's case, yes. She makes it very useful. Our mother died when she was only a baby. Suzette simply chooses this way to keep her memory alive.
Careful, they're coming.
Oh, no, I won't worry nearly as much, Daddy. I know Mother is looking out for you, too. Did it make you sad?
No, darling, no.
I got your bags, Doctor. Let's get it over with. Jump in, Suzette.
I'm not going to the station. My father and I never say goodbye. Do you, Daddy?
No, darling. Now, be a good girl. I'll send you a telegram as soon as I get there.
All right, Daddy. I'll write you every day.
And mind Miss Tucker.
I will. Take good care of yourself. Bye, Daddy.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
General, I really think I want to weigh. Well, I must admit, Cusack, your theories at the conference this afternoon sounded perfectly plausible. A fine address.
Thank you, Dr. Bond.
But I think I could punch some holes into them.
Why not punch me full of those tonight, Dr. Bailey, at my hotel?
Exactly. We're supposed to enjoy ourselves tonight. Recreation is good for doctors, too, you know.
I wish I had time.
Doctors should watch people behave when they're well, too. They'd know more what to do when they're ill.
That's a rather difficult argument to refuse.
Well, then, what do you say? The four of us. Dinner and 2 or 3 nightclubs.
Well, how about the hotel?
Oh, I know this sounds effective. Follow me.
Well, this is your nightclub, Dr. Barnes. Now, where's that wonderful artist you were telling us about?
A caricature. Simply amazing. A fellow named Targell. Ah, there he is.
He attracts quite an audience.
He's a genius. A dozen strokes of his crayon, and he's got you for posterity. If you don't feel right, let go. So at the piano? Well, she's part of Targell's act. She plays and keeps him in the mood. For the audience, I don't know which. Well, what are we standing here for? Let's get closer. Let's see how good this fellow really is.
Why, you're so silly. Everybody's watching me.
Madam, you are a model who would have delighted a Reuben. No, not the three-decker sandwich Reuben. The Reubens who liked his beauty in a big way. Now, one more stroke and we're all finished. And here you are.
I look as sick as an elephant. I've never been so humiliated in my life. Here, let me out.
Anyone else willing to risk humiliation? I'm merely a caricaturist. Well, Dr. Barnes. I told you I'd be back with more victims, Targell. Oh, Dr. Cusack, Dr. Helmer, Dr. Bailey. A very great honor, gentlemen. Dr. Bailey, would you mind sitting down? Oh, me? Yes, if you don't mind. Well, why not? Go ahead. Do your darndest. Thank you. You too, gentlemen. Sit down. Something wrong, Florence?
Excuse me, Joseph. I'll be back later.
Your pianist. Who is she?
Her name is Florence, Dr. Cusack.
You're certain she'll be back?
Yes, quite certain. Oh, don't ask so many questions, Cusack. Don't you see Targell is busy? Michelle, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
This will only take a moment, Dr. Bailey. You know, when I was a boy, all good doctors had beards. It was practically a professional badge. In fact, a doctor without one was regarded with some suspicion. Nowadays, this tradition... No, don't move, please. It seems to have vanished like all the other fine traditions of my youth. But I'm glad, sir, that you've given me the opportunity to render you immortal, even if evanescently. So with a humble prayer of my crayon, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bailey. Well, I'll be blessed. Why, it's wonderful. Thank you. Hang it in your office, Bailey, to frighten delinquent patients. Targell, won't you join us? Thank you. I'd be happy to. Ladies and gentlemen, a short intermission. Very good. Very good. Dr. Cusack, you're staring again. Someone you know? Someone you... Oh, Florence. Over here, Florence.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Gentlemen, this is Florence. How do you do?
Florence?
Don't you like the name? Oh, you're the famous Dr. Cusack. I saw your picture in the paper.
You didn't see our pictures in the newspaper?
Well, I'm afraid there was only one that really impressed me. Forgive me, gentlemen, but my disposition tonight could be very much better.
Yes, the way you deserted your piano, my dear.
But my disposition is no reason why I shouldn't drink your health, gentlemen. Or should I say that to Doctor?
Oh, that's right.
Dr. Cusack.
Yes?
You've been diagnosing me. Are your findings complete? The way you've been staring at me, I don't know whether to be flattered or frightened.
I've been very clumsy. I want to talk to you alone.
Oh, we want to be in on this conversation together.
You can reach me at the Drake Hotel.
What?
Really? Is your family with you?
No. My daughter is going to school.
And your wife?
I have no wife. Please, call me at the hotel.
I still say this consultation is not being conducted along ethical lines.
Perhaps it's my fault. Joseph, have you a $5 bill?
$5? Why, yes, here.
Thank you. Here, Dr. Cusack, I believe that's the customary fee. Thank you very much. You've been very enlightening. Good night, gentlemen.
Hello, Dr. Cusack.
Mr. Sergeant, what is it?
I'm sorry to wake you up, Doctor.
About Florence?
Yes, Doctor. She attempted to kill herself half an hour ago.
Where is she?
Central Hospital.
Thank you. I'll be right over. Wheel the patient to a room, nurse. I'll be there in a few minutes. She'll be coming out of the anesthesia soon.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you for your help, Dr. Barnes.
Well, we operated and she's still alive. You know, it's almost as although all this was planned. A bullet in her heart and you remove it successfully.
Thus far, yes.
Proving what you've been telling us at the convention. Except this time, it wasn't a guinea pig you were working with. This is all very strange, Cusack.
Is it?
Yes. You knew this girl, didn't you? Last night at the cafe, that wasn't the first time you met her. No. All right, you don't want to talk. It's unfortunate we haven't the case history. She's always had a very strong constitution. You saw only an X-ray plate and the fluoroscopy. How do you know that? Because she's my wife. Your wife? Yes, Dr. Barnes. Excuse me, I'd better go to her room. Dr. Tuzak, I've been waiting here in the corridor. Tell me, please. Her chances are good, if she wants to live. Oh, thank you. Wait. Why did she do this? You don't know? Well, let me know if I can do anything for her. I'll let you know. Goodbye, Doctor.
She's regaining consciousness, Doctor.
I'll check the respiration. She's opening her eyes. Correct.
You... Why did you? Why did you? I wanted to die. I wanted to die.
I'll stay with her now.
Yes, Doctor.
What's this?
Oh, just a bag with her belongings. Mr. Targell.
There's a book here. It's a diary.
I thought perhaps it might throw some light on why she shot herself. The police may want...
There's no need to mention anything about it to the police. You may go.
Yes, sir.
Her diary. Karen's diary.
September 12th, 1933. I'm in Paris at last. The new review opened tonight, and they like me. The show is a hit. Georgie and I received 3 train cars. We played our 200th performance tonight, and something happened I'll never forget. On the way to the dressing room, I tripped and sprained my ankle. Of course, I'm out of the show, but what do I care? A young French doctor was called in. His name is Michel Tuzak. Oh, very reserved and professional, but so good looking and charming. I'm sure my ankle is going to take weeks. November 11th, 1934. Tomorrow, just 14 months after our meeting, Michelle and I are going to be married. And after the ceremony, the whole cast is coming to our new apartment for a wedding party. And I'm happier than I've ever seen.
Goodbye. All I can say, it's time you left.
Oh, darling, I thought they'd never go.
Oh, but I like your friends, dear.
Georgie, too?
What about Georgie?
Oh, darling, you are jealous, aren't you?
I'm in no mood to be serious.
But you are.
Well, this much I will say. The prospect of you're never seeing him again affords me considerable relief.
Affords you considerable relief. Oh, darling, I love the words you use.
I learned English from a very pedantic teacher.
And what about the others? Bruce and Johnny Carter and Mark?
Will you miss them, darling?
Michelle.
I can't help but be jealous, darling.
But you promised me.
You're too beautiful.
I love you, Michelle. Oh, don't you see? Georgie and the others, they're only...
May I come in? Thank you very much.
Georgie.
I forgot to give you something. Rabbit's foot.
Thank you.
For luck. Can't get it through my head. No, I can't. Look at her, Michelle. Yes? She's a very superior person. No one knows that better than I. That's where you're wrong. I know it.
Oh, Georgie, please.
Now, let me finish. You see, I don't approve of this marriage at all.
Well, I thought you wished me luck.
You, the wife of a member of the Paris hospital. You know what you've said goodbye to. From now on, it'll be tea parties, not champagne. Your whole life is dull and colorless as a cup of weak tea.
Get out.
In a moment. Or do I upset you, too, Michelle? You may be telling her the truth, you know. I've tried to warn Karen, too, but she wouldn't listen. How could she? You don't even speak her language.
Oh, George.
What about clothes, Karen? You've always loved beautiful, expensive clothes. Would you like nice, conservative dresses, neck up to here, shoes with low heels? And, don't forget to play up to the president's wife. She really runs the hospital, you know. Laugh at her jokes, admire her hats, listen to her service.
You seem to know a lot about it.
Don't I? But I never thought I'd see you as one of them. Oh, Michelle, I'm waiting. Knock me down and throw me out. You're drunk. Yes.
Well, goodbye, my pet. Going to miss you.
Oh, darling, please. He didn't mean what he said. That's just Georgie.
You've known him for a long time.
Oh, we've done 4 shows together.
Karin, tell me.
Michelle, he's never done anything to me but a dancing partner. None of them have done anything to me. Oh, darling, I do so want to be a good wife to you.
You will, Karin. Because you love me.
If you only knew how much, darling. If you only knew. June the 5th, 1936. 2 weeks ago, our first child was born. Michelle is deliriously happy. We're calling her Suzette. The 21st, 1940. Yesterday, Michelle's aunt died. He will inherit a great deal of money. At last, he has the chance to become a research scientist and has always longed to be. Soon, Suzette will be 4 years old. It's almost incredible. How happy we could be if it were not for these spells of jealousy that sweep over Michelle. They're like a sickness. Nothing I say or do seems convincing of the absurdity I was imagining. Oh, I wonder if they will always vanish if they have to go.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Bonjour, Chambon. The birthday cake ready?
All ready, Doctor. And such a cake, the whites of 24 eggs. Oh, such a surprise for the little one.
For my wife, too. She thinks I've forgotten all about today's birthday.
Oh, Doctor, is that not Madame Toussaint crossing the street?
My wife? How could it be? She's home with... What? Oh, yes, it is.
I'll put the cake in the box, Doctor.
Oh, look, Madame Giraud. She's going there again. Oh, I can't believe it. In broad daylight. Chabot.
Coming.
At least 3 times a week I see her go to that man's house and to think she's married. Who did you say her husband... Well, monsieur?
I beg your pardon.
Do you always listen in on people's conversation?
Excuse me.
Dr. Toussaint, the cake, the birthday cake.
The roof made of sugar cookies. But one day a big storm came and blew the roof off and... Oh, Dr. Toussaint?
Yes?
Daddy.
Hello, darling. Happy birthday.
We didn't have a birthday party, Daddy. Lots of children are coming. No.
Yes, darling. Anna, Madame is out.
Just for a little while, she said. Oh, I'm sure she did not expect you home so early. Anna's telling me a story. Each time, Anna has a different story.
Each time? What do you mean?
Oh, she only means...
I didn't ask you. Suzette, do you see Anna often? Do you?
Oh, yes, Daddy. Every afternoon when Mommy is gone, Anna comes from next door and tells me, Daddy, my hand, you're hurting my hand.
Darling. I wouldn't hurt you for anything in the world. I'll be in the study.
Michelle. Oh, darling, aren't you coming inside?
I told you before. I'm busy.
But, Michelle, you aren't busy. Oh, darling, your beautiful cake just came. Chabot brought it himself. He said you were there before, but you...
Yes, I was there. And I heard all about your afternoon excursion. Not only did I hear it, I saw you go there with my own eyes.
Oh, Michelle, I can explain all that. Darling, we have company. When we're alone, I'll talk.
What makes you think I'll ever be alone again?
Michelle, I'll guess.
What of it? Everyone knows. Everyone but your husband. You even paid Anna to watch our charge so you can go to him.
Oh, my poor Michelle.
Why must you bother to lie to me? I told you, everyone knows.
Please, think of Suzette.
Did you think of Suzette? Did you? You're not fit to be her mother. You're nothing but a...
Now will you listen to me?
Your guest. Perhaps you had better go to your guest.
That night, when, I don't know, Michelle left our home forever. He did not go alone.
I'm taking Suzette with me in the hope she will soon forget you. Take what you wish and never try to see us again.
Act 2 of this level Ours, starring Rita Hayworth and Charles Corbin, will continue in a moment. What are you doing with that big tray, Libby? A balancing act?
Well, if Deanna Durbin learned how to carry a tray full of dishes, I can too.
What did she do that for?
Why, she's a stage-struck waitress in her new picture because of him. She wanted to do the job right, so she learned the art from a waitress in the Universal Commissary.
You know, Libby, washing dishes can be just as much an art as carrying them.
And it's an art to keep hands lovely in spite of dishwashing.
But easy with Lux, because Lux is so kind to hands. They can stay lovely as a leading lady.
You know, in Deanna's new picture, because of him, Charles Lawton gets her a part as a leading lady in a play.
Well, whether a girl is an actress or a leading lady at home, she needn't have dishpan hands. In fact, she can get rid of them by changing from strong soaps to Lux for dishes.
Lots of women prove that by actual tests.
And another thing, Lux is thrifty. Why, tests show that ounce per ounce, it washes up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps. That's important these days when soap is scarce. Lux goes so much further, it's worth waiting for. If you couldn't get Lux today, try again soon. Here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of This Love of Ours, starring Rita Hayworth as Karen and Charles Corbin as Michel Tuzak. More than an hour has passed since Michel Tuzak closed the pages of Karen's diary. And for more than an hour, he has sat at her bedside, as still and unstirring as the girl he has dragged back from oblivion. He looks up now as Dr. Barnes comes in.
How is she? Resting comfortably, I think. You wouldn't care to tell me anything more about her? Not now, please. But if she's your wife, surely... When she's out of danger, is there some place we could move her, a private sanitarium? Somewhere in the country. There's Rossmore Sanitarium in Wisconsin. It's a very fine place to recuperate. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll make the arrangements.
Rossmore Sanitarium.
Carrying Hunter, please. Mr. Targell calling.
Oh, yes, Mr. Targell. Miss Hunter is out walking, but she left a message.
Yes?
She's leaving the sanitarium tomorrow. If you can call for her, she'll be ready about noon, cottage number 3.
Okay, thank you. Tell her, please, that I'll be there. I can't get over it, Karen. How wonderful you look. It must be the air up here.
Well, I've had enough of it. I simply can't wait to get away.
Can I put these bags in my car?
Mm-hmm, please. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, take your time. Targell. Good morning, Doctor. May I congratulate you on your patient's very evident recovery? Oh, I'm taking her back to Chicago. I see. You know she's my wife? Yes. I assume she's made up her mind about what she wants to do. And as far as I'm concerned, it's entirely her own business. Where is Karen? In the cottage. But I'm afraid you'll be wasting your time.
I suppose I should have told you I intended leaving today.
You might have mentioned it. Karen, I must talk to you.
Is your conscience troubling you, Michelle? It needn't. Merely nothing.
There are many steps I want to talk to you about. I wanted to wait until you were quite well again. Karen, for years, I tried everywhere to find you.
What do you want me to do? Feel sorry? Stop worrying about me. I'm going to Targell. I know what I have to face. I've lived from day to day for a number of years now.
You're coming back with me.
Sorry it's too late.
It's not for my sake. It's for Suzette.
Suzette? Ever since I saw you in Chicago, I've been waiting for you to mention her name. I say to myself now will you tell me about Suzette?
Don't you want me to speak of her?
Oh, of course I do. How is she? Does she ever ask about me?
That first day I took her away, she wanted to know where you were. I told her you were ill, that you were going away too. I told her you would never come back. She started to cry. She said, then you must be dead. I let her believe that. I let her believe you were dead.
Oh, how could you? How could you?
At the time, it seemed best. She was too young to understand anything else.
But she isn't too young now. Why haven't you told her the truth? If you couldn't make me live for Suzette, why did you bring me back to life at all? Michelle, I will go back with you. And I'll do my utmost to take her away from you. And then you will know what it means to be alone. You still want to take me?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes?
Joseph, I brought you here for nothing. I'm going back with him.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
I want my child.
It won't work, my dear. It won't work. Well, the nurse has created quite a stir at home.
How do you know?
The conductor just gave me this telegram. It's from the housekeeper, Miss Tucker. They're all delighted.
And Suzette?
She didn't mention anyone in particular.
You have quite a staff. What's with the house, the laboratory? You've come a long way from Paris.
Karen, please let me tell you what happened. Why won't you let me explain?
There's nothing you can explain. It's finished. Have you decided what we're going to tell Suzette?
What we will tell is the truth. We're married. I never tried to get a divorce, and neither did you. We'll tell her that we knew each other for a long time. We met again and decided to get married. She'll be a little shy at first. You must expect that.
Yes.
But when she's older and can understand, we can tell her everything.
You say that so confidently. But you will never tell her. Never. Because you're afraid.
Welcome home, Doctor. And Mrs. Suzette. Oh, I was never more surprised and delighted in my life.
Thank you, Miss Tucker.
Well, shall we go inside first or walk over to the laboratory?
Isn't Suzette home?
She's just in the garden.
Suzette?
Suzette. There she comes.
Daddy.
Hello, darling.
Suzette. Oh, she's so grown up. She's such a sweet child, Mrs. Suzette.
Look at the flowers, Daddy. I got them for you.
Oh, very nice. But you should give them to someone who wants to meet you very much.
Oh, here.
Hello, Suzette.
How do you do?
Oh, you'll have to say more than that, or Karim will think I've hurt you up very badly.
I'm sorry. I'm very glad you're here. I hope you'll be very happy. Oh, Daddy.
Suzette, come back, Suzette.
So here you are, young lady.
I'm unpacking Daddy's clothes.
You've been acting like a little baby. Well, there's nothing unnatural about your father getting married again. She seems like a very nice person.
Please, Tucker, don't scold me.
All right. I won't scold you.
He looked at me as if he's afraid. And the way he looked at her. He never looked that way at you or anybody.
Well, of course not. Your father's not in love with me.
Does he love her as much as he loves me?
It's different, dear. Well, it's like that left shoe and that right shoe. They're both shoes, but they're different.
But why does he...
Now, you put the rest of his clothes away and then come downstairs, I'll see about dinner.
Look, this newspaper. Why did Daddy keep an old newspaper in his suitcase and... Oh.
What about an old newspaper,
Oh, nothing. Cafe Entertainer Sheet Cell. Cafe Entertainer? It's her. And her picture. It's her.
No dessert for you, Suzette?
No, thank you, Mrs. Daddy, what do I call you, why?
Quiet. I don't know. You're too young to call her Karen, and stepmother is a little awkward. Suppose you just call her mother, if she doesn't mind.
I won't call her mother. I couldn't.
Well, why don't you just call me Karen? Perhaps that won't be too bad.
Karen would do very well.
You wanted me to call her mother.
Mrs. Suzette is too young to be called mother by a grown-up girl like you.
I'm not grown up, and she's not my mother, and she doesn't belong here. You can't take my mother's place, even if you did marry her.
Go to your room at once.
Oh, please.
Suzette.
All right, I'll go.
Oh, if you don't mind, Doctor, I'd better go with her.
I'm sorry, Karen.
She hates me so much. She hates me so much. You played beautifully, Mrs. Suzette. We were talking about Suzette. Yes. You can't worry about her like this.
She's hardly spoken a word for 2 days.
Dr. Tuzak will know how to handle her. He's tucking her in bed now.
I can tuck her in bed, yes. But it appears that's all I can do with her.
Yes. Still the same.
Yes?
We must be patient with her. You see, Mrs. Suzette, she's lived here so long with only her father and me that your coming made it seem so different to her. Her mother's quite real to Suzette. She worships her like a saint. She used to carry on long conversations with her. I got her out of that, but now something I could do. Yes, I believe there is. What? You see, she has me for a refuge to comfort her and watch over her. I think it's better that I leave. Stop. Oh, no, please. You love her, too. Well, she wouldn't... We wouldn't want you to go. I'm older, Mrs. Suzette. I've had a lot of experience with these little savages. In time, when I'm gone, she'll come to you with her trouble. And that's bound to bring you closer together.
I think you're right.
I know I am. And later, when things are better, you should want me back. Oh, we will, of course. I'll leave early in the morning before she's awake.
Not tomorrow. It's Suzette's birthday tomorrow.
It's for the best. A child can have only one woman to mother her. And you, Mrs. Suzette, are the one to do that. Well, I think I'll do a little packing. Miss Tucker. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Suzette. Happy birthday. Breakfast is all ready.
Where's my father?
In the laboratory. He and Dr. Andrews are very busy. You see, they want to take the afternoon off for your party.
Did you tell Miss Tucker to go away?
No, darling, I didn't.
Then you made her go, not my father.
No one made her go, dear.
She didn't go because she wanted to. Why did she leave without even saying goodbye?
Well, perhaps she thought it was best that way. Come here, dear. Let me help you with your hair. You know, when I was a little girl, my mother used to curl my hair around her finger and then draw it out just like this.
Do you have to do my hair?
No. No, I just thought you might like me to.
Where are you going?
Eat your breakfast. I'll be back later.
You're going to tell my father. You're going to tell him I've been bad again.
No one's bad around here. A little unkind. Not bad.
I don't know what that is. I've talked to Suzette a dozen times.
The only success we've had seems to be in upsetting each other. Now she blames me for sending Miss Tucker away.
She doesn't mean to be cruel. She's
What's
just...
that, Michelle? Back at the garden there?
Oh, just something she fixed up with the help of the old gardener.
But what is it?
It's a shrine. She begged me to let her have a shrine to her mother.
A shrine to me?
I didn't approve, but I thought anything that would make her happy...
Well, it's a little ironic, isn't it, to look at one's own shrine? To be canonized in a child's mind? For what? For years of waiting and longing and dreaming about a child who won't even stay in the same room with you. It's almost funny, isn't it? You wouldn't understand. You've never been immortalized in stained glass, have you? Have you?
Suzette, I've been looking all over for you. What are you doing?
Nothing. Just sitting here in the garden.
Did you like your birthday present?
Oh, yes, Daddy. Thank you very much.
You know, you haven't been much like my little girl since I've come back.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, I know, dear. You're unhappy. I hope you'll believe me when I tell you that I'm unhappy, too. And so is Curry. We'd imagine things would be a lot different than they are. We'd hope that we'd all be happier here than we'd ever remembered being. And we are not. What you are doing is wrong, darling. And yet, I know you think it's right. Karen only wants to love you.
Daddy, don't say any more.
I'm going to tell you a little story about her. Then you'll know her better.
I know about her already.
You know what?
What was in the newspaper? There was a newspaper in your suitcase. It said she was an entertainer in a nightclub.
Suzette.
And that she tried to kill herself.
Oh, I'm sorry you saw that. But don't you see that...
And I'm sorry she's unhappy. But that doesn't give her any right to try to be my mother. Daddy, couldn't we get our bicycles and have lunch in town? Just you and I.
Why don't we have lunch here?
Because we might disturb them.
Disturb whom?
A friend's come to visit Karen. He must be a very good friend the way she welcomed him.
A very good friend. Well, then we must go in, too, and meet him.
He's a funny man. He wanted to draw my picture right away.
I think you'd like that. Come on, let's say hello to him. The house is beautiful, the grounds are beautiful, and I came to see you, Carrie. Tell me, has anyone told Suzette that she's your daughter?
No, we haven't been able to yet, but...
Isn't working out, is it?
Well, things haven't gone perfectly, no, but how could they? It takes time. Now, what about you? You wrote me you had a new accompanist.
One, I've had 3. They all played the piano, they all smiled brightly at the audience, but there isn't a spark of life in their performances, or in mine. So a week ago, I walked out. You see, I miss you, Karen.
You Joseph.
Karen, you don't belong here, and you know it.
You have no right to say that.
I'm not interested in my right to say it. It's the truth. All you've had is heartaches. I could have told you that, but I wanted you to find out for yourself. I've come to take you back.
Oh, I just don't know. I don't know what I should do.
Hello, Targo. Oh, hello, Doctor. Well, how about you, young lady? May I draw your picture now?
Yes, if you'd like.
Oh, I would. Now, if you'll just sit still for one moment, there's my paper and pencil. Now, this really needs a Gainsborough. But since I'm not a Gainsborough, I'm not going to even try to capture the zest of youth, the fire and dignity of those young eyes, or the beauty of that brow, not even that saucy little chin. No, Suzette, I'm not going to make you beautiful at all. I'm going to make you funny.
Funny?
Yes, my dear. Because one day you realize that life is funny and people are funnier. Now, one more line and we'll finish. With the compliments of your humble servant.
Oh.
Disappointed?
Do I really look like this, Daddy?
Yes, this is how Mr. Targo sees you.
Let me look again. Can you do one of my daddies?
Only with the subject's permission.
Please let in, Daddy.
Well, after lunch, perhaps.
But Corky, you wouldn't have to have Corky's permission, Mr. Targell.
Who's Corky?
My dog. Please, Mr. Targell, he's right outside.
Why, by all means, we must do your dog. You know, Suzette, no one's had a dog. You know.
Did you hear, Michelle? She laughed.
Yes, I heard.
I want to tell you, I didn't ask Joseph to come here. I didn't know he was coming.
I'm glad he came. I don't expect you to cut yourself off completely from your friends.
Oh, yes, miss.
She seems to have taken to it.
Oh, it's wonderful to see her happy. It's the first time I've heard her laugh since I came here.
I don't know. I think she has some scheme, maybe.
I don't care what scheme she has. For the first time, she seems happy, and that's enough for me.
I won't have her continually hurting you.
To see her like this is worth anything. Michelle, Joseph wants me to go back to Chicago. I've made up my mind. I'm going.
For station identification, this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York. Here's a news bulletin. A Labor Department spokesman says the federal government will probably seize New York tugboats sometime tomorrow. This bulletin has come to you from CBS News.
In a moment, our stars, Rita Hayworth and Charles Corben, will return in Act 3 of This Love of Ours. Tonight, we have as our guest a young lady responsible for many of those colorful, imaginative costumes that have dazzled moviegoers over the years. She is Miss Helen Rose, a designer at Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios. I've noticed, Helen, that you specialize in musical productions.
Yes. Any kind of clothes designing fascinates me. But in musicals, you have more chance to use imagination and originality.
And you use plenty of it in the Harvey Girls. I'm sure those waitresses of the 90s would have loved the costumes you created for the picture.
They might have had more trouble than I did keeping them fresh.
How's that?
They didn't have luck. I did.
I was hoping you'd say that. Of course, Judy Garland and John Hodiak do a fine piece of acting. But those wonderful girls' costumes, they're remembered by everyone I know who has seen the picture.
I don't suppose most people realize what a problem it is keeping costumes looking fresh. When you're shooting in Technicolor, everything has to be perfect. The Harvey Girls were famous for being immaculate, so we washed those uniforms after every shooting. Mr. Kennedy will be interested in that, I'm sure.
I imagine that Lux Flakes helped you out, Miss Rose.
Indeed they did, Mr. Kennedy. We had to play safe with colors and delicate lingerie fabrics, so we used Lux for everything washable that was worn in the picture.
The finished picture certainly proves what a wise choice that was. Those costumes looked lovely every minute on the screen.
Thank you. I was really proud of them, too.
Thank you, Miss Rose. Lots of women take pride in keeping their own lingerie lovely the Lux way. Actual washing tests prove that strong soap, hot water, and rough handling make colors look faded and drab far too soon. Slips and nighties washed the Lux way stay lovely 3 times as long. Lux Care is thrifty care. That's especially important now when underthings are hard to buy. Use enough Lux to get rich suds, but no more than you need. A little Lux goes a long way. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We hope you'll join us after the final curtain for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's the third act of This Love of Ours, starring Rita Hayworth as Karen and Charles Corgan as Michelle. A few hours have passed, and in the Tuzak home, a score of shouting children celebrate Suzette's birthday. Quite unaware that Suzette herself has slipped quietly away and is now walking aimlessly outside the house, apparently waiting for someone.
Suzette,
Oh, yes, Daddy?
why aren't you inside, dear? Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's a lovely party. I'm waiting for Uncle Paul.
Oh, well, so am I.
Daddy, are you sure he's coming?
He'll be here. I telephoned him early this morning.
But why is he late? Uncle Paul always comes to my birthday, and he's never late.
Suzette, did you ever mention Paul to Karen?
Karen? Does Karen know Uncle Paul?
She did, many years ago. I don't think she'd remember him anymore. I would like them to meet again.
Daddy, Mr. Targell told us to draw a picture for me of my mother. I asked him to. Is that all right?
Why, yes, of course, dear. Your young friends in there are keeping him very busy.
I can tell him just what she looked like.
I think he knows.
How would Mr. Targell know?
Because he's an artist. An artist has great imagination. Now come, it's time to cut the birthday cake. And don't worry, Uncle Paul will be there. Pictures now, but 10 minutes. Now listen, you Indians. There's a birthday cake. You don't want to miss that, do you?
Don't you?
I certainly let myself in for something, didn't I?
When you leaving?
Oh, as soon as this is over. Have you made up your mind, Karen?
Yes, if your office still holds. I told Michael I'm going with him.
And he's going to lecture?
But there's not much he could do about it, is there?
No, my dear. Not much. Look, darling. Look who's here.
Uncle Paul! Uncle Paul!
Hello, darling. Happy birthday.
I knew you wouldn't forget. This is so late.
Now, how could I forget my best girl's birthday? Here, with my very best wishes.
A present. Oh, thank you.
Well, open it. Open it.
A bracelet. Oh, it's beautiful. Look, everybody, look. He gave it to me for Uncle Paul. And now he's going to play the piano for us, aren't you, Uncle Paul?
Darling, give the men a chance to sit down. At least a chance to meet everyone. Well, Michelle, aren't you going to introduce me? Where is she, this new wife of yours?
She went upstairs to her room.
If you'll excuse me, I'll bring her right down. How do you do?
Oh,
Well, yes.
Michelle. Where's Michelle?
I don't know. After he came downstairs, he told me to wait for you here, alone.
And you don't know.
This is most embarrassing. I can't remember ever... Karen.
No?
Karen.
Oh, your eyes.
Yes, yes, but I should have known you immediately.
I can't believe it.
Didn't you know? Michelle didn't say anything about me?
No, nothing. Not even that he knew you.
Knew me? Why, Michelle has been my best friend for years.
What? Tell me what happened.
What happened? You remember the day in Paris when you came to see me? You couldn't stay long. It was Suzette's birthday too.
Oh, so I remember. All these years I've been trying to forget.
It happened about a week after that. I was playing the piano. I heard the doorbell ring. I thought my housekeeper would answer, so I just kept on playing. You know how much I wanted to be a good student. I heard a strange sound. Dr. Tuzak. Does that mean anything to you? Why, yes, of course. You're Karen's husband. Won't you... Where is my wife? I'm sorry, Dr. Tuzak. I don't know. Where is my wife? Chop. No, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, Tracy. Let go of me. Let go of me. Tracy! Help, someone. Help. Help. Help.
Oh, let him go. Let him go. He can't protect himself. He's blind. He's blind.
Blind?
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Are you all right? Don't worry about me. I'll get off my mind. Made a horrible mistake. Please, let me help you. It's nothing. Dr. Tuzak, why isn't Karen coming anymore? What's happened? She went away. You stayed. I thought you didn't know. She used to come here 3 afternoons a week. She taught me how to play the piano. A good teacher. Very kind. Why don't you say something? Dr. Tuzak? Dr. Tuzak?
She is gone, monsieur.
For years he kept looking for you, Karen. And all the while, as if I were his brother, he took care of me. He even brought me to America, to a specialist.
They operated, and now I can see again. Yes, I found happiness, Karen. But Michel, all he could do was to keep looking for you.
Oh, he tried to tell me, Paul, and I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't listen.
But it's not too late. He's found you. You have him now. And Suzette.
Suzette. Oh, it is too late.
Mr. Cardell, you haven't forgotten.
Forgotten?
You said when they left, you'd draw a picture for me of my mother.
No, I haven't forgotten.
Here's your crayon and your big pad.
Well, go ahead. Now, what was she like? Tell me.
Daddy,
Telling me.
my mother was very beautiful, wasn't she, Daddy? And there wasn't another lady like her in the whole world. My daddy's told me that 1,000 times.
This is not helping, Mr. Targel, dear. It may be. Please go on, Suzette.
Her hair was curly like mine, wasn't it?
Yes?
And her eyes was dark and large, and she smiled whenever she looked at me. My father told me everything about her. And he told me over and over again that he'd never marry anyone else because he couldn't love anyone else like he loved my mother.
And did he tell you about time when you were a little baby?
Karen.
And the chestnut trees. And the funny old baker around the corner.
Oh, Daddy, you didn't tell her all about Mother, too. You didn't, did you?
No, I didn't. We have to be quiet, Suzette, if I'm to finish your mother's picture.
I don't want it now. It's spoiled. She spoiled it. She spoils everything.
I'm going away, Suzette.
Why did you come here? Daddy and I were so happy before you came.
Karen, you can't go.
Paul has told me.
Then you know, and you must stay.
No, Michelle, no. It just won't work.
Daddy, you mustn't kiss her. You mustn't.
Let her go.
Joseph was the first to tell me it wouldn't work.
There have been times before, Karen, I've been wrong.
But not this time. Yes, Michelle, now I know. I know that you have loved me. That you did try to find me. That you... Oh, darling, why didn't we find each other sooner?
Karen, please.
No. Don't say anything. I'm not unhappy. There's just one thing I want you to know. I did love you. I'll always love you.
Michelle, Karen, Suzette's leaving. She says she's going to Miss Tucker if I don't take her with me. Now, you'd better do something about it and do it quick. Tell her the truth and tell her now. You think we haven't done everything? How would you do it? I'm going to do what you should have done a long time ago. Go out in the garden and tear down that fake memorial. Suzette.
What?
Come here.
I'll come, Daddy, but I'm going away. And if Uncle Paul won't take me, I'll go myself. I'll run away.
There'll be no need for that, dear. I told you I was leaving, and I am. Would you mind if I put my arms around you just once before I go?
No.
You see, I used to have a little girl of my own a long, long time ago, and I lost her. You mustn't blame me altogether for having wanted you to love me, just as I would have wanted her to love me.
Where is she now?
Not far away, Suzette. She's quite close to me now. Try not to hate me when you think of me. Even though you couldn't love me as I love you.
There.
You finished the picture of my mother?
Yes, my dear. Here.
Thank you. But it's her. It's Karen. Karen's my...
Yes.
Daddy, where is she? Karen! She's going away.
Yes, darling.
I'm ready, Joseph. Please, I want to talk to you. Daddy, stop her, stop her.
Only you can do that, Suzette.
But you knew all the time and you wouldn't tell me.
Some things, little one, cannot be told with words. Some things only the heart can know.
But I do know. I do know now. Mother.
Oh, my darling.
Mother. My mother.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Sally, do my old eyes deceive me, or are those nylons you're wearing?
Why, yes, they are.
Well, then why aren't you battered and bruised? They tell me there are near riots whenever nylons go on sale.
Oh, I've had these since before the war.
But they look wonderful.
Well, of course, I've always loved them. Lots of girls have kept their pre-war nylons going that way. Now, there's Mrs. Linky of New York. She wrote us, I'm still wearing pre-war nylons. In August 1941, I was lucky enough to buy some, and I've just lived in them. Well, in fact, I've worn most of them ever since, and I still have some left. Now, some people say that I'm just plain lucky. But I say no, I've always used Lux. And I do give a lot of credit to Lux. My nylons are Luxed after every wearing in lukewarm studs. Believe me, when I get new nylons, I'll use Lux, too. It certainly helps to keep runs away.
Facts back up Mrs. Linky's story, Sally. A famous laboratory made a series of strain tests on rayon, silk, and lisle stockings. Proved that Lux cuts down runs over 50%. Then they tested nylon the same way and got amazing results, too. Identical stockings, washed with a strong soap or rubbed with a cake soap, pop runs quickly. So you see, you can get ever so much longer wear from stockings if you Lux them.
You can be sure I'll keep on using Lux for rayons as well as for my new nylons.
We return you now to William Keeley.
Our spotlight turns on tonight's stars, Rita Hayworth and Charles Corbin, who return for their curtain calls and give us the chance to say how much we enjoyed their excellent performances.
Well, Bill, you gave us a great supporting cast to work with.
Especially little Sue England was with us in the picture.
That reminds me of something I've wanted to say for some time. How much we appreciate the supporting cast who work with us on Lux from week to week.
I know what you mean. They don't get any billing, but they do a faithful and superb job.
Your supporting cast on Lux includes some pretty famous names in pictures, don't they, Bill?
Yes, indeed. Leading men like Francis X. Bushman and Norman Field and Herb Rawlinson, who are in our cast tonight, by the way. They were all great stars in their day, and they're continuing that standard of fine acting in this theater.
And don't I recognize from time to time such famous radio personalities as Eddie Marr, Tudor Marsham, Joseph Kearns, and Bernie Shelton?
And not to mention Charlie Field, who used to play with me years ago in repertoire.
Well, Bill, probably no one outside the theater knows how important the supporting cast really is.
Agreed. Charles, we're all of us looking forward to your next appearance on the screen.
Thanks very much, Bill. I'm starting another picture soon with Melobra.
I was over at Columbia the other day, Rita, and your boss, Harry Cohen, showed me your latest picture, Gilda.
Confidentially, Bill. How was she?
Well, if Rita weren't here, I could tell you she gives one of the finest performances you've ever seen on the screen. And Columbia Pictures can be justly proud of her.
Thanks, Bill. I'm sorry I wasn't here to hear you say that.
What do you have on Lux next Monday night, Bill?
Next Monday night is another red-letter date for us because we're presenting one of the screen's most moving stories of devotion, love, and sacrifice with two of the finest stars we've ever brought together on this stage. It's Warner Brothers' great dramatic hit, Now Voyager, starring Betty Davis and Gregory Peck.
I can see that your audience agrees you've got a great treat for next Monday, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and our thanks to both of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Betty Davis and Gregory Peck in Now Voyager. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Perhaps you can't get Lux Flakes every time you ask. That's because there's still a shortage of fats and oils, especially the fine oils needed for fine soap. Your government asks you to keep right on saving every drop of used fat in your kitchen. This releases oils for soap. Help put more soap on your grocer's shelf by saving used fats regularly and turning them into your dealer promptly. He'll give you 4 cents for every pound. In a final report issued by the War Activities Committee, motion pictures, along with radio and the press, were given full credit for their share in Allied victory and final peace. The report says, in part, a well-informed public aided in our ultimate victory, and the screen, the press, and the radio proved themselves vital mediums of public service during the wartime years. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Now Voyager with Betty Davis and Gregory Peck.
Riunite on ice?
That's nice.
Riunite on ice.
That's nice.
Riunite on ice.
That's nice. Riunite on ice?
That's nice.
There's nothing quite as refreshing as a chilled bottle of Riunite wine. Red, white, or rosé.
Riunite on ice. That's nice.
Night is dragging her feet. If it gets me nowhere to make you go, will my love make you stop to bend?
A
Olivia Newton-John's new album is Olivia Totally Hot on MCA Records and Tapes.
I've always loved chocolate and mint, so I'm really excited about new Irish Mocha Mint, the newest flavor from General Foods International Coffees. I think it's going to be very popular.
Chocolatey, minty coffee flavor. Delicious.
It's so nice to relax with its rich flavor.
Irish Mocha Mint. The taste I've been waiting for.
Chocolate and mint lovers, this is your lucky day. New Irish Mocha Mint from General Foods International Coffees.
Oscar, you made fresh burnt coffee. You didn't.
I didn't.
You didn't?
It's Maxim. Martha, fresh pert coffee. You didn't.
I didn't. It's Maxim.
Maxim freeze-dried coffee has a rich ground aroma and rich taste so close to fresh brewed coffee, they'll think you did when you didn't.
Arthur, you didn't.
I didn't. It's Maxim.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's the marketplace for the vendors of laughter and agony, of terror and decay. Their shadows stand by the shadows of gilded pushcarts piled high with the remnants of dreams, the remnants of desires. And they'll bargain with you, these vendors. The dreams were dreamed on the edge of night, and the desires special, very special. And you buy because there's nothing else to buy. It's Broadway, My Beat. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the tunnel that leads you from Grand Central to the Times Square shuttle is deserted and bleak and almost clean. You notice these things because the tiled walls, dirtied with a film of yellow light, stretch out in front of you. And somewhere ahead of you seem to close in on themselves. And suddenly the sickness is inside you, the feeling that there's no exit anywhere. And you hurry against it. And you see the back of a man that looks familiar, and you call out to him, even if the man is Joe Quito. Joe? Joe Quito? Huh? Thought it was you, Joe. Back with us, huh?
Yeah, I'm back, but not with you, policeman. I'm back alone by myself. Free and easy.
You're gonna keep it that way, Joe?
If you keep out of my way, policeman, I'll be a good boy. If you spread your lousy wings over me like a mother hen, I don't know what I'd do. Something ugly, maybe.
The loose mouth, Joe. Watch it.
For 12 years I've been watching it. For 12 dirty, rotten years. Now I'm free and easy like you, policeman. My mouth talks how it likes.
You weren't happy in Sing Sing, huh, Joe? You should have been. I hear they treated you real polite, like maybe you were worth treating that way.
You know what it take you polite.
You just got out, Joe. Don't make it too hard on yourself.
Hard? Don't make me laugh in my belly, policeman. It's not going to be hard for Joe no more. No more hard for Joe Quito.
Oh, you got plans, Joe?
Big, smooth plans like silk. That's how it's going to be. Silk so deep I could swim in it, maybe even drown. Good way to die, huh, policeman?
Yeah, it's good when you can pick your own way.
Joe Quito don't have to pick. It's all there waiting for him. Silk. Does it make you jealous, policeman? Poor little policeman?
You know something, Joe? I don't care. One way or the other, I don't care. Honest.
That's good, because you're not built for it. Some people, they build that way like me. The others like you. Which way you go, policeman?
You really care, Joe?
Sure I care. Because whichever way you go, I go the other way. Till tomorrow, policeman. But don't look around for me. Tomorrow might not come.
Like silk, huh, Joe?
What? Police! Help! Someone help!
What's the matter, lady?
They're over there on that corner in the dark. Two men, one pulled a knife. He stabbed him over and over and ran away.
Joe!
Silk just waiting for me. For Joe Keith.
Then the world folded in on Joe Quito. It broke step and veered into his direction and considered Joe Quito and his dying in a subway tunnel. The police came and observed him, photographed him, cataloged him. A man in a Homburg stared. A man in disintegrating clothing hurried by without pausing. A woman stood on the fringes of the little crowd and bit a knuckle. Finally, 2 interns carried him away with a stretcher and intern-type jokes. I went home. The next morning, I called headquarters, got the late Joe Quito's address. Amsterdam Avenue in Harlem. The morning sun never quite makes it in Harlem. The shadows are glued there, and that makes it tough. And if you stand on its corner, stand there and tune yourself to it, you might feel it. The start of a new day in Harlem is the start of a panic. I had the key to Joe's room from his effects. I inserted it, turned it, opened the door.
Joe? That you, Joe? I'm making coffee, honey. What's the matter, honey? You tired? Who are you?
I'm sorry. I thought Joe lived here alone.
He lives here alone. Who are you?
I'm a policeman.
That's been tried on me before. Show me.
All right. Here. My name's Danny Clover.
So, my name's Holly Parker, so we both met someone new. You're a slough, huh? Plainclothes detective. You like making a living that way?
You're a bitter, bitter girl, Holly.
I react to people by laughing at them. I got taught that.
Did you laugh at Joe?
What do you mean, did I? What's the matter with Joe?
What are you doing here, Holly?
We've got an arrangement. I make coffee for Joe. It's been going on for 2 days. I come down from my room upstairs and make him coffee. Thanks for not smiling. It's the truth.
It's over.
Joe did that again. He said he wouldn't. Last night when he went out, he told me he wouldn't have to do anything. Nothing good or bad for a long time.
Where'd he go?
Oh, so you're looking for Joe. You don't know where he is and you want me to help you find him.
It's not
Write down in your book Holly Parker. Then write down she doesn't know.
We know. Joe's dead. He was murdered, Holly. You better sit down.
No, I'm all right.
Go ahead, Holly. Go ahead.
Not Holly. Once when I was 12, a thing happened to me, and I ran out of tears.
Who killed him?
He had a burden, but I don't know who killed him.
Tell me about it.
In that chair by the window. And that newspaper on the floor. He sat there and stared at that newspaper.
Oh? This one? The Times?
Yeah.
It's pretty old. January 27, 1938. What's in it that makes it a burden?
You tell me. Joe wouldn't.
Joe was in trouble once. You know that.
I know, he told me. He told me about a 12th sentence he got and about a lawyer who said he'd only get 1 year.
The lawyer said that, huh? What lawyer?
Joe said his name once and broke a beer bottle against the table. Joe said Ralph Ferguson.
I've heard the name.
Maybe Joe wanted to kill this Ralph Ferguson. I don't know. Maybe he did. Do you think things could have gotten themselves reversed?
Things could have. I told Holly Parker to drink her coffee, then go back upstairs and stay there. Then I phoned the law offices of Ralph Ferguson. He was not in, a happy young voice told me. He was taking his 3-hour break, it said, at the East River Athletic Club. I went there. I went there, and a man in biceps and white linen shorts led me through a door and along the tiled apron of a swimming pool. Shuttled me through another door and through the gallery overlooking the handball courts. Then whisked me through the area where the members felt they should do their rowing indoors. Through another door and pointed out Ralph Ferguson. Ralph Ferguson, a rosy, fat man on a table, getting some of the fat pounded off him.
Take it easy, Mickey. Take it easy, will you?
Ralph Ferguson? Is your name Ralph Ferguson?
Later, pal, later. This is the part Mr. Ferguson likes best.
Oh.
Look,
Now?
Look, you can't have Mickey till I'm done with him. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ferguson.
I'm from the police, Mr. Ferguson. Danny Clover. Come on, take your head out from under that towel and peek. See? Danny Clover. Sure, go ahead, Mickey, only not too much noise.
I've got my business hours, Danny.
Sure, I know. I just dropped by to tell you a thing. Joe Quito's been murdered.
I read it. Tough.
You kill him?
Turn over, Mr. Ferguson.
You kill him, Ferguson?
Oh, you're kidding, Danny.
No, I'm not. You were his lawyer. You promised him a 1-year rap. He got 12. You and Joe fight?
Let me tell you about it, Danny.
Uh-huh.
Joe and a guy named Grant Murray and a guy named Lee Baker. 3 of them.
3 of them.
They heisted a car 12 years ago. They pleaded noli contendere. The judge was in a bad humor. Gave him 12 years.
That was January 27, 1938, wasn't it?
Yeah, you got a good memory.
Not so good. I read it in the newspaper. The late edition of the Times for that date. I found it in Joe's room.
Mr. Ferguson likes this, too.
Yeah. He isn't going to like this. Look, Ferguson, sit up. Sit up and talk to me. It's better. What about Joe Quito? What about those 3 boys?
Dregs. That's what about them. Gutter dregs. They didn't have the guts to look over the top of the curbstone. Little gutter people. I lost their case, and society put them away for 12 years. Society owes me a thank you.
What else?
Nothing else. Go take a cold shower, Danny. It'll cool you off. Put the towel and soap on my tab.
I thanked Lawyer Ferguson. Exercised great self-restraint in not helping Mickey slap some more fat off his fat mouth. And got out. A call to headquarters gave me Grant Murray's address. It was in a place I was getting to know, in Harlem. In a rotting, pockmarked, cold-water tenement in Harlem. Up a flight of stairs where rats had gnawed at the decaying wood. In Harlem. And to a door, its paint peeling and scarred as if fingers had clawed at it to get in or out.
Come on in. There ain't no lock on that door. Light the candle, mister. Then we can see each other. There's some matches over there on the table. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's lots better. I've been trying to do that myself for 2 hours, maybe. But I couldn't make it. Ain't it funny? Man wants a little light in his room and ain't got the strength to pick up a little old match.
What's the matter with you, Grant?
You know my name? That must make you the rent collector. Well, I got news for you, rent collector. I ain't got it. And you ain't never gonna get it, not from me. Now what you gonna do, rent collector? Throw me out?
Grant.
Stay away from me, rent collector. Just stay away, that's all.
Grant, I'm Danny Clover of the police. What's the matter with you? Are you sick?
Sick? Yeah, I'm sick, mister. But it's the last sickness I'm ever gonna have. I've been trying to get to that door to call you, Mr. Police, but I just haven't got the strength.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how a man came in here and took care of me. Good. So I could never open my mouth again. He stuck a knife in me. That's what that man did right here. See it, Mr. Police?
Grant. Grant.
Oh, I'm awful glad you came, Mr. Police. Oh, Mr. Oh.
His body twisted off the iron cotton he sat on. Then he shuddered and lay still. And the thing that fell from his hands and covered his wound like a shroud was a blood-stained newspaper. I picked it up. It said the New York Times. The headline said, Japanese stalled by Chinese troops. The dateline said, January 27, 1938.
Listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. That red-headed circus, Arthur Godfrey, is now on hand to entertain you Saturday nights on CBS. Godfrey puts together the cream of the jest from his daytime shows on CBS, mixes in the best songs of Bill Lawrence, Jeanette Davis, and the Mariners, and turns out a top half hour of Saturday night fun. Listen to the Arthur Godfrey Digest this Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations.
Broadway's a street dedicated to the proposition that dead men have stories to tell. A person becomes suddenly famous when he becomes suddenly dead. Broadway grins, makes clucking noises, and wants to know all about this suddenly famous person. Right now, it had a double feature to get gay about. A man named Joe Quito, murdered. A man named Grant Murray, murdered. At headquarters, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia thought about it, gave it expert consideration, and thereby coined a phrase.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies, Danny.
It impresses you that way, huh?
Yeah, and you would have nothing to worry about if you was just Frisbee Novotny.
Tartaglia?
Frisbee Novotny, Danny, the guy whom I've been trying to tell you about. You know, the hero of my favorite detective stories, the one who solves crimes and mayhem with a slide rule and formulas.
He does that. How?
Well, this Frisbee Novotny does like this. He makes X the corpse, Y the room the murder took place in, Z the time of the murder, A Here, Danny, here's some paper. My pen, the gift of the ever-grateful Mrs. Tartaglia.
What's she got to be grateful about?
Oh, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tartaglia. It's these newspapers here on my desk. They've got me confused. These 1938 newspapers.
Oh, 1938, huh? Hey, ain't that the year little orphan Annie celebrated her 40th birthday?
Yeah, that confuses me, too. Tartaglia, I've got a feeling the reason why those two boys were murdered is right here in these papers.
Ah, that's my Danny.
Huh?
Nothing, Danny.
I've read these papers from headline to shipping news, and the only thing I can see that's interesting is this item right here on the bottom of page 3.
Huh?
Police today arrested 3 men in connection with car theft. The men gave their names as Joe Quito, Grant Murray, and Lee Baker. They are being held without bail pending hearing. That's all it says, Tartaglia.
Well, this is information that the police department is already fully aware of.
Uh-huh. The thing that bothers me is why the two boys kept these newspapers.
For their scrapbook, maybe.
Something else, Tartaglia. Something else. Something that's in these papers. Something that's staring me in the eye and begging to be understood. You got what I asked you for?
Oh, sure, Danny, certainly. Straight from the parole officer. The third boy, Lee Baker, is employed at the moment as a garage mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ain't it wonderful the trades they teach up in Sing Sing?
Where's he employed?
At the garage in back of the Mobile gas station on 125th Street.
Maybe Lee Baker's got a newspaper, too. Get me a squad car, Tartaglia. Hey, you under the car. I want to talk to you.
Ask the man out front, Mac. He'll give you the key and point out the door.
I'm from the police, Mac.
That makes you different?
Yeah, I want to ask you some questions. You.
Well, that makes you different. Yeah. Well, what's bothering you, Mac?
They told me out front Lee Baker wasn't around.
Oh, Lee Baker, huh?
They told me maybe you'd know why he wasn't around.
What do those guys out front know? All they know is, shall I fill it up, Mac? Hold still while I wipe your windshield, Mac. Relax while I blow up your tires. What do those guys know?
Lee Baker. Why isn't he around?
I've been telling you, Mac. I ain't got the slightest, foggiest notion why he ain't around. He did something?
He didn't come in today?
Who says he didn't come in? Since he's been working for me, he comes in every morning like veritable clockwork.
Okay, I give up. You tell it to me in your own way.
I knew you'd come around with it, Mac. Well, like I say, Lee, for the 3 days he's been working for me, comes in like clockwork. He works for me like I was the boss's daughter or something. Like a slave, you know what I mean?
And today was different.
Mac, you told me I could tell it my own way.
Yeah, sorry.
Forget it, Mac. Now, let me see. Where was I?
He worked for you like a slave.
Yeah, that's right, like a slave. But a happy slave, you know? Cheery and beery. But today was different.
I said that.
You did, Mac? Look, like I started to say, today was different.
How?
The right question, Mac. Today was different because Lee comes in, sits down with the morning newspaper, turns pale, but a green kind of pale, you know what I mean? He gets up and he walks out of the garage.
Maybe he's coming back.
I don't think so, Mac. He had that look. I seen it on my helpers before. When they get that look, they never come back.
Yeah. Thanks for everything, mechanic.
Wait a minute, Mac. Lee left his toolkit. If Lee now belongs to the police, the toolkit now belongs likewise, no?
Yeah. Where is it?
Over here. Well, Open it, Mac. That's your department.
Thanks.
Hey, such a beautiful picture of such a beautiful girl. He's got pasted in the lid. What a differential, huh, Mac? You got any idea what you're looking for, Mac?
No.
Hey, what are you doing tearing that picture off? What do you know? There's something underneath.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't think of. To look underneath the picture. Oh, that sly guy.
There it is again. The front page of the Times, January 27, 1938.
Yeah. Look what's circled with a blue circle. The U.S. Treasury balance. Such a big number.
A big number. A number that meant billions of dollars and meant that's what the United States Treasury balance was as of January 27, 1938. That meant something special to an ex-convict, now garage mechanic, now missing. The big number was beginning to make big sense. I phoned in headquarters, had them send out an all-points bulletin to pick up Lee Baker. They gave me a message for my trouble. A lady had called, a young lady named Holly Parker. Would I come up to Harlem and see her right away? I would, right away.
Oh, come in. Come in, Mr. Clover.
Thanks, Holly.
That chair over there is comfortable, Mr. Clover, but don't lean back in it.
All right. You're going someplace, Holly? That suitcase on the bed. You were packing?
Unpacking.
Something changed your mind?
I was going back to Michigan. Then I got to thinking, why Michigan? Why any place?
You tell me.
I read about Grant Murray's being murdered and Joe Quito. Grant and Joe were friends. I was a friend. Police. Something to run away from. I'm good at it.
We'd find you, Holly. If we needed you, it wouldn't be too much trouble. We'd bring you back.
I told myself that. That's why I unpacked.
You're trying to tell me something you didn't tell me before.
That's right. Maybe it means something, maybe it means nothing at all.
What is it?
This. A piece of paper Joe gave me the other night before he went out. He said keep it for him. He said don't let it get away from you. Here, take it. It got away from me anyhow.
Thanks.
There's nothing on it except a number, Mr. Clover. A number. 646.
And the date, January 27, 1938. It all fits now, Holly. Why didn't you give it to me before?
On account of the way I was educated. You're a policeman. My school motto was, don't trust policemen.
You might have saved a man's life if you did. You're clear now, Holly. You can do what you want, even go back to Michigan now, if you want to.
Why, Mr. Clover? Why should I go anywhere?
Stop champing at the bit, Danny. Patrolman Florio will have those records in here in a minute.
I'm not champing, Coslow. I'm trying to breathe. Why do you guys in the record department live in here?
Well, the grapevine from the city hall says we're getting an air conditioning unit right after the next election. Thanks, Florio. Well, here are the records, Danny. Mind if I read over your shoulder?
I couldn't live without it.
Hey, this Benny Fane kept interesting type books, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Benny Fane, the numbers king. These books he kept to do credit to the Chase National Bank. I understand Benny's now head librarian in charge of overdue fines at Sing Sing, Danny. Ain't it wonderful the trades they teach you up in Sing Sing?
Huh? Yeah, wonderful. Hey, okay, Coslow, this is what I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah?
The number that hit on January 27, 1938 was 646, taken from the last three numbers of the Treasury report of that day.
Mm-hmm.
One ticket held on that number worth $100,000 bought by three men, Joe Quito, Grant Murray, and Lee Baker. According to the books, the payoff was made next day. Like you said, Coslow, these books would do credit to the chief.
They got Lee Baker, Danny.
Good. Where?
Just spotted him going into the Muncie building. Squad car just phoned in.
Phone him back, Tartaglia. If Baker leaves the building, tell him to pick him up.
Well, suppose Baker stays inside.
Then he'll be where I want him. Exactly where I want him. It made sense that Lee Baker was picked up going into the Muncie building. It made sense that there was only one man there for him to see. It made sense that Lawyer Ferguson's office was on the 46th floor. And the shots that screamed down the long marble corridor made the most sense of all. Lawyer Ferguson stood silhouetted at his 46th floor window, considering the jeweled backdrop of the city and approving of it and of himself against it. To the gun in his hand and the body that lay on the floor in the final grotesque attitude of final agony, he paid no attention at all.
I don't think you'll find it necessary to examine him, Danny. He's quite dead. I made sure of that.
Yeah. Lee Baker.
Lee Baker. A filthy gutter thing that tried to rise up and strike me down.
Self-defense, huh?
Could it be anything else? The gun in his hand?
Yeah, lawyer, it could. It could be murder.
Looking for a promotion, Danny? How many murders do you need to get promoted? I always wondered that about detectives.
Murder. Like you murdered Joe Quito and Grant Murray, and for the same reason.
I'm a lawyer, Danny, a good one, very high in the profession. A policeman's drivel doesn't impress me.
No? You sure, lawyer?
On second thought, maybe it would. Impress me, Danny.
3 murders for the same reason.
The boys on our side call it motive.
I promise to do better. Motive, lawyer.
Which is?
$100,000.
Oh, dear. And that's a lot of motive, isn't it?
Enough to kill 3 men. Even enough to kill you. What was it you said about society? Oh, yeah. Society will thank me, just like you said they thanked you.
Don't count on it, boy. You need facts, evidence. Silly little hard things like that.
It's all there, lawyer. Neat bookkeeping records kept by a numbers bookkeeper, one Benny Fain. We're neat, too. We have them on file.
Books? They're very good, very acceptable evidence.
I thought you'd like it. These books say you got the $100,000 payoff that belonged to Quito and Murray and Baker here. They picked a number and you won.
How did I do a clever thing like that?
Easy for a clever man like you. You get them 12 years instead of 1 for a second-rate crime. You keep power of attorney. The numbers pay off to you,
And then when they get out, instead of giving them back their hard-earned $100,000, I kill them, one by one. Is it like that, Detective Clover?
Like that.
Exactly like that. Excellent work, Detective, excellent.
The gun, Ferguson. Hand it over.
The gun? Oh, no. I'll need it. But you knew it'd be like that all the time, didn't you, Danny?
Give it to me.
Don't try to reach for yours, Danny. Come to the window. Move. That's a good boy. 46 floors, Danny. Look down. That's how far you're going to fall. A deplorable accident, they'll call it. I'll see to it that they call it that. Now, Danny.
The fat folds of flesh on his face began to move to the rhythm of the silent, creeping laughter that was inside him. Then his arm swung in a wide arc to bring the gun crashing down on my skull. And I needed that moment. I needed it. I grabbed his gun arm.
It's no good, Danny. No good.
Used it for a lever.
Let go. Let go. I'll kill you. Let go.
Twisted my body and his span both lifted off the floor and... He fell, twisting into space, a part of it. His fingers exploring it, gouging out handfuls of it. Then, far below, the crowd gathered and made a circle. And the world folded in on Ralph Ferguson. Broadway, where night bursts open like the sudden flame, and the crowd swarm appears, squeezed out from under the earth, roped off by the silhouettes of 1,000 buildings. And they dance their fury away against the time of morning, until the sky soaks up the sound and pain and color and turns it into dawn. That's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Stan Waxman, Ann Diamond, Bill Gray, Lou Merrill, Chester Hairston, and Jim Bannon. Lucille Ball and her sparkling comedy, My Favorite Husband, have now joined the CBS famed comedy lineup on Sunday nights. You used to laugh with Lucille on Friday nights. Now she's moved to Sunday. So be listening this Sunday night on most of these same stations when Lucille joins Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Eve Arden, Charlie McCarthy, and Edgar Bergen, and Red Skelton on CBS. This is Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Friday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
A wedge of ocean that has terrified man for centuries. How is it related to the mysterious forces of nature that sweep through it? Why do some who fly over it report a strange green haze and bizarre magnetic effects, while others simply vanish? And how can these forces affect you? Learn the incredible answers in a new motion picture, The Bermuda Triangle, rated G.
Starts Wednesday in theaters and drive-ins throughout Southern California for 1 week only. Check your newspaper for a theater near you.
Anyone for more coffee?
No, thanks. Hon, you know I never have seconds.
I was beginning to think there was no instant coffee worth a second cup. I tried powders, crystals, freeze-dried. Then I said, wait a minute. U-Ban makes such rich coffee, their instant has to be special. And is it ever? Instant U-Ban makes coffee that's so deliciously rich.
Could I have seconds first?
Instant U-Ban with richness worth a second cup.
I need this fast.
I need a breather.
A breather?
The Vicks Inhaler. It's a breather for your nose cold.
I'm taking a breather. A breather?
The Vicks Inhaler. It's a breather for your stuffed-up nose. Whenever you need relief, thousands of molecules of Vicks decongestant vapors are inhaled to help clear your nose fast.
It's time for a breather. A breather?
The Vicks Inhaler. It's a breather for your stuffed-up nose.
People ask, what's best for a puppy, dry dog food or canned? It's not the form, it's the formula. We feed Cycle 1. The special Cycle form sour and crunchy nuggets. Each complete Cycle 1 dinner contains extra vitamins, extra protein and calcium for growing teeth and bones. In fact, your puppy can't get a better start than he can with Cycle 1.
In bags or cans, Cycle, nutrition for the life of your dog.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Well, sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that one's good, too.
Yes, Thursday night. And Thursday night means it's Maxwell House coffee time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the girls of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, our special guest, Vice President of NBC, Mr. Sidney Stroats, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For your Thursday night enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees, skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. The result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. As we look in at the Burns home today, we find a meeting of Gracie's club, that bane of George's existence, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Quiet, girls, quiet. Ladies of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, our meeting will open with a calling of the roll. Clara Bagley? Here. Frances Fowler?
Here.
Blanche Morton?
Here.
Meredith Wilson?
Present.
Wait a minute. This is a ladies' club. How did he get in?
Oh, that's right, Francis. You weren't here when Meredith joined. We made him an honorary woman.
That's right, Miss Fowler.
And you've been a credit to our sex, Meredith.
Well, thank you, Gracie. Although I wish you hadn't given my name to the May Company, I've been getting some rather puzzling advertisements from the lingerie department.
Oh, let's get down to business. We're here to discuss our new play.
Oh, yes. Girls, we have a wonderful play to start our summer drama season. It's the story of an Irish girl who falls in love with Raoul, a handsome French roué. Or is it roué, a handsome French Raoul? Well, anyway, it shows how a woman's pure, tender love lifts Raoul from being a pickpocket and makes him a jewel thief.
How marvelous.
Oh, it sounds wonderful. What's the name of it, Gracie?
Well, it's called The Folly of Molly O'Malley. And since the heroine is an Irish girl, I kind of thought you'd let me play the lead.
Well, I'm Irish. Let me play the lead.
Oh well, now I don't know.
Girls, look, the only fair thing to do is vote. Now, all in favor of me signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All in favor of Blanche signify by stating their correct age. Well, looks like I won, doesn't it? Now, the next problem is, where can we put the play on?
Gracie, did you speak to the man about renting Hollywood Bowl?
Oh, yes, Meredith. The place holds $95,000, and I offered him 50% of our gate receipts, but he refused.
He refused an offer like that?
Yes, he wanted $10 cash.
Well, that was our last chance. All the theaters have turned us down.
Well, now, I've been doing a little thinking, girls. George and I broadcast from a wonderful theater at NBC every Thursday night. Let's do our play from there next Thursday night, and it'll go all over the country.
But, Gracie, how will we ever get George to let us take over your program?
Oh, by offering him the part of Raoul.
Oh, no. That part calls for someone like Charles Boyer.
Blanche, for your information, Charles Boyer and my husband could change places.
They could?
Yes. It'll be perfectly all right with me.
Gracie, even if we offer George the lead, do you think that'll do it?
Oh, sure. All we have to do is to make him think he's a great actor. Every man has a little ham in him, someplace, and my husband is armor from his feet to his waist, and from there on, pure swift.
You mean we have to tell George what a great actor he is?
That's right.
All right, we'll rotate, girls. The biggest liars go first.
No, never mind. Just to be on the safe side, I've written a poem that you girls can recite to George.
Well, you better hurry and give it to us, Gracie. Here comes George up the wall.
Oh, now here. There's a line for each of you. Now, I'll go out and soften George up with a little flattery, then bring him in here for the kill.
Hello. Lunch ready?
Oh, don't move, George.
Huh?
Just stand there in the doorway with the sunlight behind you. Oh, how beautiful you look. Like a picture, a masterpiece. Blue Boy, a whistler's mother.
Yeah, someone ought to frame me.
Don't worry, we will. I'd like to. You're so handsome.
Gracie.
How thrilling you look as you stand there. Your shoulders filling the doorway. You know, I had no idea your shoulders were so wide.
Really?
Absolutely. They don't look that wide when you hang them on the chair at night.
Gracie, I would like my lunch. I'm very... Hey.
What's the matter?
All those women's coats and hats on the hall table. Gracie, is there a club meeting in the den?
Yes, dear, there is. A meeting of the George Burns Fan Club.
I thought... The George Burns Fan Club?
Yeah, didn't you know about it? It used to be the Van Johnson Fan Club. Then they saw you and blew their tops.
Gee, I got a fan club?
Well, yeah. Would you like to meet the girls?
Why not? Let's give them a little treat.
All right, come on. Here he is, girls.
This is my fan club?
They think you're the greatest actor who ever lived.
Wait a minute.
Oh, come on, George. Register some emotions for them. First, anger.
This is that broken-down club of yours, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Wasn't that wonderful, girls?
Oh, stop it. Stop
now,
it.
George, register humor. Say something that'll make us all laugh.
Get these old bats out of here.
Oh, you're a riot, George. Now, register something else.
You register something. Register these dames with the Kennel Club.
Now, just a minute, George. As a woman, I resent being called a dame.
Quiet.
Oh, now, George, that's no way
Quiet.
to talk to your fan club.
Fan club, my eye. This is the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Oh, no, you've forgotten their faces.
Faces like these you don't forget. Now, shoo before I spray DDT on you. Scat. Get out. Psst. Out.
What an actor. Oh, shall we give him another hand, girls?
Yes.
Oh, there are no two ways about it, George. We've got to have you for the lead in our play.
Oh, no. That's out. Forget it.
I was afraid of this, girls. Now we'll have to settle for someone like Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck?
Girls!
Gregory Peck.
Oh, I realize he won't be as good as George, but these are the days of shortages. We may want a bushel, but we have to take a peck.
Why would you girls want me to take the lead in your play? I'm not a great actor.
We want you because the lead is a handsome, suave, debonair, charming lady killer who's loaded with sex appeal.
Well, that's different. That wouldn't take acting.
Oh, then you'll do it, George.
Well, I don't know. Are you sure the girls really want me?
Do they want you? Girls, recite that poem about my husband.
Oh, George Burns, you cute little bug, you. How we love to kiss and hug you.
We would squeeze you till we hurt you.
Were it not for our maidenly virtue.
Gosh, I had no idea you girls felt that way about me. What play you planning to give?
Well, it's called The Folly of Molly O'Malley. And, George, you would play Raoul, a handsome French jewel thief who steals Molly's heart.
A Frenchman, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this for you and that for me and this for your papa. La 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 la. For you I sing, I dance, I play. Say, when will this play be put on?
Oh, next Thursday night.
That's the night of our radio broadcast.
Oh, so it is. Whatever can we do?
Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Why not put on the play in our studio and broadcast it?
Why, George, that's a brilliant idea.
I'll go down and talk to Al Kay, our producer, about it. Au revoir, mon petit. And au revoir to you, mon petite.
Oh, girls, we did it. Now we can broadcast our play all over the world. It'll be the biggest thing ever to hit radio.
Yeah, we'll be followed by a declaration of war.
War?
You don't think France is going to take his accent laying down, do you?
Oh, let's face it, Gracie. Your husband is not the Charles Boyer type, a glamorous Frenchman.
He's very close.
Then let him play a Scotchman.
Well, who can play the part of Raoul?
Well, surely between all of us, we must know a man like Charles Boyer. Let's run over our husbands.
If I knew a man like Boyer, that's just what I'd do to mine. Just joking.
Now, let's see. Who can we get? Wait a minute.
Huh?
If the part calls for Charles Boyer, let's get Charles Boyer.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, I mean it. I've met Mr. Boyer, and I know I can persuade him to do it.
More power to you, Gracie. Oh, but this is going to be awfully hard on you.
Me?
Well, we're giving the play next Thursday night, and that only gives you a week for rehearsal.
She's right, Gracie. You'll have to rehearse those love scenes with Charles Boyer day and night. Do you want to back out?
You're cute.
It's Meredith Willson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, I'll bet everybody recognizes that song you're playing the minute they hear it.
I'm sure that's true, Bill. And I think the words are about as famous as the melody. Who doesn't know Meet Me in St. Louis?
Meet me at the fair. You know, Meredith, somehow there's real magic in those words. I guess whether it's a world fair, a state fair, or a county fair, we all look forward to the excitement, the competition, the colorful displays, the blue ribbon prizes, and all the fun and gaiety. Yes, we Americans love a fair. And I can't help thinking, too, how we Americans love coffee. And how, like the fair that's such a distinctive part of the American scene, so, too, Maxwell House through the years has become a real part of the American scene. For today, the flavor richness of Maxwell House is enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the nation. Now, to give Maxwell House that famous flavor, fine Latin American coffees are skillfully chosen, each for its own special contribution. There are Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a blend so deliciously satisfying that northeast, south, and west, people ask again and again for Maxwell House. Coffee they know is good to the last drop.
Every little dream seems to whisper Louise.
George, there's been a little change in the casting of our play. Instead of the French jewel thief, you'll be a nice, honest Irish policeman.
A cop?
Yes.
Oh, gee whiz.
Well, the part...
Louise, is this for you?
No, the part is perfect for you. A tough, rugged cop who stands on his own 2 feet. And you've got just the 2 feet for a cop to stand on.
But I won't get a chance to use my French accent. That's the thing I do best.
Well, can't you do an Irish accent?
Sure, but it's not as good.
Oh, I bet it is. Let me hear both accents, and I'll tell you honestly which one I think is better.
Okay. Faith, and 'tis a son of the old sod I'm after being bejabbers.
Oh, that was wonderful. Now try the Irish.
That was the Irish.
Oh, sure. I knew it all the time. Well, that's settled. You'll be the policeman.
But I'd be sensational as the romantic jewel thief.
Well, that's the trouble. You'd be too sensational. You'd make people think that this is an unhealthy climate.
How?
Well, when you started making love and the women in the audience started panting, it would sound like everyone in California had asthma.
Say, that's true. I guess you better get somebody with less sex appeal.
Yeah, we'll get Charles Boyer.
Boyer, he's got almost as much as I have.
Oh,
well, he certainly has.
Not. After all, you expect him to have the European charm. He was born in Europe.
Well, yeah.
But you got yours the hard way, in the Bronx.
Well, all right, I'll play the Irish cop.
Good. I'll go in and tell the girls everything is arranged.
Okay. Begorra?
Well, girls, it's all settled. Raoul will be Charles Boyer.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Oh, lucky you, Gracie. Next Thursday night on the Maxwell House broadcast, Charles Boyer will be making love to you.
Oh, yes. Darn it. Why do we only have half hour? Suppose I'm right in the middle of a scene with Charles Boyer. He says, Gracie, is this love or is this infatuation? And some little schnook says, this is NBC.
That's just what'll happen, Gracie. They'll cut you off and go on to the Dinah Shore program.
The Dinah Shore program. That's it. I'll get her half hour, too. I'll go to Sidney Stroats, the vice president of NBC.
And he'll let you have Dinah Shore's half hour?
Well, flattery worked on George. It'll work on Mr. Stroats, too. You girls wait here. Well, it was sweet of you to see me, Mr. Stroats.
Not at all, Gracie. I'm only sorry we haven't met before.
Oh, so am I. You know, you're just what I expected a big radio executive to look like. Only I thought your hair would be curlier.
Curlier? Why?
Well, I'd heard so much about your wavelength.
Perhaps I'd better explain wavelength.
Oh, and you could, too. You radio officials are so smart. Why, if it weren't for you, people would just breathe the air and never know it was full of truth, consequences, and John's other wife.
I'd better explain that, too.
Oh, yes, and the things you can do. An ordinary person like me can dial the dials, but you know how to condense the condenser and batter the battery and kill the cycles.
That I won't try to explain.
Well, so much for the flattery. Now let's get down to business. I have a teensy-weensy favor to ask of you.
What is it?
Lock Dinah Shaw out of her studio next Thursday and let the Beverly Hills Uplift Society go in instead.
Gracie, you're just broken the world's record for teensy-weensy favors.
Oh, then you'll do it?
I couldn't possibly do a thing like that.
But I need the extra time for my love scenes with Charles Boyer.
I'm sorry, Gracie.
Mr. Stroats, how would you feel if Charles Boyer had you in his arms and was just about to crush you to him, and Dinah Shaw started to sing?
I would welcome the interruption.
Then you won't do it for me.
Most certainly not.
All right, Mr. Stroats, but I'm warning you. I'll steal Dinah Shaw's half hour somehow. Goodbye.
Well, I heard she was unusual, and what an understatement that was. I'd better telephone her husband and get him right over here.
And so, girls, I'm forced to report that Mr. Stroats would not give us Dinah Shaw's half hour.
Oh, isn't that me?
What should we do?
How about blackmailing him?
Huh?
How about blackmailing him?
Oh, Clara, we couldn't stoop to blackmail. We've got nothing on him.
Well, okay, let's frame him.
Well, now that's more in keeping with the dignity of a ladies' club.
How will we work it?
Well, one of you girls will go to his office and vamp him, and then I'll walk in and catch her on his lap. And then we'll have him in our power.
Oh, that's exciting.
Now, who will be our vamp? We need someone who really looks desirable. Blanche?
Yes?
No. That's pretty silly. Clara?
Yes?
No, that's even sillier. Francis?
Yes?
Oh, no, that's ridiculous. My goodness, we're in trouble.
I don't suppose I'd do as the vamp, Gracie.
No, I'm afraid not, Meredith.
No, I thought not. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is unconvincing.
Why, we don't even know any girls who are vamps.
Don't worry, Gracie. Here comes a man who's bound to know one, Bill Goodwin.
Oh, sure. Oh, our troubles are over.
Well, hi, Gracie. Oh, hello, ladies.
All right, girls, all right. Break it up.
Yes.
Bill, I'd like to ask you something. You've met just about every kind of woman there is, haven't you?
Well, Gracie, I thought I had till I ran into these.
Well, anyhow, here's the idea. You see, next Thursday on our program, we're going to have the most glamorous man in Hollywood.
Oh, well, I know. I'm on every Thursday.
Oh, no, not you, Bill. Charles Boyer.
Boyer is more glamorous than me. Gracie, you blindfold Hetty Lamar and let me make love to her, and I'll bet you $1 she couldn't tell us apart.
You'd lose, Bill.
Well, yeah, but can you think of a better way to spend $1?
You wouldn't do any good for the play, Bill. The part calls for a French jewel thief named Raoul.
Well, I could handle that. Now, how's this? Gracie, ma chérie, to match your crimson lips, I will steal rubies. To match your snow-white teeth, I will steal pearls. And then to match your beautiful brown eyes, I will steal a cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Oh, Bill.
That's really precious, Gracie. Gee, Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee at its full-flavored best, good to the last drop.
Bill, you're not very convincing as a romantic Frenchman. Talk about love. Talk about l'amour.
Okay. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Oh, forget it, Bill. Charles Boyer will be the Frenchman, but you can help us.
How?
Well, we need a gorgeous, irresistible, exotic creature to frame a certain party.
Okay. Who do you want me to frame?
Oh, no. We want you to suggest a girl who can vamp Sidney Stroats.
Sidney Stroats. He's a pushover, I know. Just the babe. Hand me the phone.
Oh, yeah, and tell her to be in his lap with her head on his chest at exactly 3 o'clock. And then I'll break in and catch them.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Gloria. This is Bill.
Oh, Billy boy, honey child, baby.
Gloria, I want you to vamp somebody for me. Listen, and I'll explain it to you.
Go ahead, sugar boy.
You see, you're just the one to do it. You've got that gorgeous blonde hair, those luscious red lips, that terrific figure, that... Never mind, Gloria. I'll come over there and explain it to you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Scroats. I came over as soon as I got your phone call. What's up?
Well, Gracie was in here a little while ago with the screwiest proposition I ever heard of. You must have quite a problem being married to her, George.
I sure have.
Still, I guess you have a bigger one if you weren't.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's what she... Excuse me, George. Hello? Okay, right away. George, make yourself at home a minute. They want me in the other office.
Okay, Sid. What a dame I married. Wonder what she got me in now.
Hello, you great, big, gorgeous hunk of stuff.
Huh?
Come on, sit on the sofa with little Gloria and let's form a beautiful friendship.
You must have the wrong man, miss. Who did you want to see?
The biggest man in the whole radio business.
Yeah, you got the right man.
Come here, Daddy. Time's getting short.
Huh?
I'm supposed to have my head on your chest in 3 minutes, and it'll take me 2 of those to find it.
Now, look here.
Oh, don't fight me, honey. Just relax like a big bale of cotton and let this little old boll weevil take over.
Hey, get off my lap. Cut that out. Hey!
Sidney Stroats. So
Gracie!
George Burns. And I do mean aha!
Honest, Gracie, this wasn't my fault. Sid Stroats left the room for a minute, and this girl came in and jumped in my lap.
Oh, I see. She was supposed to vamp Mr. Stroats, so he'd have to give me Dinah Shaw's half hour next Thursday.
Well, why do you need that?
Oh, well, for my love scenes with Charles Boyer.
Gracie, you've gone out of your mind about Boyer. Why, I'll bet if he asked you, you'd run away to Paris with him and forget me.
Oh, no, I wouldn't, George. I'd write to you every week.
Be sure to tune in next Thursday night when the makers of Maxwell House Coffee and Bird's Eye Frosted Foods will bring you a special full-hour program starring George Burns and Gracie Allen, Harry Von Zell, Meredith Wilson, Robert Emmett Dolan's orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and our special guest, Charles Boyer. And we hope, by the way, that Dinah Shore will be back.
Oh, wow, what a program. A lover like Charles Boyer and a singer like Dinah Shore.
Yeah, I wish I had Dinah Shore's talent.
I wish you had Boyer's.
Ladies and gentlemen, millions of men, women, and children in Europe and Asia today face starvation. America, the best-fed nation in the world, can relieve this crisis by making available to foreign purchasers increased amounts of wheat, rice, fats, and oils.
And here's what you and I can do to help. Use more of the plentiful foods. Fresh fruit, vegetables, potatoes, poultry, fish, and eggs.
Do this so that you can use less wheat products and fats and oil.
Don't waste any food at your table, and keep on saving and turning in used fats.
We'll be seeing you next week with that extra special hour show. Until next Thursday, then, good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Oh, goody, goody Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jell-O's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
And now, an important announcement. Daylight saving time starts this Sunday. If your community changes to daylight time, you'll hear Maxwell House Coffee Time next Thursday at this same hour. If your community does not change to daylight time, listen next week 1 hour earlier. If in doubt, check your local paper. Night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
I remember Clarence Birdseye from 1936. When it came to picking corn for his new frozen foods process, he was mighty particular. So he hands me seeds he selected himself. I planted his seeds, and you know what? 'Cause his seeds were better, my corn was sweeter. Has been ever since. We still plant for Birdseye.
If you're as fussy as Clarence Birdseye, serve your family the vegetables that bear the name of the father of frozen foods.
They were a strike force of different, daring, dangerous men who had to work together or die. Robert Shaw.
We're not commanders. We're deserters.
Harrison Ford.
There's no bridge in the world that can't be blown.
Barbara Bach. Edward Fox. Franco Nero. Carl Weathers. Richard Jaws Keel from Alistair MacLean's monumental bestseller, Force 10 from Navarone. Rated PG.
Now playing UA Cinema Center, Westwood, Holly Theater, Hollywood, and selected theaters. Next week on the Saturday Night Movie, brave men sail the long ships west of a legend of gold.
That bell is made of pure gold.
We found it! Hooray!
The bell. I can tell you nothing.
The Long Ship stars Richard Widmark and Sidney Poitier. Next Saturday night.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now, the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Man on Top. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. You get all 3 in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate packages of your 3 top favorite breakfast cereals, all in one handy carton. Each package holds just enough for one good serving. You open a fresh package every morning. That way, there's nothing wasted, nothing left over to throw out. You get exactly the right amount of cereal and at its crispest, freshest best. That's mighty important in these days when President Truman wants us all to fight against food waste. Try the Betty Crocker cereal tray with the 10 separate no-waste packages of your 3 top favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. Get it soon. Concerned about his son, Britt Reed's father came east to seek information. Britt laid his cards face up on the table, admitting to his father that he was the Green Hornet. Much to Britt's surprise, the older man was pleased. He agreed with Britt that there was need of an individual who could serve the ends of justice without regard for legal red tape, just as one of Britt's ancestors had done in the early West. Gunnigan, the city editor of the Daily Sentinel, came to work as usual at 9 a.m. None of the reporters knew that the founder of the Daily Sentinel had arrived in the city. Gunnigan himself didn't know it. He removed his coat, pulled up his sleeves, and sat down at his desk. He scanned a sheet of copy.
What's this?
Gunnigan grabbed the sheet of typing and bounced to his feet.
What? Gunnigan, what's the matter? This is the end. I'm going to have a showdown with Britt Reed. What's the matter with Gunnigan? What does he think I am around here? An office boy? Things like this should be discussed with me. It's about time I found out where I stood. Miss Case?
Well, good morning, Gunnigan.
Good morning, my eye. Is Britt Reed in?
Not yet.
If he was, he'd have his door closed. Axford, what are you doing here on time?
What's eating you, Gunnigan?
When he comes in, I'm going to have a showdown.
No, Gunnigan.
Showdown? Who does he think I am? That's what I want to know. Why, confound it, I was in the slot when he was in the kindergarten.
Well, he got out of kindergarten, but you're still in the slot.
That's right. I'm still the city editor, and by thunder, I'll be consulted on important matters like this or know the reason why.
You're speaking of that reward item?
Yes, of course I am. For years, the Sentinel's been offering a reward for the capture of the Green Hornet. Now, without a word to me, with neither consultation or conference, the reward is withdrawn.
But, Gunnigan...
For years, I've had to practically run this paper. Then, all of a sudden, Britt decides to stop being a playboy and take over. Well, that's all right. That's the way it should be. But he can't ignore me. I won't stand for it. If he thinks he can ease me out of the picture, he's wrong. By thunder, I quit.
That makes 10 times that I know of.
Oh, me. Who said that?
I said that. And I wrote the statement withdrawing that reward. So you're still quitting periodically, eh, Gunnigan?
Mr. Reed. Casey, I asked you if Britt...
You didn't ask about his father.
Mr. Reed, I didn't mean I didn't know you were here.
If you were on your toes, you'd have canceled that reward some time ago. The police don't want the Green Hornet. There's not a single charge against him.
Well, it never occurred to me that he had cleared his name.
If it should have occurred to you. You cadaverous old hairpin.
Oh, boss. Gosh, it's just like old times to hear you sound off.
How are you, Gunnigan? Shake hands.
Yeah.
And say that you're glad to see the old man back.
You know I am.
You haven't aged a bit.
Yeah.
You look just as gray and unhealthy as you did when I went away.
Oh, thanks. Now, how long are you going to be in town, Mr. Lee?
It's hard to say. How's my boy been doing?
He's really taken a hold of things the last few weeks. You saw how we covered the Larson story.
Larson? Oh, yes. He's the leader of that gang that was picked up for selling narcotics.
Oh, it's Reed. Hello, Reed.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr.
Reed.
Hey. Looks like open house. What's new, Gunnigan?
You're more likely to know than I am. I've got to get back to my desk.
Well, what's the matter with Gunnigan?
Oh, he's nettled because he wasn't consulted about withdrawing the Hornet reward.
Oh, I thought he'd be.
Come into your office, Britt. I want to talk to you.
Right.
By golly, Gunnigan's face was something to look at.
I've been writing a follow-up on the Green Hornet, telling why the reward has been withdrawn.
Oh, good.
I've told just exactly where the Green Hornet stands with the law. I'm letting people know he's not a crook. I'm revealing a lot of things that people never knew.
Well, don't tell the world that he's your son.
No, but I wish I could. I'm proud of it.
But we've got to keep the identity
I
secret.
know that, Britt, I know it. But I'd like to tell the police commissioner.
Oh, Dan.
Now, Jimmy Higgins is my oldest friend. We rode together in Texas nearly 50 years ago. I know that he can be trusted.
Let me think it over.
Britt, now Higgins needs your help.
He has the Larson gang in jail. Won't that smash the dope ring?
Larson's not the leader of that outfit.
No? Then who is the man on top?
John Grayling, head of the Atlas Medical Supply.
Scott. He's a prominent man.
Very few people know about Grayling. The commissioner is keeping it a top secret. He told me in the hope that I could get the help of the Green Hornet.
But if Higgins knows Grayling is the head man...
Now, Britt, you became the Green Hornet because of the many cases where the hands of the police were tied by red tape. Now, this is one of those cases.
All right, Dad. I'll meet the commissioner as the Green Hornet. Make a date for 9 o'clock.
At 8:30 that evening, Britt Reed was ready to move out in his disguise as the Green Hornet. Cato was at his side, and so was his father.
Dad, I'm going to show you where we hide our car. On the back of the clothes press is a sliding panel.
Why, there's a passage behind that wall.
Follow me. Come along, Cato.
Yes, sir. Stepping through the secret panel in the rear of the closet, Britt Reed led the way through a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment itself.
This passage leads to an adjoining building on the dark side street.
Well, that old place has been abandoned for years.
That's what everyone thinks. But wait till you see.
Looking down from the small balcony in the supposedly abandoned building, the senior Reed saw the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, the streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Holy smokes, Britt. You've really been working.
Well, Cato did a lot of it.
The corridor between the walls of the apartment, the secret doors, and this old building. And that car. So that's the Black Beauty.
That's right, Dad.
Well, I want to see what you and Cato did to the engine. I want to look it over from stem to stern. In fact, I want to drive it. I wish that I had more time right now, but I haven't. I'll have to see it some other time. Got to get over to the commissioner's house.
Cato will take you over in the convertible.
Good. Now, Jim Higgins will drive his car to your meeting.
Don't forget the plans.
We're to drive through the park, stopping at the old oak tree, and wait there until the Green Hornet stops across the road.
That's it, Dad. I'll see you later.
The old oak tree, Cato. I went there many times when Britt was a little boy. We used to make camp beneath the old oak tree and play cowboy and Indian.
Britt stepped into the Black Beauty and pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Dressed as the Green Hornet, Britt Reed parked the Black Beauty and looked at the official car at the opposite curb beneath an old oak tree. It was a curious sensation after so many years of dodging the police to sit quietly while the commissioner himself approached.
I know exactly how you feel, Commissioner. I feel the same way.
I'm satisfied that you're all right. You have a good man on your side.
Let's make this as brief as possible.
Are you someone I know?
Skip it. Now, what about Grayling? How'd you get a line on him?
When Lawson was captured, he had in his possession an odd-looking key. His desperate efforts to get rid of that key aroused my suspicions. I turned it over to a couple of my most trusted detectives. They located the locksmith who made it. He said he had made several like it for John Grayling.
Indicating a connection between Grayling and Larson.
I knew that Lawson was not the top man of the dope ring. I suspected that Grayling might be. So I had Lawson brought to my office for a talk. Incidentally, he blames you for his downfall.
That's a compliment.
I intimated that the Green Hornet had been seen frequently near Grayling's suburban estate.
Why?
I was baiting Lawson, and it worked.
How?
Lawson jumped to the conclusion that Grayling had double-crossed the gang by sending the Hornet to get them before he could collect their share of the profits. Lawson was mad, and he talked.
About Grayling?
Yes, he named Grayling as the man on top, and told about a vault in Grayling's basement where the drug supply is stored. This is the key I took from Lawson.
The one he tried to get rid of.
Yes, it will open that vault, but if it's used, the contents of the vault will be destroyed.
Destroyed?
Opening the door by force or with this key will make an electrical contact, like the contact that turns on the light inside a modern refrigerator. That contact will do something to destroy the evidence. It will drop the evidence into a sewer or fire an explosive charge or something of that sort.
Larson didn't know what?
No. Grayling has just begun to take Lawson into his confidence. He gave him this key and told him about the safety key.
The safety key?
It's to a hidden lock that cuts off the power and makes it safe to open the vault. Grayling has that key, and he's the only one who knows where the lock is located.
Can the electric power be cut off outside the house?
The current comes from batteries inside the vault.
Have you tried to find this secret lock?
Yes. I've had a man in the Grayling home posing as a meter reader for the electric company and another as a telephone repairman. They've given me a complete layout of Grayling's home and the location of the vault. But they couldn't find the lock. It's up to you.
You'll have evidence enough to pick Grayling up.
But I want the contents of that vault. If we move in the usual way, Grayling will make sure that the evidence is destroyed. We'll have to make the arrest in the morning. I'd hoped you might be able to do something tonight.
Who knows about Grayling?
Just a trusted few of us.
I want to see Grayling behind bars just as badly as you do.
Here's the Lawson key and a floor plan of the house. Oh, there's one thing more you should know.
Oh, what's that?
Every part of Grayling's house is protected by a burglar alarm. I don't know how you're going to get in, but I'm confident that I haven't underestimated the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. It's fun choosing your breakfast cereal from the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Every morning you can choose a different one. Kix one morning, Wheaties the next, and Cheerios the next. All three top favorites. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray from your grocer now. Now, back to our story. After his meeting with the police commissioner, Britt Reed considered his problem while he guided the Black Beauty home. In his apartment, he discussed his plans with Cato, then called Linda Travis.
We'll need help on this one, Cato. It's the toughest assignment we've ever had.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
And I've never been more eager to succeed. Hello, Linda. You're needed. If you can be at the corner in half an hour, a black car will stop for you. The commissioner is home.
Oh, mask and weapon ready.
Cato, you may need a weapon. Take the .38. Hello, Commissioner. You know who this is? Please listen carefully. If my plan succeeds at all, it will have done so between now and midnight. Have men standing by to move in on Grayling at a moment's notice. Step in, Linda.
Thank you. Well, what do you want me to do?
Help Cato and me get the top man in the drug racket. His name is John Grayling.
What can I do?
You'll have to set off a burglar alarm and get captured by Grayling and the henchman who lives with him. Then you'll have to put on an act. It'll have to be good. Now listen carefully. I'll brief you.
With the Black Beauty parked in the darkness nearby, the Green Hornet and Linda worked at a French door in the rear of Grayling's big suburban home.
You have a notebook and pencil?
Yes.
As soon as this lock is forced, the alarm will sound. After that, you're on your own. You ready?
Ready? I can hear the alarm.
Quickly. Step inside and get caught.
In here, Green. The den. I'm with you, boss.
Why, the girl.
And how?
Stand where you are. You're covered.
You're John Grayling.
Who are you?
Linda Travis of the Daily Sentinel. I did a story on the Larson capture.
A reporter.
Yes. Oh, please put that gun away. I'm not armed.
I can see that, boss. There's no gun hid under that outfit.
I'll take your purse. Now go into my study. I want to talk to you.
Oh, you'll have to show it to me.
Through that door and to the right. Greed, cut off that confounded burglar alarm and fix the lock on that door.
Right, boss. There's a switch right over here.
Get going, Miss Travis.
This is a beautiful home. I wish I were here under different circumstances.
There. That'll stop the clanging. Hope that dame didn't bust the lock on the door.
Sorry, Greek.
What the... Oh!
I did it. I'll ease him to the floor so he doesn't fall with a thud.
You need help?
Just watch him, Cato. If he starts to come to, rap him again. In just 10 minutes, turn that switch and start the burglar alarm again. Then, after a couple of minutes, turn it off.
Will 10 minutes be enough time for things that must be done?
It'll be time enough for me to fix things at the vault. And I hope it'll be plenty for Linda.
Certainly taking Greed a long time to close that door.
Oh, I'm afraid the lock was broken.
Miss Travis, I insist on knowing why you came here.
You know, Mr. Grayling, you're not at all as I'd pictured you. You're a marvelous subject for an article. A human interest article.
You're guilty of breaking and entering. Aren't you afraid your paper will fire you for that?
The Sentinel wouldn't like it, but... No. No, I'm not afraid. You're not the type to report me to the police. Or to my boss. Now, you're the kind of man who handles things on the spot.
Miss Travis.
Oh, you're hurting my wrist.
Why did you come here?
Oh, please, Mr. Grayling.
Tell me.
All right, I'll tell you. Only, please let me go. I'll tell you. You'll know anyway in a little while.
I'll know what?
Larson has talked.
Larson?
Yes. I got an inside tip from police headquarters.
Larson talked about what?
About you. He told of your connection with the dope racket and about your vault in the basement and the supply of drugs you keep there. Well, the commissioner's kept it secret for several days so that he can investigate quietly.
He has, huh?
I wanted to have a scoop, but I wanted to be ready with a story about your home when the police picked you up.
So that's it. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Miss Travis, but the police have nothing on me.
Oh, Larson told me.
Larson, a cheap, notorious hoodlum. What's his word against mine?
But he gave the commissioner a key to your vault.
A key, huh? Well, the police are free to use that key. They can look into my vault any time they want to. But they'll do it at their own risk.
Oh, Larson told them all that. They know all about the secret lock. They sent men to pose at the telephone. What am I saying?
Telephone man. Confound it, I thought there was something peculiar about him. And that man from the electric company. I thought it took him a long time to read that meter. They were both detectives.
Oh, I've talked too much.
What? The alarm again. Greed! Greed, where are you?
I've got to go.
You come with me.
My arm.
Come on, I'll see what this is all about.
Please put that gun away.
Shut up. Greed, what's happened to you?
Is he dead?
Someone came through that door after Greed had closed it. I'll see about this. Come with me.
Oh, please.
Keep going and don't try to resist or I'll shoot. This game is for keeps. Open that door.
Oh, but my arm, you're...
Go down those stairs right ahead of me. If anyone tries to shoot me, they'll get you first.
Oh, you coward. You'd use me as a shield.
You bet I would. Now walk straight ahead toward that vault.
I'm not to blame for your trouble.
There's the vault.
Oh, there's a key in the lock.
I see there is. Wonder if someone's gotten inside. If they found that secret lock, they could have had a key made for it and opened it without setting off the explosion.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
You will. The alarm stopped again. Stand right where you are. I'm going to open that door. If someone's in there, there'll be gunplay.
Oh, you'll blow
Oh,
yourself.
no, I won't. I have the safety key. Now, don't try to get away. I'll not hesitate to shoot. Thought this lock was well hidden. They may have found it.
I want that key.
What the...
You shot too fast. Try this
No.
gas. You can't level a gun after that gas hits you. Yeah, that does it.
Oh, gosh. Am I glad to see you?
Linda, are you all right?
Yes.
You were great. take this key off Grayling's watch chain and put it on my own.
You saw where the lock was hidden?
Yes. You show it to the police when they arrive.
Well, if you leave that safety key, they can go into the vault.
The commissioner is going to get this key. He'll be the one to enter that vault.
Oh, I see.
We're nearly through, Linda. Don't muff the last act. I'll call the commissioner on the phone upstairs. The police will be here in just a few minutes. They'll find you on the floor, just recovering consciousness. You were gassed by the Green Hornet. You got it?
Got it. Oh, but why can't I go with you?
You've got to show the police the secret lock and warn them not to open that vault. Now get down on the floor as if you've been gassed. You'll not have long to wait. This is it, Commissioner. Send the boys to pick up Grayling and his pal, a hood named Grieg.
Get going, boys. It's time to arrest the man on top.
There they are, Cato.
Police get here very quick.
They were just a quarter of a mile away, waiting for a call by radio. Step on it, Cato. Let's get going.
There's Grayling. He's out cold.
Help me.
My great Scott, it's a girl. It's Miss Travis from the Sentinel. Here, let me help you.
Grayling and I, the Green Hornet was
Green
here.
Hornet? Great day. Where is he now?
He's gone. He took a key from Grayling's chain.
There's a key in that vault.
Oh, don't open that vault. Don't open it without the key that the Green Hornet took away.
Well, Miss Travis, we're
I'll tell you everything as soon as I've called the Daily Sentinel.
It was the following day at noon. Britt Reed's father and the police commissioner had met for luncheon in a private room at the Civic Club.
Confound it, Reed, you've got to come through. I have Grayling under arrest, but I can't hold him for long without some evidence.
Evidence, huh?
That's what I said. All we have against him is the statement made by Larry Lawson. That won't do. I've got to get into Grayling's vault, but I can't do it without the key. That safety key.
You're sure the Green Hornet has it?
Of course he has. The Travis girl said so. Tell me who the Green Hornet is. I've got to reach him.
Well, sorry, Jim, I can't. I promised I wouldn't reveal his identity.
You...
Oh, here comes Britt now.
I'm sorry I'm late, Dad. How are you, Commissioner Higgins?
Not so good.
Sit down, Britt. Sit down. Higgins is upset because the Green Hornet made off with the key to a secret lock on Grayling's vault.
Well, according to Linda Travis, the police found the lock.
Yes, but it calls for a very special type of key. A long, thin one.
Long and thin, huh?
Maybe like the one Britt's twirling on the end of his watch chain, huh?
What?
Now, you might examine this one, Commissioner. I'll take it off for you. Here. I'll bet 2-1 this key will fit the secret lock.
You bet.
Surprised?
What? Why, this means that...
Will you, shake hands with the Green Hornet?
You... Great Scott, Britt, you... well... Well, that's a horse on me. But I thought there was something familiar about your voice. Last night in the car, you tried to disguise it, but I recognized it as the voice of someone I knew.
I was afraid you would.
You, the Green Hornet. Well, Britt, I always thought of you as a playboy. You've certainly got more nerve than I suspected. Get this. I appreciate the confidence you've placed in me. I want you to know that I'll keep your secret. You needn't worry. I can use you. Oh, brother, how I can use you. Now, I want to have a long talk with...
Jim, you can talk any time. Now, there's a vault full of evidence on Grayling, and you have the key to that vault.
And we have a newspaper waiting for a headline.
Unless you'd rather eat.
Eat? Who wants to eat at a time like this? Come on, you're both in on this. Let's go get that evidence.
Come on, Dad, let's cover the story. The commissioner's going to make a headline for the Daily Sentinel.
Fibber, Commissioner finds narcotics hidden in Grayling home. Man on top behind bars. Read all about it. Green Hornet delivered key to police. Set Select Street. Fibber!
save money for your future, buy U.S. savings bonds. It is the safest investment in the world and very profitable. For every $3 invested in these bonds, you will receive $4 when the bonds mature. U.S. savings bonds can be bought on a regular plan at your bank. They may be redeemed at any time after 60 days for the full purchase price plus your interest. Start your savings now with U.S. savings bonds. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Listen, Cheerios now offers you one more big chance to get an amazing special kind of Lone Ranger Silver Bullet. Has secret compartment and built-in compass that really works. Also contains secret invisible ink tablet and magic developer tablet for writing secret messages. Not a real bullet, but made of durable metal and flashed with real silver. Get yours now for only 15 cents, no stamps, and one Cheerios box top. Mail to Lone Ranger, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. Lone Ranger, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
When we say Victoria Station is a cut above, that means a lot. Like our famous prime rib, cooked and cut to perfection. And how about those savory sautéed shrimp? With a big salad you make at the salad bar. And you know, those Victoria Station people, they make sure it's all a cut above.
Victoria Station, it's just a cut above.
In Woodland Hills, West Covina, Newport Beach, Universal City.
My wife, Angela, I met her in Italy. Smart, and can she cook? Every day she spends hours making exciting meals for us. Take this vegetable dish. All the excitement of Italy. Green beans, chickpeas, red peppers, onions, and ripe olives in a fantastic sauce. Absolutely delicious. I'm a lucky man.
Bird's Eye Italian-style vegetables. We make it here, but it tastes like there.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. when law and order had been established in the western United States, the masked rider of the plains still continued his fight for justice. But instead of outlaws and hostile Indians, he directed his efforts against the unscrupulous men who used the law itself to rob the honest farmers and ranchers. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Wolf Creek Valley! Ho, Silver! Away! Elderly Job Turner slowly studied each member of the small group gathered in Banker Gould's office. His eyes finally came to rest on Tom Bevins, a lawyer, and a man who was just about Job's own age.
Tom.
Yes, Job?
Tom, I'm going to tell you something and tell it to you straight. You're the only man here whose word I'd trust. I needn't get mad about it, gents, because it's so. I'm not of a mind to hide it. I've known Tom for quite a spell. Fact is, we come west together when we was just young fellas. He took to the law, and I took to farming. But we've stayed pretty good friends for all that. Ain't that so, Tom?
It is, Job.
And friends don't never do anything to hurt the other.
You don't trust me, Job?
I do trust you. That's just what I'm getting at. Now, you and your partners here claim you're forming a syndicate to run cattle in Rainy Valley.
That's right.
And to do that same, you have to get me and a dozen others farming in the valley to leave. You're offering us an even trade. You say for every acre we own in Rainy Valley, you'll give us an acre in Wolf Creek Valley. Have you got it straight?
You have, Job. And I don't need to tell you that the land in Wolf Creek Valley is far better farming land than we are now.
I'll talk to Tom if you don't mind, Mr. Gould. We savvy each other. Tom, I ain't no fool. You brought me here because if you can convince me this is a good deal, then the other farmers will take my word for it.
They've always followed your lead, Job.
And I've always tried to lead them the way that was best for them. Now, I'm putting it up to you as one friend to another. Do you say we ought to make the trade?
I do.
And that's good enough for me. I know you wouldn't tell me wrong. Gents?
Well?
We'll trade. You understand, of course, that I'm speaking only for myself. But I reckon the others will be willing if I am.
That's why we wanted to speak to you first, Joe.
You'll speak to the others soon?
Yes, before the week's out. Now, if there ain't anything else, I guess I'd better be running along.
There's nothing.
Well, good day to you, Jen.
Good day.
Bye, Tom.
Job.
Yeah, Tom?
Huh? Oh, nothing, Job, nothing. I thought of something, but it doesn't matter.
Well, you'll be hearing from me, Jen.
Good.
Tom, what did you start to say to Turner?
Nothing.
Didn't begin to have an attack of conscience, did you?
Gould, Job told you the truth. We've been friends for 40 years. I wish to heaven you'd left me out of this.
You'll feel better about it when you bank your share of the profits.
I wonder if money obtained by cheating a friend is worth the getting.
Tom, in business, friendship doesn't count. That's something I learned long ago. Well, gentlemen, shall we have a drink on this? Thanks to Tom here, we'll shortly be very wealthy men.
As Gould and his friends had expected, the influence of Job Turner was enough to persuade the farmers owning property in Rainy Valley to exchange it for land in Wolf Creek Valley. A month later, the exchange had already been effected. And when the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto rode into the valley, they saw a dozen newly erected homes at widely spaced intervals.
This is strange, Tonto. Oh, heaps strange. There's another new place. I wonder why anyone would choose to buy property in Wolf Valley at this time. Me not know. There must be newcomers to the district who didn't know any better. Maybe. I think I'll find out about this, Kimosabe. What we do? See that woman who just left the house? She's going to the well. I'd like to ask her a few questions. You wear a mask. It won't take long to show her we're not outlaws. Come. Get 'em up, Skull. Come on, Silver. Come on, boy. Hello there!
Outlaw!
Don't be frightened. Oh, Silver. Let's go.
Joe, come quick, it's crooks.
I told you we're not crooks.
I seen him, Laura. Up with your hands, both of you. Raise your hands before I let you have both barrels.
You're Job Turner.
Know me, do you? Well, then you know when I say a thing, I mean business. Heist your hands, blast you. Laura, stand out of the way.
You won't fire.
I will if you don't do like you're told.
We rode here for just one reason.
To rob us if you figured you could.
No. To find out why anyone in his senses would choose a time like this to farm Wolf Creek Valley.
And why shouldn't we?
Well, just what kind of farming country will this be after the dam is built?
Dam? What dam is that?
Don't you talk to him, Laura. I'll handle the critter. Stranger, just what do you figure you're talking about?
You certainly know about the dam and the reservoir that's going to be built at the head of the creek, don't you?
You must be loco. If any such thing was planned, I'd have heard about it.
It's known at the state capitol. Tonto and I just came from there.
You claim you heard talk like that?
We did. The entire project settled. The syndicate got permission to dam the creek for irrigation purposes. Part of Rainy Valley will be used as a reservoir. The syndicate figures that the semi-desert land beyond Rainy Valley can be made into farming country and sold for high prices if it can be watered.
But that'd mean the creek would be diverted.
Of course.
Without the creek, the land here wouldn't be hardly worth anything.
You just the same as said that Tom Bevins tricked me.
Is Bevins a friend of yours?
The best I got.
He had something to do with your settling here?
It was on his say-so that I traded the land I had in Rainy Valley for this land here.
Well, then he did trick you. He's a member of the syndicate I mentioned. The banker in town is the head of it. Gould is his name, I understand.
Why, you...
Job, I'm sorry you had to learn the truth like this. If I'd known Bevins was supposed to be your friend, I'd have found another way to break the news. Nevertheless, what I've told you is true. Evidently, Gould and his partners have seen fit to keep it secret for the present. If you doubt my word, however, you can investigate for yourself.
It's a lie. Everything you've said is a lie. I don't know what your game is, but whatever it is, you ain't getting away with it. Tom wouldn't do a thing like this to me. I know it.
As I said, you'd better investigate for yourself. Come, Tonto.
Get him up, Stump. Silver! Wait! What was their idea? What did they figure to gain by a story like that?
Job.
Huh?
I don't want you to get mad at me, Joe, but it seemed to me that masked man at least thought he was telling the truth.
You mean to say you're doubting Tom? After all the things he's done for us?
No, but don't you think you ought to find out what
I'll find out.
Joe, what are you going to do?
I'm riding to town. I'm riding to town and calling on Tom. He'll tell me the truth. And when he has, I'm going to apologize for doubting him even enough to ask.
The elderly lawyer was not alone in his office. The banker had called on him, and they were studying a map spread out on Tom Bevan's desk.
Look here, Tom. Look at this basin here. 200,000 acres in there that we bought for practically nothing. We build our dam, and every acre in that basin will be worth 100 times what we paid for it.
Yes.
What's the matter? You don't sound as though becoming a rich man interested you very much.
I'm not sure it does.
Job Turner bothering you?
I told you he's always been my friend.
Well, what would you have done? Told them our plans? Let them hold us up for their property?
It would have been more honest.
Honest, huh? Tom, what's got into you?
You want to know? Well, then I'll tell you. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of every cheating trick I've helped you put across. I wish I'd never met you. I wish when you first came to me, I'd told you that I would...
Just a moment. I can break you just as easily as I made you.
I imagine you could.
Tom, what would a man of your age do if I did break you?
I could make out.
Not here, Tom. Not here. Not in this county. I'm not even sure I'd let you stay inside the state. You know me well enough to realize that I could keep you from practicing in this state, don't you, Tom?
This is a threat, huh?
Oh, we won't put it like that. I'm just saying what could happen if you were, foolish. Of course, I know you won't be. Not when you've thought it over.
All right, Gould. I'm no fool. I know when I'm licked. Let's not talk about it anymore.
That's better. Now you're sounding like yourself again. What the... Well, if it isn't Job Turner. Good afternoon, Job.
Tom.
Hello, Job.
Tom, I just heard something. I come to you because I know you'd tell me the truth.
Yes?
Just give me a yes or no. Are you and Banker Gould here planning to dam Wolf Creek, or ain't you? Answer it straight. Well? Tom, what's the matter? Can't you answer me?
Tongue-tied, Tom? Tell him. He has to know sometime.
It's true, Job.
Tom. Oh, you can't mean
Look,
it.
Job, it was just business. I was afraid you might misunderstand, but there wasn't anything actually crooked about it. You know I wouldn't
The
do
masked man was telling the truth.
Masked man? What masked man?
None of your doggone business. Tom, I don't savvy this. I always thought we was friends.
We are friends, Job. We are.
When you
friends.
lied to me? When you stood right there in Banker Gould's office and said all you wanted our land for was to run cattle on it? And you, Gould. I'm telling you something.
Me?
Yes, you. After I'm through telling about this stunt, you'd better make tracks. You'll find this part of the country doggone unhealthy.
Job, as a matter of fact, you aren't going to say one word after you leave this office.
That's what you think. I'll show
If you do, Job, you'll find yourself in a far worse fix than Tom and I will.
How do you figure that?
Yeah. Just take a look at these. If you tear them up, remember the originals are on file with the county clerk.
What?
Go on, read them.
Well, these are forged. I never seen these before.
No, and just how will you prove it? You'll have to admit that's a pretty fair imitation of your signature.
You rotten skunk.
Gould, what are those papers?
Oh, just something I thought might come in handy if Job threatened to get out of hand. That's a deed to 1,000 acres in the basin. After the dam's constructed, that 1,000 acres will represent quite a sum of money. If Job talks out of turn, his friends might think we gave him that land to pay him for persuading them to make the trade.
That's the dirtiest trick I ever heard of.
You mean the cleverest, don't you, Tom?
Well, you've made it look as though I was bribed to sell out my friends.
Exactly.
I won't stand for it.
What chance have you got? Open your mouth, Job, and if I understand the people around here, you'll be the first one to be lynched.
Hey, don't. You can't shoot him. You want to hang for sure.
Let go of my arm.
No, Job, no, you can't. Don't be a fool.
I'll
man.
fix this skunk. I'll get him.
You come with me.
Mask.
What? Come along with you, Job.
Let go of me. Let go of my arm. You can't take me.
Gould, who was that man?
I'm not sure, but... What the...
You know him?
The Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Although Job fought to get free, the masked man raced out of town with his prisoner, not drawing rein until they had reached the well-hidden camp where Tonto waited.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there.
I want to get back to town. I got a score to settle with them polecats.
Don't be a fool, Job.
But they've cheated
Tom
me.
Bevins did tell the truth for once. You shot the banker, you'd hang just as surely as you're here at this moment.
So I'm just to let them get away with this?
Is your only way of stopping them by using a gun?
What other way is there?
There may be one.
Yeah, what?
Bevins.
Huh?
No matter what may have happened, you and Tom Bevins were once good friends. That's true, isn't it?
Would have trusted Tom with my life. But that just makes it all the worse.
I was outside Bevins' office before you arrived there.
You was?
And I heard the conversation between him and Gould.
Yeah? What'd they have to say?
Bevins wanted to wash his hands of the whole affair. He couldn't, however, because he feared Gould's threats.
Is that the truth?
It is. You see, this is most likely the first time Bevins has had to carry out a scheme that would hurt one of his friends. And he's discovered it isn't pleasant. Some men are like that, Job.
As long as they can't see the suffering their clever schemes cause, they're not bothered. But when one of those schemes strikes close to home, it's another matter.
Well, that ain't no help.
You think it isn't?
I don't see how.
I wonder if Gould isn't overconfident. Bevins has carried out his orders for so many years that it's difficult for Gould to think he might turn on him.
You mean...
That I'm keeping an eye on Tom Bevins. And I may even pay him a call. And in the meantime, don't give up hope that all this will be straightened out.
When the folks that traded their land in Rainy Valley find out what's been going on, there's going to be trouble.
You're not at fault.
But they traded and might say so.
Because you trusted the word of a man you thought to be your friend. That's no crime.
That deed to land in the basin, it'll make it look as though I was bribed.
Don't expect trouble until it arrives. And don't make trouble when it isn't necessary.
Well...
I mean that. Tonto will take you back to town where we left your horse. Before he does, I want your word that you'll head straight home afterwards and attend strictly to business. Leave this other matter to Tonto and me.
You're going to try and help?
We are.
Well, you'll likely do a better job of it than I could. Sure, stranger. I'll give you the promise you ask. I won't make no trouble at all.
Good. Tonto, saddle Scout. Then take Job into town. That evening, Tom Bevins was sitting alone in the library of his home when his wife opened the door and...
Tom,
Hmm? Oh, it's you, Millie. What is it you want?
may I come in?
I told you I didn't want to be disturbed.
I know, Tom, but I've been worrying about you.
About me? What for?
Well, you've been acting so strange.
Nonsense. It's your imagination.
After I've lived with you for 30 years, Tom, I think I know you well enough by this time to understand when something's on your mind.
There's nothing, I tell you.
Is it something you can't tell me?
I said it's nothing.
Tell me about it.
I tell you that.
Please.
Will you get out of here and leave me alone?
Tom,
Well?
haven't you told me your troubles before this and felt better for it? Why can't you share them with me now?
Because I don't want to.
Then there is something wrong.
No, I just meant... That is... Oh, don't you think it's bad enough without you pestering me on top of it?
I can't know until you've confided in me.
I tell you that...
Please, Tom, please.
All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the whole truth, and then we'll see what you have to say.
Yes?
I've tricked and cheated Job Turner. Oh, you needn't look at me like that. It's true, all right. I cheated him because Gould ordered me to. Cheated and tricked the best friend I ever had in my life. Now, what do you think of me?
You don't know what you say.
Get out.
But why did
Can't you see I don't want anyone around? Can't you see I've got to think this out by myself? Leave me alone. Leave me alone, I tell you.
Of course, Tom, if you really wish it. And, dear,
Well,
when you're ready to tell me the rest, I'll be waiting. Just outside.
how can I tell her everything? Or face Job again, or face anyone? I'm a crook. A crook who'd sell out his best friends. I wish I had the nerve to finish things the way they should be finished. If I had a gun here,
Is it a gun you want, Bevins?
What?
Or courage?
Where are you? Who?
I'm at the window here.
The masked man.
I'm coming in. Don't call out.
What do you want with me?
How do you like yourself, Bevins? How do you like the thought of living out the rest of your life knowing yourself to be a cheat?
You. What do you know about me? What do you
Quite
know?
a bit.
But how do you...
I've been watching you. I know exactly what you're going through.
You don't. You can't. Nobody can.
I'm going to give you a chance.
Huh? A chance?
To straighten yourself out. You'll take it, Bevins, or regret that you didn't the rest of your life. Almost a week passed. Tom Bevins had mysteriously disappeared from town, and even Banker Gould didn't know what had become of him. Then startling news reached the town.
Fellas, quiet down a second. Listen to me. The farmers that moved into Wolf Creek Valley were tricked. There's going to be a dam built, and the creek's going to be changed. But that I know. They were sold out by the fella that leads them, by Job Turner, and he was give 1,000 acres of land to do it.
You hear about Job? He sold out to Banker Gould for 1,000 acres of land.
I tell you, it's a fact. See the county clerk if you don't believe it. Job sold out the farmers. It's the crookedest deal I ever heard of.
The banker couldn't have put it across if it hadn't been for Job.
Come on, let's ride out to his place and see what he's got to say for himself.
Now, go on.
Now, what are we waiting for? Come on, fellas. Let's ride.
It was Job's wife who first saw the angry crowd of farmers and townsmen who approached Job's place later that day. She turned from the window and called to her husband.
Job. Come here quick, Job.
Huh? What's the matter, Laura?
Look out the window here.
What is it? Well, I'll be...
Job, what in the world do you think they're heading here for?
Gosh, I don't know.
Just listen.
Sure sound mad enough.
You ain't done nothing you shouldn't have you, Job? You ain't got into any trouble, have you?
Only that deal I was telling you about, Laura. Well, that's it. That has to be it. Laura, somehow they found out about that deed the banker forged.
No, how would they?
By looking through the records of the county seat, that's how. Quick, give me my shotgun. It's hanging in the kitchen.
You're not going to try and fight him off, are you?
What else can I do? Now, hurry up.
You can't. You wouldn't have a chance. You better try to get away. Maybe you can get...
I'll get the gun myself if you won't. What chance would I have making a run for it in that old horse I got? Now, you stay back here. I'll tend to these fellas.
Be careful, Job. Please be careful.
It's them that had better be careful.
There he is. He's got a gun.
I reckon he knows what we're here for, all right.
Here he's come.
What do you fellas want?
As if you didn't know.
I suppose you don't know anything about that deed for 1,000 acres that Banker Gould give you. I suppose he didn't give it to you to get you to persuade us to trade land with him.
That deed's a forgery.
Oh, you'd say that. We wouldn't expect you to say anything else.
On account of you, the land we got ain't going to be worth anything. You told us it was a fair trade, and we was fools enough to believe
I
you.
thunder you idiots will shut up and listen to me.
Oh, who's going to make
You either listen or start dodging buckshot.
Well, what have you got to say?
Fellas, maybe you won't believe me. When I was tricked just like you was. I took Tom Bevan's word for the trade being honest, because he'd always been my friend. It wasn't until afterwards that I found out that he was in on the scheme. I was to blame, all right, but only because it took Tom's word for things. Not because I stood to profit by the trick.
That don't explain that deed they gave you. It was to pay you for lying to us, and you know it.
We seen your name on it.
And they didn't give you that land for nothing.
Anybody that'd sell us out the way you did should get strung up on the nearest tree.
Which is just what you're going to get.
Stand back, I'm warning you. Stand back.
Rush him. He won't dare to fire. Have him, Bill. Come on, after him. All right,
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Hey, who fired them shots?
Look there. It was a masked man.
There's Banker Gould with him.
They're redskin.
Ain't that Tom Bevins alone? And who's that other fella?
Hey, it's the U.S. Marshal.
Right him up. Get away from there. One side. Try to stop us, we'll blast our way through. And the banker and Tom are in on this just as much as Job. Let's take care of them all at once.
All right. Come on.
First man to reach for his gun is under arrest. The U.S. Marshal.
Quiet! We heard in town what was happening. That's why the marshal and I brought Gould and Bevins with us. You think that Job sold you out. He didn't. And you're going to hear the truth right now.
He did. I gave Job that land to get his friends to move out of the valley.
Gould, you can talk later, if you'll be able to find anyone willing to listen to you. Right now, Tom Bevins has something to say.
But I
Keep
tell
still. Bevins, go on and talk. I'll guarantee they'll listen.
Men, it isn't easy for me to say this, but every word is the truth. I was in on the deal with Banker Gould. That's how I know. Job didn't sell you out. That deed was forged. It was Banker Gould's scheme to make Job afraid to tell how he'd been tricked. Job couldn't help this any more than you men could.
Maybe you're telling the truth, Bevins, and maybe you ain't. But that ain't giving us back our land.
That's so. How about the dam?
Are they going to get away with changing the creek?
If the dam's built, our land won't be worth nothing.
That's right.
The dam won't be built. Not unless you want it to be.
What's that?
That's why Bevins has been gone this last week. He and I rode to the state capitol. Gould got permission to build the dam by fraud. He lied about conditions here, said that no one would suffer, promised that the dam would be used for the good of the community. He depended upon his influence to take care of any objections that might arise later.
What do you mean by saying the dam won't be built less than we want it?
After Bevins' testimony, the governor revoked Gould's right to build the dam. He said, however, that if the farmers of the district wanted it, they could build it themselves.
A lot of good that'd do us with Gould and his pards owning all the land that'd be irrigated.
I think Job can take care of that. Job.
Yes?
How about making a trade with Gould? Bevins can prove your name was forged to that deed. Gould will go to jail if you prosecute. But why not drop the prosecution on the condition that land is divided equally among the farmers of the county?
I won't do it. Nobody can make
Very well, then. Take him off to jail, Marshal.
You bet I will.
No, wait. Let go of me. Joe, tell the marshal to let go.
Well, you heard the masked man. What do you say?
I don't want to be jailed.
It's up to you. I'll make a deal if you will.
You promise?
Turn over that land, and you can go free.
Then I'll do it.
Tom?
I know what you're going to say, Job. I know the way you must hate me.
Shucks, Tom. Don't be any more of an idiot than you are already.
Huh?
You went to the state capitol and fixed things up. No matter what you done at first, you made it all straight in the end. And I don't hold grudges. I say let's forget all this and be friends again, huh?
Gladly, Job. But it wasn't me who did this. It was the masked man.
Oh, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
People vanish here by the thousands, flying, sailing, and diving. Yet the government denies anything is wrong. Learn the facts and how they can affect you in a new motion picture, The Bermuda Triangle, rated G.
Starts Wednesday in Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, and Ventura counties for 1 week only. Also starts Wednesday in San Bernardino, Yuma, Imperial, Inyo, San Diego, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Kern counties. Look for this ad in your newspaper for a theater near you.
If your dog's in his active years, ages 1 to 7, give him all the exercise you can and feed him Cycle 2 dog food, the food made for the active years. See, while the leading dog foods are for any dogs, young, old, whatever, Cycle 2 is specially for ages 1 to 7. In meaty chunks or crunchy nuggets, Cycle 2 is nutritionally balanced to help keep them lively and alert. During the active years, we feed Cycle 2.
In bags or cans, Cycle, nutrition for the life of your dog.
Bond's Double the Difference offer is your guarantee of Bond's low prices.
Well, that I'd like to see.
Buy 25 different items worth $20 or more, then check those same items at any other store. If you find their total is less, bring us the prices you found.
We offer you double the difference in cash.
It's the best offer around. It's low prices that you want. Come to Bond.
Alice, come to Bond.
Come to Bond.
He will not switch from his Italian salad dressing.
Mr. Kaplan doesn't know his wife is watching. Will he switch from the leading bottled Italian dressing to Good Seasons Italian?
Oh, this one better. I mean, no question about it. It tastes better than the first one because it tastes homemade.
He likes stuff that's made from scratch.
Your wife was sure you'd never switch, and you just picked Good Seasons.
Tastes better. Tastes homemade.
I'm going his way. I'll go the Good Seasons Italian salad dressing way.
A recent Channel 7 editorial dealt with the danger presented by wooden roofs in the recent fire disaster. Here, speaking in rebuttal, is Don Axon, a member of the American Institute of Architects.
In its recent editorial, KABC-TV misses the target. KABC-TV apparently supports an ordinance to outlaw shake and shingle roofs everywhere in Los Angeles County, the hillsides and the flatlands. This is overreaction. Banning natural wood roofing in the high hazard areas does not reduce the fire hazard in the Santa Monica Mountains. One set of really tough standards is needed for these brush areas. At present, wooden roofing in these areas must be chemically pressure treated to meet the fire retardant standards of the underwriters' laboratories. However, not all low fire hazard areas need such protection. The problems of expensive hillside areas should not be used to penalize the people in the flatlands. It costs $2,000 to pressure treat a wooden roof, more than enough to price many families out of an already overpriced housing market. This is the 6th time in 8 years this proposal has been brought before the supervisors. Each time it was defeated, it should be again. Then let us focus our attention to correct problems in the high hazard brush areas.
This has been a rebuttal to a Channel 7 editorial by Don Axon, a member of the American Institute of Architects.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Copy, boy. Copy, boy.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What do you say?
Where's that society page, please?
Hiya, Holliday.
Hiya.
Jerk the first paragraph in that Simmons story.
Hiya, Dan.
How are you? Hiya, Susie.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What's in Box 13?
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, here I am again, standing at the want ad counter of the Star Times, looking for what? An idea for a story. I could have stayed here as a reporter. I could have been searching for facts. Instead, I'm fumbling for fiction. Instead of a blonde, I'm meeting a deadline. Instead of Chanel number 5, I'm heading for a snip of printer's ink. Holliday, you're a dope.
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a letter in Box 13 for you. It's special.
Special?
Special delivery. It was mailed only a couple of hours ago. Something like that could be important.
Could be.
Could be adventure.
Could be.
Could be a girl.
Could be. By the way, Susie, how come you're working so late this evening?
Oh, my boss asked me to. He's paying me overtime. Time and 3/4.
Time and 3/4?
Mm-hmm. I held out for double time when he offered me time and a half.
Well, what happened?
Oh, we effected a compromise.
Goodbye, Susie. Special delivery, huh? Well, this could be very important. Also, it couldn't. Well, come on, open it up, Holliday. You haven't got all night. I'm in terrible trouble. Please come to room 718 at the Bradford Hotel. Hurry. Signed, Agatha Marsh. That sounds urgent.
Who are you, young man? What do you want?
I'm the man from Box 13. I'm looking for Agatha Marsh.
I'm Agatha Marsh. Come in, come in.
You're Agatha Marsh?
But don't stand there with your mouth open. Never can tell who might be snooping around the hall. Find a chair and sit down. Now, what's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Well, Mr. Holliday, I don't believe in drinking, or I'd offer you one, but I have got some sauerkraut juice in my thermos bottle.
Oh, no, thanks just the same.
I like you, Mr. Holliday. I liked your ad in the paper. Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. It was just what I needed.
Well, thanks again.
Now then, what's your charge?
Charge?
For helping me, your fee.
Oh, that. No charge, Miss Marsh.
Are you trying to be chivalrous?
No, you see, I'm a writer. I'm looking for ideas. If I get a good idea, I consider I've been well paid.
Well, that seems a little silly.
Might I ask just what your trouble is?
Oh, you don't think a girl my age could get into trouble, do you?
Well, you look like a very charming old... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, lady, let's not beat around the bush. Now, no doubt you want to know a few things about me.
Well, that would be very interesting.
Yes, well, I live in Muncie, Indiana, alone. I've got a big house and an independent income. Every year I go someplace for a vacation, and this year I came here.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
But the letter you wrote me, you said you were in terrible trouble.
Well, I am. If anyone ever finds out about this, I don't know what'll happen.
Finds out about what?
Come over here to the closet. I want to show you something. Look. On the floor.
Why, that's a dead man lying there. Well, this would make a good opening chapter for a story. Young man goes to help charming old lady who is in terrible trouble. Terrible trouble turns out to be a corpse. Corpse? Here, wake up, Holiday. This is the real thing.
Now do you believe me, young man?
When did you find him?
Just before I wrote you that letter.
Before you wrote the letter. Why, that's hours ago.
I know, but what could I do?
What could you do? Miss Marsh, you could call the police.
And get my name in the papers? Have all the folks back in Muncie know there was a dead man in my room? Oh, no.
Miss Marsh, listen to me, please. There's a dead man in that closet. There's a law about dead men. We have to notify the police immediately. You can go to jail for hiding a body.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
But, Miss Marsh, look at this man. He's been shot at close range. There are powder burns on his coat.
I know. I examined him before I wrote you. You see, I read all the current detective stories.
Detective stories? This isn't a story. This is the real thing.
I know. Why don't you try to prove that I did it?
With what, a cap pistol? Now, you're a nice person, Miss Marsh, but this is going to be tough.
Well, don't get so excited. A girl my age could kill a man if she wanted to. Rub him out, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Please, Miss Marsh, be sensible. You've got a murdered man in your closet. Now pick up that phone and call the police right away.
Mr. Halliday, in all seriousness, I can't do it. Think of what my lifelong friends would say.
Yes, I know it doesn't look good.
I can see the headlines now. Prominent Muncie pioneer woman found with dead body in hotel. Oh, please, Mr. Halliday, help me.
Well, I don't know. This is a little out of my department.
Just this once, Mr. Halliday. I've never asked for help before. I'm an old woman.
Well, all right. What do you want me to do?
I want you to help me get rid of the body.
Get rid of the body? Now, look, Miss Marsh, you're not serious. You didn't mean that.
Oh, you don't know me. I fully intend to get rid of that body.
Okay, go right ahead. It's your corpse.
And you're going to help me.
No, I'm sorry. Try a bellhop.
And have him snitch to the desk clerk. Besides, you advertised for adventure.
But this isn't adventure. It's a nightmare. Come on, Miss Marsh. Let me notify the police.
Now, there's a broom closet down the hall.
That's very interesting. I just remember I'm meeting someone in the lobby.
I'd take the body there myself, but I'm not strong enough.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh.
I'll scream.
Go right ahead.
The hotel detective will show up.
Just a man I'd love to see.
And I'll tell him you killed that man.
Oh.
Now, will you help me?
Suppose we get caught.
Then you'll help me.
Now, wait a minute.
You said we. Now, I'll open the door and watch the hole. Case the joint, as they say in the mysteries. And then you whisk the body into the closet. You're strong. You can do it.
Oh, sure. I'm strong, all right. But not in the head. Oh, this can't be happening to you, Holiday. You can't be dragging a body down the hall of the Bradford Hotel. You know better. And as soon as you can get away from this charming but cracked old gal, you're going to talk to the police.
Hurry. I'll open the closet door. Put him in right there. Stick him in good. There we are.
I must be crazy.
Oh, good. Now back into my room before anybody sees us. There. Wasn't that easy?
Easy, she says.
Well, I must say you carry out your part very well.
What's next in this little scheme of yours, Miss Marsh?
Why, don't you know? We have to find out who killed that Michael O'Brien.
You know who he is?
Well, I do now. I went through his pockets. Frisked him, as they say in the stories.
Well, that cuts it. You stay here. I'm going downstairs and... Who's that?
Just keep cool. I'll handle everything.
Oh, I can't believe this. It just can't happen.
My name is Kling, Lieutenant, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, come in, won't you?
I intend to. Holiday, what are you doing here?
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Never mind the social chatter. I thought this was some kind of a gag. Now I'm sure of it. Holiday, just what are you trying to dream up?
If I told you, Kling, you'd never believe me.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Can I get you some sauerkraut juice?
Well, I don't mind if... some what?
Sauerkraut juice.
No, thanks. Now listen, some crackpot phoned in a tip that there was a dead man in this room.
Why, Lieutenant, how can you say such things?
Lieutenant, now listen.
You be quiet. Miss Marsh, mind if I have a look around?
Not at all, not at all. Here's the closet. Now then, you can see for yourself, Lieutenant. There's nobody there.
I got your name from the desk clerk, Miss Marsh. Maybe you better tell me about yourself.
I can tell you all about it.
I was talking to Miss Marsh. Are you Miss Marsh?
Right now, I think I'm dead.
You will be if you keep interrupting. Go ahead, Miss Marsh. Tell me about yourself.
Certainly. I live in Muncie, Indiana. I arrived this morning for a 2-week vacation. I'm well known back there, and you can find out everything about me if you care to wire.
How did you happen to meet Mr. Holiday here?
Look, Lieutenant, if you'll permit me to tell you...
I'm asking the lady.
I went to school with his mother. That's what I did.
Huh?
See. Well, I guess it was the work of some would-be comic. But I had to investigate it just the same.
Well, of course you do.
Oh, but Kling, listen.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh. So long, Holiday.
But Kling, wait, I want to go with you.
Why don't you two have a fast game of hearts?
Mr. Holiday, wasn't that thrilling? Just like in the magazines.
Miss Marsh, you're going to stay in this room until I get Kling back here.
Oh, no. I want to solve this case myself.
I wonder how Kling found out that... Miss Marsh.
Yes.
I'm not the suspicious type, you understand, but a little bird, a tiny little bird, has intimated that perhaps you might know who tipped off the lieutenant.
Of course I know. It was I.
What in the world are you doing?
I made the call from the corner drugstore a little while ago. I wanted to throw the lieutenant off the trail, like they say.
You know what I say?
No, what?
You're going down to police headquarters and tell the truth.
Oh, just a second. Excuse me, please. Yes? Yes, this is Miss Marsh. Oh, you did? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, should have had 817 instead of this room. Oh, no, don't bother. I like it here. I knew it all the time.
What did you know?
That was the room clerk. He got my reservation mixed up. I was supposed to get 817, and I got 718 instead.
You mean the person who killed Michael O'Brien wanted to get back in here to remove the body? No, it doesn't sound reasonable.
No, it doesn't. Well, guess who was supposed to get this room?
Never mind, we're going to police headquarters.
It was Tony Bascari.
Tony Bascari? He's the biggest racketeer in town. He's dynamite. Miss Marsh, he's deadly.
I know, Mr. Holiday, and I love it.
Oh, no.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holiday. Now back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holiday.
Two o'clock in the morning, and I can't go to sleep. Oh, that little old girl has me worried to death. She wouldn't go to the police headquarters, and when I went down and talked to Kling, he acted as though it were a big joke and sent me on my way. Hello.
This is Agatha Marsh.
Now what? Where are you?
At the hotel. I went up to see Tony Bascari.
You what? Miss Marsh, don't you know that's the worst thing you could have done?
I had to talk with him. I put the heat on him, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you're still alive?
I accused him of killing that O'Brien man. I came right out with it. But of course, he wouldn't admit a thing.
What'd you expect him to do, break down and confess?
Well, I think I've got him on the run. But I'm worried.
Oh, if I had Tony Bascari on the run, I'd be worried, too.
Because when I came back, I discovered someone had searched my room.
Will you call the police? You should have done it a long time ago.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I want you to come over right away.
At 2 in the morning?
Mr. Holliday, someone's trying my door.
Hang up quick. Call the room clerk.
But, Mr. Holliday,
Hurry, I said. That dear little meddlesome old fool. Into your clothes, Holiday, because here we go again. And don't forget your Boy Scout badge. You'll make the Beaver Patrol tonight. The clerk said she hadn't called the desk. I wonder... No, she would have screamed. Someone would have heard her. It's open. Cleaned out completely. No Miss Marsh, no clothes, no nothing, not even a piece of notepaper. Hey, what's this? Paper airplane. Like the ones I used to make in school. But why should she be making paper airplanes? Airplanes. The airport, that's where they took her. Keep that motor running. I'll be right back. Not many people around this hour of the night. Oh, there she is. And the man with her has his hand in his pocket, and I don't think it's there because it's cold. What I need now is a little fast talk and a little faster action. Okay, I'll take over from here.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
The old doll. Bascari wants her back.
Bascari told me to put her on a plane. I'm doing it.
Yeah? Changed his mind. He wants her back.
I don't think so. Besides, I never saw you before.
I told you, if you don't turn her over, Bascari might get sore.
Why'd he call me?
It's only a half hour ago.
I was still at the hotel. He could have called.
And spilled everything over our phone. You nuts?
This don't sound right.
Yeah, forget it. Taking the old doll back with me.
Wait a minute. Gonna call Tony first.
Go ahead, stupid. Get your ears burned off.
Who you calling stupid? Show me something that'll prove Tony sent you.
Got a match?
Stop stalling. This is a gun in my pocket. Let's talk to Tony.
I've got some matches here.
Thanks.
Here.
Oh!
Get him, Mr. Holliday, quick. I'm coming. Oh, not so fast. Ooh, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You should have remembered that before you got mixed up in this. Come on, get in.
Would you push?
Driver, get out of here fast. What did you do to that guy anyway?
I stuck him with my hat pin.
I might have guessed it. Now, Miss Marsh, what happened at the hotel?
Well, I hung up when I heard him trying the door, but I was too late. The door was unlocked.
So it was Tony Bascari, huh? He wanted you out of town fast.
Oh, but they were very nice to me.
You can thank your lucky stars for that. Usually, Bascari's enemies wind up in some ditch.
I didn't see him again. That man, the one you knocked out at the airport, he was the one who came in my room.
Well, you must have the goods on Bascari. You must have killed this man or had him killed. But why didn't he take him out of the hotel right away?
But there was a convention there last night. The whole place was literally crawling with people.
Oh, that's the reason. Oh, that paper airplane. That was fast thinking, Miss Marsh.
Well, thank you. Well, now we can go back to Bascari. We've got the goods on him. We can crack the cakes, like they say in the murder mysteries.
Miss Marsh, I've got news for you. We're not going to see Bascari.
We're not? Well, where are we going?
You'll hate me, I know, but it's the police station. Well, Holliday, what happens now? You've taken Miss Marsh to Kling's office. She looks at him. He nods her into his private office. And suddenly she comes out smiling. You try to leave, only Kling stops you.
You stay here, Holliday.
Cling, you can't let her walk the streets alone. Bascari will get her.
Forget it. I got a man tailing her.
Okay, but what happened in that office? What did she tell you?
Plenty, my friend. She preferred charges against you.
She preferred charges against me. Now, what are you talking about?
Kidnapping.
I kidnapped her?
You took her off the plane by force, didn't you?
Listen, Cling, that little old lady is a whodunit happy. She'll get herself killed. There really was a body in the hotel, you know.
Look, Holiday, do you know what you're saying?
Sure, I know what I'm saying. There really was a body in that hotel.
Holiday, why didn't you tell me?
I tried to, twice. Once in the room and the last time when I came in here.
Now think, Holiday, carefully. Where is the body?
In a broom closet down the hall. I put it there.
You put it there?
Yes, I put it there.
Holiday, get out of here.
Well, Holiday, now you're fixed. Even Cling looked at you like those things in your belfry weren't bats. They're more like eagles. But you're in it now, so you've got to follow through. And that indicates a fast ride over to the Bradford Hotel. Oh, clerk. Hey, clerk.
Yes?
I'd like to find out who occupied Agatha Marsh's room the day before she did.
That question is highly irregular.
Oh? Then here's a $10 bill that's highly regular.
Oh, let me think. She has 718. She checked in day before yesterday.
Yes?
The man who had the room before that was a traveling salesman in lady suits, I believe.
He must have cut quite a figure. She must be in this hotel someplace. Her room's empty, but she must be around. But where? What are you worrying about, Holiday? You couldn't wait to get rid of her. Now you can't wait to get her back. You're a character who belongs back in the Middle Ages with a tin union suit for cold nights. Yeah, she'll probably show up safely with that detective tailing her. The broom closet. Wonder if the dead man is still in there. He must be. Cling hasn't showed up yet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday.
Miss Marsh, what happened? How'd you get in that closet?
Isn't this thrilling?
No, it isn't.
There was a detective trailing me, but he was knocked unconscious. Sapped, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you were brought up here?
By the same man who tried to put me on the plane. He hit the detective, put me in the car, and brought me here.
Well, you two, what are we playing now? And where is the man I put on you, Miss Marsh?
He was hit over the head, Lieutenant, but I'm sure he's all right now.
This the closet where you said the body was?
Was is right, Lieutenant.
Here, let me take a look. You know what I think, Holiday?
What?
I think both of you crackpots are making this all up. I don't believe there ever was a body.
Cling, you have my word for it.
Your word doesn't mean as much as a Chinese dollar.
Cling, listen. They brought her back here, locked her up. They took the body away, didn't they, Miss Marsh?
Probably going to sink it in cement, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Bascari's in his room, I'll bet. Go up and talk to him.
Surely, put the heat on him.
Just once more, I'll play with you kiddies. Come along.
Where?
Miss Marsh's room. I'm locking you pixies in till I get to the bottom of this.
Cling's been gone 15 minutes. I wonder what's happening up there.
Not much. I haven't heard any shooting.
No, haven't heard any. In that case, how could a man be shot here and that shot not be heard?
Oh, it's very easy, Mr. Holliday. The killer would use this.
Oh, Miss Marsh, now where'd you get that gun?
Just took it out of the drawer. It was here all the time.
Well, put it down until Cling returns.
But I just want to show you why the shot wouldn't be heard.
What do you mean?
Would you excuse me, please? You see this bath towel, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, what about it?
Well, a smart person would take the gun like this, wrap the bath towel around it like this.
You know, Miss March, you found out a lot since you came here.
Oh, yes, I've done all right since early this morning.
Early this morning? But the clerk said...
I talked to Tony Bascari, and he said...
Cling, look out! Here, Miss March, give me that thing.
You shouldn't have moved, Mr. Holliday. I was really shooting at you.
What's this all about, Holiday? What was she doing with that gun in her hand?
She was going to kill me, just like she killed Michael O'Brien.
That little old lady killing somebody?
Miss March, you did kill him, didn't you? Then you called me, and you got Kling to come up here and catch me dragging the body away. Only he came a little late, as usual.
Now, wait a minute, Holiday.
Then when you couldn't pin it on me, you tried to hang it on Tony Bascari. Now, what did you do with the body?
Dragged it back to the closet in this room.
Oh. And I suppose you sapped the detective who followed you, too.
It was easy. I got him to turn around and hit him over the head with my purse.
Why did you kill Michael O'Brien? Did you have something against him?
No, I never saw him before.
Then why kill a perfect stranger?
I saw a play once. I liked those ladies in that play. They killed lots of people. I wanted to also. Only I should have done it like the ladies.
You don't mean arsenic and old lace.
Yes, and I should have worn the lace and given you the arsenic.
Well, Holiday, you're back in your apartment again. The sun is shining through the window, a sun you might never have seen again. You know, I've got an idea for you, Holiday. Give up this business and go into something quiet, like night watchman in a cemetery.
Holiday.
Well, what's that, Kling?
They examined the old girl down at the psychopathic ward of the city hospital. She's batty as a loon.
You're telling me. I saw that in her eyes when she wrapped the towel around that gun. But, what happened to Bascari and his stooge?
When she heard he was in the room above, she tried to pin the body on him.
Oh, so he tried to get her out of town in self-defense.
Holiday, you're a very lucky, lucky guy.
You can say that again and again.
And again.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Susie, what are you doing up here in my apartment? Why aren't you down at the Star Times?
Well, my boss and I have been talking about another compromise.
Another one?
He wants to fire me, and I want to quit.
Oh, but Susie, if you left the paper, what would I do for my mail?
I was thinking maybe you'd like to hire a good combination stenographer and secretary, huh?
That's you?
That's me.
Well, I don't know, Susie, but as they say in murder mysteries, I'll have to think it over.
You better think fast. Good help is hard to find.
Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rhodey Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
From the fabulous era of the great Hollywood musicals of yesteryear comes a memory-filled treasury by the most loved singing sweethearts in movie history.
I will answer to
Relive wonderful movie memories.
Sweetheart.
America's Singing Sweethearts, Nelson Eddy and Jeanette MacDonald, now yours to enjoy.
You are my song of love. I'll see you again. Rosalie, my darling. But if when you hear my love call,
Enjoy again silver screen songs that have never been equaled. America's Singing Sweethearts, Nelson Eddy and Jeanette MacDonald. The complete record collection is only $7.98. Total tape treasury only $9.98. Not sold in any store at any price. Be sure to order yours now.
Mail $7.98 for record album, $9.98 for tape to Sweethearts, Box 15911, Los Angeles. Every song is a treasured favorite. So you don't forget, be sure to mail before midnight tomorrow. Just $7.98 for album, $9.98 for tape to Sweethearts, Box 15911, Los Angeles, California, 90015. That's Sweethearts, Box 15911, Los Angeles, California, 90015.
Monday on AM, hairstylist Alan Edwards previews the 1979 look for the men in your life.
Next week on Channel 7's The Saturday Night Movie, Richard Widmark and Sidney Poitier star in The Long Ships. See it next Saturday night at 11:30.
Let's go. Carpool's here. You're early. Come on in. Liz will be ready in a minute.
Florence, you really do drink Tang.
Don't you worry about Maggie getting enough vitamin C.
My Maggie?
Almost half the children in this country don't. But Tang has a full day's supply of vitamin C.
Okay, but what if she won't drink it?
She'll love Tang. It has a natural orange flavor.
It's really good, Mom.
What'd I tell you?
Delicious Tang instant breakfast drink. Do something good for your family.
That's me and my father, Will Rogers. He taught me a lot of things when I was a boy, and I'll always remember what he said about food. Know what's in it before you eat it. I know exactly what's in Grape Nut cereal because it's so simple. It's just natural wheat and barley with vitamins added, and it's baked into crunchy little nuggets that even look simple. So if you're looking for something good with breakfast, I got a simple answer for you. Grape Nuts, the simple cereal.
Gramps, you ought to know better feeding Barney hamburger.
Yeah, Walt, don't you know better?
It's not hamburger, it's Top Choice.
Looks like hamburger.
She's got you there, Walt.
Top Choice is better than hamburger.
Better?
Got complete nutrition. Hamburger doesn't.
Real moist and meaty, Walt.
Got flavors, too. Original style, cheese and egg flavor, and liver and bacon flavor.
Top Choice chopped burger for dogs who love hamburger. It's better for them.
Channel 7, KABC TV, Los Angeles. Owned by American Broadcasting Companies, Incorporated, with studios and executive offices at ABC Television Center. KABC TV operates on Channel 7 by the authority of the Federal Communications Commission. Be with us tomorrow on Channel 7 when we return to the air at 6 with Daybreak LA. In the meantime, we invite you to tune to KABC Radio, 79 on your AM dial for the Ray Bream Show. And now, with the playing of our national anthem, this is Len Beardsley bidding you a good morning for the entire staff of KABC TV.
Slipped the surly bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter's silvered wings. Sunward I wheeled and soared and swung high in the sunlit silence. Outring there, I've chased the shouting wind along and flung my eager craft through footless halls of air. Up this burning blue. I've topped the windswept heights with easy grace, where never lark nor even eagle flew. And while with silent, lifting mind, I've trod the high, untrespassed sanctity of space, put out my hand and touched the face of God.